Well, I'm away. I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong.
Okay,
No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped
Here we
to
go.
make me time the best time. And enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20...
Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest
live stream show. Come on in. Welcome all. A bunch of new subscribers. Appreciate you. We just rounded out 5,700 subscribers here on the channel. So thank you to all you new subscribers here. Come on in. Come on, everyone. Welcome. We're going to talk a little bit of rivalry action. I know we already talked it a couple weeks ago with San Francisco. We're going to talk about it again today. And I'm super stoked by this upcoming matchup. This is kind of our season. You could say this is a little bit of our Super Bowl. So there is going to be quite a bit to discuss. I know that there are many out there in Seahawk land who have already buried this season 6 feet under. The dirt has been dug in. The gravestone has been put into the ground. They are already looking towards the future. And indeed, I, like them, am looking very much towards the future here as far as the Seahawks team, organization, coaching staff, starting quarterback, coordinators, all the works. And we're all looking at that at the future. But hey, we're right now here in the now. And in the now and in the here, the Seattle Seahawks are in it. The Seattle Seahawks are mathematically in the playoff hunt. They are technically one game out of the final playoff position. And you can get caught up in, we don't deserve to be there. I don't want us to win because it's going to preserve Coach Carroll onwards into the future. And again, I don't argue with those folks. I get where they're coming from. But the one thing I might tell them is, let's remember a season that we had with Coach Carroll, a team that didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. And we got one of the most, if not the most, not the most, but one of the most magical moments in Seahawks history with the Beastquake run against the New Orleans Saints, taking out the prior Super Bowl champions from the year before in an awesome moment, a Matthew Hasselbeck send-off game, a game in which you sort of were able to peg down your team in that moment and go, okay, here we go. We can go up and build up off of this. This is something to drive us forward, to propel us into the future. Still a lot of work to be done on this roster, but we know we're starting to get some things right. It was an indicator. And this backwards in approach to the playoffs may just do that if you are able to accomplish it. It is not likely to be accomplished here. Let's face it. This is, again, still very long odds. But at the end of the day, I'm still rooting for it to happen because I cannot, in the DNA within my being, every one of my little white blood cells circulating through my body, none of them can be in a moment of not doing anything but rooting for this team. I don't care the record. I don't care what it means for the portents of the future. I don't care. I want them to win. And when you look at this Rams game coming up, it's a tough matchup. The Rams have had our number. I've said that if you look at the Seattle Seahawks, San Francisco 49ers, and Rams, it's a paper, rock, scissors kind of situation with these three teams and how one beats the other and kind of dominates, the other dominates kind of the other dominates the other. And it's sort of a circle of life thing. And we've got to break this circle of life this week, right? It's time to break the circle. They've beat us enough here. We've taken the back end of this enough. Okay? Enough. And luckily, we're getting a little bit of some good help on our hand. I know that there's other, I want them at full strength. I want to be able to beat them with our full stack against their full stack. Yeah. Okay, great. If they are out players without the COVID and it helps us get into the playoffs, I'm not apologizing for that. And right now what's going on is, of course, if you haven't heard, The Rams are undergoing a seeming epidemic in their locker room. I believe 18 tested players here over the last few days. It looks like you're going to see a few of these guys missing this game. They had to shut down their facilities today, so they weren't even able to practice. We'll see if they'll be back at it tomorrow. This is definitely going to impact things, you would think, to some degree in preparation. Though, again, if you're going to be impacted in this way like they are, you would want it to maybe be against a division rival whose number you've had recently, a division rival who's probably not going to throw a lot of different things that you need to prepare for in that given week to be ready for them. So I don't know how much of a real help this is going to be, especially if a lot of these guys are able to end up getting tested a couple days before the game and everything's fine and they're free and they're clear. That being said, it will be an advantage to our Seahawks, and as we all have watched this team and can attest, they need every bit of advantage that they can get. When you look at this game from a matchup standpoint, I don't think that there's anything that's new under the sun in the way that you're going to need to go about this game. I went back and rewatched, as I'm sure many of you guys did, because it was just an entertaining game, and it's two of the better teams in this division, so you do want to check it out and see what they're looking like. But I watched the Cardinals-Rams matchup this past week in Arizona. It was Sunday night game, Monday night game, I forget, one of those two. This week's just flying by. But a good game, another game where you watch and a few things sort of stood out to me in it. Number one, the Cardinals had their best success in this game sticking to the short and intermediate passing attack. That was where they did, to me, the brunt of their damage. There's a time where Kyler stepped up into the pocket and threw a deep ball down the field that looked very Russell Wilson-like. But aside from that, when they had their most sustained success over the course of this game in attacking this Rams defense, it was indeed with just short, intermediate, bubble screen, short, intermediate, bubble screen, short, intermediate, short. You know, it's not flashy. It's not something that's going to be it's going to take some time. It's going to eat time off the clock. You know, you're going to get drives sometimes where you're just getting field goals after all those conversions. But nonetheless, to me, as I watch this Ram team over the last few years, and we've gotten a lot of tape on them, we've got a lot of tape on how we've tried to attack him recently. And this is the thing that just stands out in watching how other teams who have success get that success. You have a Rams team that at times, for all of you that wanted that sort of de facto bare front to Seattle to be ran this year, where they would have the 3 defensive linemen and the 2 standing linebackers up on the outside, Rams are doing a lot of this right now. So the part of the methodology you need to understand about the Rams is they sort of give you, for the most part, they'll do a 4-man front, they'll mix it up, but they give you a little bit of that bare front, but yet then they still will cover with the 2 deep men. Or sometimes they'll split it up. They'll do a lot of different things, but they still find a way, bottom line, to protect usually against that deep ball while still putting a lot of heat up at the line of scrimmage. So you guys can think of this like that heat chart, where the defense hurts you. It's like it's red up here at the line of scrimmage, then it's red back here deep in the secondary, and then you have the blue right between them. The blue's right between them. So you can see with this, hey, they're putting an extra man on the front like that, like it's a 5-man front. When you have 3 plus the 2 outside linebackers, it's going to be harder to run in them, right? We've had a hard time running in them, haven't we? Well, they're covering against the deep play. We haven't been able to hit the deep shots against them as much. Probably going to be harder to hit that deep stuff. So you got to come back to the short and intermediate game. This is on top of the fact that we already are wanting to see this in the development of Russell Wilson throughout the season, because this is the offense that we have brought in. This is the offense that we're supposed to be operating out of. And it's kind of come and it's gone, and it's been really good in moments with Wilson, like it was 2 weeks ago. And this past game, he was still excellent, but he was excellent more in the old vintage Wilson style. And I love the old Wilson style. The old Wilson style is amazing, but the old Wilson style is going to need some help throughout the rest of this team that I don't think he has right now to be able to make that wholly how he plays. He doesn't have the dominant defense. He doesn't yet really have a running game that is consistent. These things are not going to allow him to just sit back there and be bombs away on his approach. We've got to come back into that short and intermediate stuff. This kind of flips to the other side of this as well, because I've watched a lot of Stafford tape this year, and Stafford, as we've seen as well, has had his high of high moments and then had some low moments and then back to high moments and a little bit of his own fluctuation in play. And I think he goes through a little bit of the same stuff that Russell does. He's got a lot of those same kind of gunslinger, mentality, tendencies, whatever you want to call it at play inside of him. And so he wants to let it rip down the field deep. And sometimes this is at the cost of just staying patient within the offense. There's a play in this past week's game with McVay on the sideline where It's a third down play, and Matt rockets the ball 25, 30 yards down the field and overthrows his guy, and you see McVay shaking his head, and I just had to think it as my mind's like he's shaking his head because he knows get the first down, get the completion. Why are you getting greedy here? As we've seen here. So it's interesting. You got both two veteran quarterbacks near the same age, played a lot of football. Both of them are taking a little bit of time to acclimate into their given offense. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised with Stafford, and this is a scary proposition, I know. If his health can stay together next year, if he doesn't look just even better than he's looked this year going into that Rams offense next year, especially if they're able to keep Odell, who, by the way, is looking very good for their offense. He is under the vid protocols along with Jalen Ramsey, two of their more notable names. Maybe misses the game, but I'll tell you what, for those folks who said that Odell was done, that he would add nothing to our offense, no, we don't need him. No, that he won't help us at all. He's helping the Rams. He's helping the Rams. And in helping them in a way that would be somewhat similar to what I would have liked to have done with him here to a degree. Now, again, we're hardly getting touches into DK Metcalf, so I probably have to just be quiet about this in general, but Odell's a threat, and if he's on the field this week, he's going to be a threat for them because you have to deal with Cooper Kupp. And Cooper Kupp right now is absolutely, balling doesn't even touch on what Cooper Kupp's doing. Leading the league in receptions, yards. He's on pace to set records. You watch him and you go, it's weird because you can see him usually in your screen, right? He'll play in the slots. It's not like the outside receivers where they disappear up the field and whatever magic tomfoolery they're doing out there as far as their body control goes, you don't really ever get to see until the ball's thrown to them after all that work has been done. With this guy, you see it all. It's right there on you because he's out of the slot. Or sometimes in this game, they had him up as the running back when Matt Stafford would be in shotgun on a third down, and then he just kind of drifts out there like a running back would. And defense will try. They'll try to squeeze it, but they're not getting there quick enough. They're not squeezing the zone fast enough. There's one play that Matt has where he hits Cooper Kupp on an end zone for a touchdown. It's a little 6-yard out route. The corner sees it coming. He knows it's coming, right? And Cooper's trying to patty cake his way with his feet to try to get the defender to bite into inside leverage rather than keeping the outside leverage to the out route. The defender's not biting it. Cooper still gets to the outside route, barely must be a half a yard of separation at most. I mean, the defender's right there. Stafford just throws a pill, and I'll tell you, those guys have a love affair like I've never seen for two guys that are just coming together. I mean, they are right on the same exact page exactly. Stafford just loves throwing to this guy. But again, this be kind of my final point in regards to Stafford. What you see on tape again remains that impatience I talk about with Russell is also there with Stafford. And what you can do with that, unlike Russell, who actually tends to protect the ball even when he's throwing the deep shots, Stafford's going to force stuff deep. Stafford's going to try to hit small holes deep down the field, where Russell will want to usually see it a little more clearer and open. And that's where you can take advantage of Stafford. I've always said the key with him is that he's going to throw you 1, 2, maybe even 3 balls over the course of the football game. Whether you pick him off or whether that bat's out of your hands or you have a dumb drop or something like that, probably will dictate whether or not you win that game or lose that game against him. So he's going to give you opportunities, take away the deep ball, play within the context of your defense, force him to be patient because I don't know that he's going to be. And I think you can have a little bit of success against this Rams team that right now they're, what are they at, sitting at 24th in the league in rushes. They also are, by the way, have Henderson in the COVID protocols. They're number 1 back, and Michelle's not been anywhere near as good as Henderson this year. So if they are to Michelle, you look at him as a 24th ranked team in running the ball, you go, maybe we're not going to have the running as much of a threat. We take away the deep pass. We force him to be patient. Bang, we get some turnovers, or we get a lot of more third down stops, get the ball back over to Russell and company. Maybe Penny continues to give you a little bit of juice in the running game. Russell sticks down to the short and intermediate stuff. You win the game, you're back on the road to a playoff. Bingo, bango, boom. Done. Easy, right? No problem. Here we go. Let's go. Make no mistake about it, folks. This is going to be the toughest game, I think, remaining of the year. And I even put the Cardinal game in there. I know the Cardinals right now just lost this game against the Rams, so technically they're not running away as much with things. And then that final game of the year may actually end up mattering a bit to both teams as far as a playoff position, being a division winner or not. Of course, the Cardinals just lost, it looks like, DeAndre Hopkins for the rest of the regular season today. So we'll see where they're at as far as their health-wise, how they're playing at that point in time in the year. But today's about the Rams. You take care of the Rams. I think this is, considering how tough they've played us recently, this seems to me and feels to me like your toughest game remaining. And if you can overcome this hump, you got a little bit of a downhill thing going until you can arrive then at the Cardinal game. You can protect players. You can kind of de facto maybe even rest guys against those Lions game, against maybe the Bears game. So you set yourself up well by winning this football game to kind of, win out, which we believe if we win out, we're going to probably get in the playoffs. I think all of us kind of firmly believe that at this point. So a big time game. The one last thing I'll say is offensively, outside of Russ being patient, outside of trying to continue to utilize Penny and some of his ability to really get you the chunk yardage in the running game, which has been missing for a while now, let's double team Aaron Donald this week. Let's not let the best defensive player on the opposition's team beat you. And the guy is still this year been absolutely freakish. I think he's really only not in the defensive player of the year discussion. It's a little bit of that like Jordan fatigue with MVP in basketball where they just get tired of voting for the same guy year in, year out. So they go, we got to give it to Myles Garrett or something this year. But the guy is playing every bit as dominantly as he ever is. They're now starting to flex him out to defensive end at times, which is freaking scary. It's already hard enough dealing with him on the inside. Now you're going to put him on the edge. And he's doing well on the edge, by the way. He's playing well when they kick him out defensive end. So look, double team him this game. Double team him a large part of the time. He is going to. He's been a wrecking shop. He broke Wilson's finger in the last game. I don't know what more evidence you need to make sure that you try to reinforce your ranks a little bit here. And it just, to my mind, again draws. I made this point when Russell broke his finger, and I'll make it again now. Aaron Donald has sacked, hit, harassed, been all over Russell Wilson more than any defender in Russell's 10-year period. Any defender. And yeah, granted, they both kind of came in around the same time. And, Donald's been the most, dominant defensive force, et cetera, et cetera. But if you look at those hits, hurries, sacks, all those, and you look down the line, I would reckon to guess a predominant amount of those were on the back of single blocking, one-on-one with Aaron Donald. And I think it's you probably get less of those stats, less of that impact, if you maybe try, if you can, to dial it back. It'll be hard because they've got Leonard Floyd, who's very talented as a pass rusher on the edge, and then they brought in Von Miller. So I'm not saying this is easy. If I'm the offensive coordinator, Waldron, this week, it's not a simple task what he's being asked to kind of draw up and fix up against, especially if he's got to trot out Jake Curhan out there. It just adds another layer of difficulty into the game plan as far as trying to just double team one guy. But boy, the amount of times you've had Aaron Donald just whoop you, maybe make somebody else have to be that guy this week. That's all I'm saying as far as offensively speaking. And again, if you go to that short and intermediate passing attack, it just helps against that pass rush all that much more because the ball is out of Russell Wilson's hand before they can even get to generate pressure. Just one of the upshots. Many of you are going to ask me for a prediction for this game. I know it. I know you are. You're going to force me to make a prediction. I'm a dreamer. I'm a hoper. I'm a prayer. I just kind of sit there and just kind of always look at the glass and, hey, okay, there's maybe only a couple drops in there, but I'm calling it half full, okay? And maybe it's my sheer optimism. Yeah. Maybe it's the impact I think that Vid's going to have on the Rams this week. I mean, no practicing and down a couple of stars potentially. Maybe it's just blind faith. But I still think they keep hope alive this week. They somehow find a way. I don't know how. I don't know when. I don't know why. But maybe it's my heart. I want to say it's my gut. It's probably just my heart. But I'm going to say our Seahawks squeeze it out on a last-second, fourth-quarter drive by Russell Wilson down the football field. Myers comes up, kicks in a 23-yard chip shot from the far hash. Right through, just splits the uprights down the middle. And the Seahawks hopes, and their season continues on. Mathematical elimination be damned. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm hopeful, folks. I hope you guys are hopeful. I hope I hope my contingent in here has not completely lost the faith. If you do like what you're listening to today, please do slam, hit, pound, destroy, obliterate, decimate. That like button. It does help this channel out considerably. And, look, if you're not subscribed, come on, jump on and subscribe. We just crossed 5,700 here. We're getting getting every bit closer here to 6,000. Hopefully we can get to that mark here before the end of the season goes. Be nice job, nice getting us going downhill into the next year of things. So I got some big plans coming up here for the channel. I'm going to be moving here soon to a new location where I'm going to be able getting up a full-time big green screen in the background and stuff. So we're going to be getting a little bit of production value back into this, some uploads back onto the channel here soon, some funny stuff. I've got a couple of ideas for some things. So bear with me on some of that stuff. I know I promised some expansion here on the channel of late, but you're going to be getting it soon. I'm in the works of putting it all together, and hopefully you guys will dig that coming up soon. And Kitty, if you're going to cry, you don't get to sit on the lap. You can get your loves, but no cries. Thank you, everybody, for watching again. Thank you for hopping on in. And, man, come on, Seahawks. Let's get this done this week. JDM, sup, Hawk fam? What's up, JDM? Go Hawks. I don't care if we win. I just don't want our whole team to get COVID. I don't either. I do care if they win, though. Ethan Techwell, what's up? Matthew, what's up? How you doing, Matthew? Weston, are these giant rumors gossip, or is there some legitimacy to them? So I'll unpack this a little bit, Weston. We had initially the reports from the Schultz, Benedict Arnold offspring of Howie, who sold our Sonics out of town. I'm just saying, if you've done evil once and it's run through the family, you're going to do evil again, okay? And that's all I'm saying with that. My opinion was initially on this, that this was a clickbaity mid-season article that was going to draw headlines and get the guy exactly what he wanted. A lot of clickbaiting, a lot of clicks. Ian Rappaport followed this up with sort of semi-confirming the story. Again, though, with Ian Rappaport, has been proven out recently with him, he's not exactly a pillar of journalism himself at this point. I'm not hating on Ian, but as was like shown with the Dalvin Cook situation that went down and how that all kind of went, he's part of the machine. He is certainly part of the machine. I have also, as you know, Weston, have for about the last year and a half said that if Russell Wilson does get moved, he's going to go to the New York Giants. And I have felt that in my bones if he does go. I didn't want him to go. I don't want to see him leave, but I think that is the natural place. So outside of the Giants and this coming from their direction of things, I don't think that there's anything true to these rumors at this time. I just feel like it's a little bit of dogpiling on the initial Schultz story, which, he got clicks for that. Let's add a little wrinkle to it. Then we can get clicks for that. And then somebody else goes, well, we'll add a little bit of a wrinkle to that and we'll get clicks for this. It feels a little bit like that. Maybe I'm just being a little, not ignorant, but, naive. That's the word I'm looking for. Maybe I'm being naive, but that's what it feels like to me, Weston. GoX05, tell Russ to embrace the quick passing game or Donald will do what he did to Kyler. Yeah, he got him a couple times in this last game. And look, how many times has he gotten Russ? If Russ needs any more reason beyond this is the new offense you're adapting to, this will help grow your game, this will help take your game to a new level. Hey, how about you don't let yourself get hit by Donald in this game as little as possible? And the best way to that is get that ball up out of your hand. So it will go a long way to aiding him. That is absolute. Ethan, hey Brandon. Brendan Nelson made a video talking about what the price would need to be in order to move on from Carroll. What are your thoughts? I think I could be wrong. I didn't have a chance to get to see the video, Ethan. I've been this year we're doing in between doing the videos, prepping for these videos, getting all this stuff done. Which, by the way, I forgot to get this going up. Let me get this up here. I always forget something here. My time just ends up getting cut down. I try to catch as much of Brendan's stuff as I can, but I sometimes just don't get a shot to get through all the stuff as I'm rolling. I don't know what he had said the price would have been for him. As I understand, it's $44 million to move on from Carroll. I think, or are you talking about if the price was to have to move on from Wilson, that was the price to move on from Carroll? Which, I would prefer to hold Wilson, but there's the thing with that, if that's what you're talking, because I think I saw him do that video, but if that's what you're talking about, I don't think there's any way that Wilson will want to stay here with Carroll moving forward. So that's the only thing with that. I just don't know if that's a feasible. But expand a little bit, Ethan. Let me know what you mean. My thing is, while it's not impossible to keep Russ and move on from Carroll, there are many hurdles and mazes that would need to be accomplished for us to continue with Wilson. I don't want to be like 8-8 Cowboys. I think the tipping point in this decision comes from the probability of another change in offensive coordinator if Carroll leaves. That is like Alex Smith. Okay, Kitty. I think I see where you're going with this, Ethan. In that you're saying essentially that it's going to be hard to keep Wilson if you move on from Carroll, and that it's sort of going to cost you Wilson to move. I don't buy in as much that Wilson's not going to want to remain here with Carroll gone. I think Wilson's natural heart on this, and this is proven out by the fact that he's never gone full in on I want out of town, get me out of town. I'm tired of this. You guys aren't appreciating me. Let me just go. Let me go. Just let me go. Just let me go. Just let me be. He's never gone to that point, despite there being reports of him being disgruntled. And I think that this is somewhat indicative that he would like this to work out here. He's been a guy that's tried to recruit players to come play with him here. I think that if Carroll's removed from this, he looks at that and goes, okay, the guy's removed who I love and admire and care here, but who is also somewhat holding maybe my career or holding back all that we could be getting out of my skill set, kind of by his old school approach. And I'm making a guess here. I don't know if that's what Wilson truly believes, but if that is where he's at, then if he gets a little more say on if Seattle goes, hey, how about this coach? We'll bring this coordinator. Wilson might get excited by that. The thing you have to consider with the coordinator they brought in with Waldron wasn't that Wilson had a list of any guy in the place that he wanted to pick. Wilson was given a select list of guys to pick from, and he picked Waldron from that select list. So it wasn't like he was getting his cherry pick of the litter there, right? He was getting sort of like, all right, we've got these 4 guys. Who you like? Well, I like this guy over here. Yeah, he's not on that list. He's not one of the 4 guys. Well, what about this guy over there? Yeah, 4 guys on the list, Russell. One of those guys. That's who you're going to. Yeah, but there's a guy up over here, man. He would be just Russ. The list, man. 4 guys. 4 guys. Yeah, but one of these guys is dead. Yeah, okay. One of these 3 guys, Russ. Smell you later. Let's go, Hawks. We need some miracles. We do need some miracles, man. I have been sprinkling holy water throughout my place all day. Smell you later says, I almost buried it, but I will still watch even if we lose playoff chances completely to see how they choose to move forward. Me as well, Smell you later. Me as well. Seahawks Gaming says, I'm surprised they didn't test Al Woods for PEDs. Al Woods is balling, man. And when I say Al Woods is balling, I don't just mean Al Woods is balling for a backup, sub, every once in a while starter at one tech, defensive tackle, a guy that takes up space. Al Woods is balling for a dominant defensive tackle in this league. If you look at guys like Vita Vea, Fletcher Cox, I believe Chris Jones, right now, at least from an analytical standpoint, Al Woods is having a better season than all 3 of those guys. He's balling. Ethan Tech World, my thing is, while it's not impossible to keep Russ and move on from Carroll, there are many hurdles. Sorry, I just read that. My bad. Emmanuel Mendehane, how you doing, Emmanuel? Hope you're well, and thank you for your patronage. Only way the Hawks win is if Aaron Donald gets vid, laughing out loud. Well, he does have a knee ailment he is also dealing with, so I don't think it's probably. I think he pretty much would need to be shot multiple times in order to be kept out of a football game. The guy is so he is unbelievably just gets out there every single game. Like, he never misses a snap, never misses a game, but he is fighting through a little bit of a knee thing. But he's scary, man. I'm tired of Donald. Donald has wrecked our Seahawks as much as any player against any of our teams out there in the history of Seattle sports. He has just absolutely crushed us. There was a guy, I don't know, and he's a dominant player on top of it, so he's crushed a lot of players. He's crushed a lot of teams, so it's not like we've had this against just some guys. Like, a really good player just happens to just beat the brakes off us. But boy, he has torn our game plans apart multiple weeks over in the years of playing him. Multiple games over, I should say. Robert Jimenez is celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Robert, thank you so much for your long membership, and of course a big donator to the channel as well. I appreciate you. He says, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Well, you are as well, Robert, and I do appreciate that, sir. Very kind of you to say. Robert, my blood, my brother, Pennington. How you doing, Rob? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, you caught me live, man. You caught me live. I'm rolling, baby. We're rolling live. Taga Kale. The Rams will put the final nail in the Pete Russ era coffin this Sunday. Don't count on it, Naga. Taga. Kale Taga. Kale Taga. Taga Kale. No, you're not. No, you're not. Nope. You pushed us into a corner. You put us in a dark alley with no way out. And we're not going to climb walls and scrape our nails off. We're not going to scream for help. We're not going to get down on our knees and plead you don't beat us down. We're going to come back at you like a raging animal fighting for its life. We're going to bite. We're going to rip. We're going to tear. We're going to... And I hope you're matching that energy. I hope you're bringing that energy. I hope you're ready for that team that is in that type of desperate state, because I think you're up in LA. I think you guys got sunglasses on and suntan lotion on, and you're looking at models. That's what I think. I think you're enjoying how nice and warm it is this time of the year while my team's being grinded in the cold, wet weather on a weekly basis. So you keep your hopes, Taga. You keep your pathetic hopes. This week we're coming for you. Believe it. Megan, how you doing? Good to see you on in the chat. Keldon, that's why you need Jimmy to beat the Rams. Why do we need Jimmy to? Well, yeah, we always need Jimmy to beat the Rams. That's always a good thing as well. No doubt about it. Ethan, if we are changing, Taga, no. No funerals this week, my friend. It's going to be a celebration. It's going to be a celebration because I'm going to tear those two horns apart and we're going to step on them. Okay? We're going to break those horns. You're going to have to operate the rest like a toothless saber-toothed cat without your horns the rest of the year because we're going to stepped on your horns and you guys won't recover, frankly. You won't recover. You'll go into a tailspin. I'm sorry I'm going to have to tell you this right now, but this is just the way it's going with the Rams right now. I don't make the rules, man. I don't make the waves. I just ride them. MSR Rook, this Rams still don't impress me on offense. They don't do what made them so good. The 12 personnel play action stuff that still works great, but no, they want to get all special with spread stuff. A lot of spread stuff in that last game. MSR Rook, very well said. I saw a lot of that on tape as well. Kind of surprising at times. I think that you're seeing a lot more of this spread stuff because there's so many defenses that tend to want to leave the extra linebacker on the field versus going to the corner. You're going to see it a lot this week as well for the same reasons, right? We're not going to take Brooks off the field and go to a dime. We'll stick in nickel and keep the two linebackers on the field. And then you're going to get the spread concept there. And so theoretically, now you're going to get a mismatch on the football field with a linebacker on a receiver. And then you can kind of also sort of force the defense at that point in time to play some zone. But with that said, they're under center, they had a little bit more luck going with other stuff. 11, 12 personnel, those have been some of their bread and butter personnel packages. So going to more of the spread stuff is a little bit counterproductive. I think I can't help but wonder a little bit, Rook, if as well they're going to some of that because of the lack of effectiveness in their running game. You've got to have a little bit of that threat of that run there, and it's really not been there for them throughout most of the season. But very good point. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul Third. You are awesome, my man. I appreciate you. He says, do we dare be optimistic? AD lives for this matchup. No. Hey, I'm optimistic. And I think that our team's going to be wanting to roll out there. Now, I don't have a lot to base this on from the team we showed this year, admittedly. We ain't been a good team. We're in the bottom cellar dweller right now. We're on the outside looking into the playoffs. But I don't care. This is a team that is tremendously talented. You potentially right now are running with might eventually come out to find 3 Hall of Famers when this is all said and done. If DK continues on his ascent, I'm not calling him that right now. I'm just saying, like, we look at this game in retrospect 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the line. You got the talent on this team to get this done. You got the pass rush to get. You've got it there. They've underperformed up until this point. This isn't a team that's completely bereft of talent. It's just a team that hasn't quite performed to where they should be performing, frankly. If they can tap into that, they can get to it. That gives me hope. And they know what they need to do here. This ain't no new opponent, nothing new under the sun. They know how they got to attack this Ram team. They know what the plan of attack last season in the playoffs. It's going to be very much probably similar to the plan of attack here in this game. But you've got to execute it. That's going to be the key. You need a new concept in order to go at them. It's executing the concept at hand, in my opinion. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. You are awesome. My kind madame. Says, greetings all. Just found out I have a fractured shoulder blade, so I'm not sure how long we'll be here, due for a new shoulder strap. I'll tell you what, Megan, I did a video this summer, and I was doing a green screen thing, and I reached my arm back like this, right? And I did something on the back of my shoulder at that point, and it has been hurting since then. It gets like 1% better every 3 days. And I'm just getting back to the point now where I don't think I had a fractured shoulder blade, but I don't know. My shoulder's been funky too, so maybe you're having some sympathy fracturings going on over there, Megan. You're having some sympathy fractures, because those shoulder injuries hurt, and they just suck because you always feel them. Mr. Summer Obi says, Cup blocks like an all-pro as well. He does. Sensational receiver, which, by the way, folks, one of my more cringiest moments being out here in Spokane that I heard on the radio. They have a local radio crew here. A couple years ago, I was listening to their morning radio stuff, and they were talking about, or it was an afternoon show, I guess, here. And I told this story before, but they were talking about when Cooper Kupp was coming out of Eastern, and they were really hyped on him. And a Seahawks scout was in town watching him, and they go, yeah, what about that Cooper Kupp? And by the way, this is a Seahawks scout who is still, I believe, a part of this organization. And the Seahawks scout came into town, and the guy said, yeah, Cooper Kupp, man, he is sensational, isn't he? This guy on Eastern, he's going to be a player in the NFL, isn't he? And that Seahawks scout said, I don't think he can play. He can't play. Small school guy, he just can't play. Rams go out and pick him in the second round. Guy's leading the league in catches and yardage. Man, that one hurt to hear. You know, it's one thing to miss a guy and go, well, we see more of Kupp as like a fourth round guy. You know, I don't have the level of competition. I do wonder a little bit on on some of his metrics, blah, 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 right? But I don't think he can play at all. Like, he probably won't really be on. It's almost like the way he said it was almost like he won't even be on our draft boards. We won't even have him really even there ranked. Like maybe an undrafted guy we'd like make a flyer on. Huh? Not that I'm gonna knock our Seahawks. They're good at they can be hit and miss with their wide receivers, right? Like, yeah, they get their DKs and their Tylers, you know, but there's also the Gary Jennings and Amara Darbos and Chris Harper's in there too, who end up don't even making the team out of training camp. Go Hawks 05, please, for the love of all things holy, do not single block Aaron Donald. Yeah, don't do it. I mean, go back and watch this past game against the Cardinals and Rams. I watched both of these two games that they played this year. The first game, the Cardinals committed to double teaming Aaron Donald, and they absolutely lit it up against the Rams in LA. In this past game, there were times I'm watching, and it was like, man, there's a lot of single blocking going here. And I was wondering if maybe it was because of Von Miller's presence, in that once you got Leonard Floyd and Von Miller, now you just can't afford a double team on the inside like that. But sure seems like it'll help you to going out and doing so. Go Hawks 05 says, official prediction, 23-21, Hawks nail biter, but ultimately we end up winning the turnover battle and win it on a 36-yard field goal late in the fourth. All right, I'm going to go Hawks 05. I'm glomming onto your score, 23-21. Let's make this happen. Let's make this as a psychic energy thing happen. 23-21. I'm riding with you. I said 23-yard field goal, but 36 yards, a little longer. That's more exciting. Let's go with that. 36-yard field goal to win at 23-21. Me and Go Hawks 05. Who's riding with us? Who's riding with us today? Who's still on this bandwagon? Ethan says, the team that physically broke Russ, this will be the game where we see an angry Russ. I bet Russ is pacing back and forth at the opportunity to get some revenge. Serve it cold. Oh, he's in the cell, dude. He's back and forth. He's like that tiger that just, don't anybody let him out. Don't anybody let him out. No, don't do it. You do it. You better be careful. You better be ready for what's coming. You do it. You do it. He's gonna go crazy. Men will lose their lives. I'm just saying. Well said. Randall McDaniel coming in with a big $20 donation because he always does, because he's always awesome, because this is one of my OGs on this channel, long time, since basically the beginning, right, Randall? Since the dawn of man here on this channel, you've been a long time member on this channel, subscriber on this channel, and of course donator to the channel. Thank you so much, Randall. I really do appreciate it. He says, I'd like to see them come out with and run past Russ a bit, loosen the D up. They would expect it. They wouldn't expect it, I think is what you meant. Let Russ be dynamic. Randall, you touch on a good thing. We've seen a little bit less of Russ at times leaning into his legs, which is something I thought for sure was going to come back more into bear when he got back off the injury, that he would lean to his legs a little more often. I know he's maybe lost a little bit of speed and of his elusiveness through time, but he still has moments there where you see him break the pocket and there's room in front of him. Maybe it's only for 6-7 yards, but it's 6 or 7 yards. And we're talking about moving the chains and keeping the third drive down, keeping the drives going, converting our third downs. This is what's going to help you do that, is allowing him from time to time to use his legs to go up. He doesn't have to run 10 times in the game. 6, 7, like runs where he drops back, doesn't see it, gets a little hole to get through, squeezes through the hole, goes up for 6 or 7 yards. This would be the game to do it. Well said, Randall. I agree 100%. Let Russ be dynamic. I certainly think you've got to run a little bit of balance in this approach as far as this team goes. But as well, I think the Rams team is pretty decent against the run. Sometimes they give up some runs. Sometimes they're really stiff. It seems almost week by week it changes a little bit, but you can get them, I think, if you're patient in your drive. The thing it always comes back to with this, Randall, is just committing to moving the chains, committing to the long drives, not necessarily always looking for that deep shot, as we see sometimes their tendency to do. But thank you, Randall, so much for the $20 donation, my kind sir. You are awesome, as always. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan, coming in hot with multiple donos. Says, I have 3% improvement in 3 years, so I'll take that. Well, yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm for being my age where I am, I could have a lot more things that are dodgy and hurting and all that other stuff. So, and it is getting better. So it's weird that it just gets better that slowly, and especially when I hate getting older and getting injured, not doing anything. You just don't, not even like fall down, just you do, like you lift your arm wrong and you're injured. And like, really, this is where I'm at. This is life now. I have to be careful on raising my arm, Always give those old guys a hard time as they're walking through the parking lot so slow. You're like, come on, dude, let's go. I can see now. Stuff hurts. Stuff just hurts. Megan says, there's no way we can play like we have the last few weeks and expect to beat the Rams. You probably got to play a little bit more buttoned up, even more than you have. I think you've been on the road to start to tighten it down in certain respects, Megan. Let me back it up with a couple things. I think you've nailed down stopping the run, which of course is where our defense starts, right? You've limited the big play mostly, at least especially as far as hitting deep shots down the football field, which is also to the base designs of the defense. You've had moments of starting to generate some pass rush. It still has too many times throughout the course of the game where it's not quite there. Offensively speaking, you're not really you are turning the ball over with Gerald Everett, but it's not your quarterback doing it. He's still playing solidly as far as protecting the ball goes. So you're usually going to win the turnover battle if Gerald Everett didn't go out the night before and drink. And now you start to have Rashad Penny give you a little bit of a boom, a little bit of explosion in the running game, which has been absent. You've really been running out guys that are kind of just grinders, 3 yards in a cloud of dust type dudes, which aren't going to make a defense slide out of cover 2 and bring a defender up into the box, which of course is the thing that we are. I know what Russell Wilson is just, he is thirsty for, to get that one of those safeties out of that back end so he can start attacking down the field again. That's going to happen when you can make the run element a little bit more dangerous and dynamic. They got to play better, Megan, so I agree with you 100% on that. But I don't know. I think they will, and I think they've been on the road to getting here. They're not just flipping a switch from playing crappily last week and playing crappily the week before. They've been things are getting better and better and better along certain lines, in my opinion. BD Boy not playing Houston, laughing out loud against the Seahawks secondary. The cup will runneth over. Seattle are not winning in an away game in LA. Stop deluding yourself that you don't suck and belong in the postseason. No, I believe what I say. And okay, so let me see here. If I'm not mistaken, didn't we just go into LA last year and beat you in LA? So, let me see here. 23-16. Okay. So, I mean, we did it last year with a lot of the same roster we got now. Maybe even a little bit better roster than we got right now. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, BD. We'll see. You get props for the runneth over comment. That was solid stuff. Chris Nape, Donald is the best interior defensive lineman I've ever seen. Before everybody fires Pete and trades Russ, let's see how we do. We need to throw a 5-yard completions on first down or second down. Agreed, Chris. Short and intermediate passing. Short and intermediate passing. That is where the holes are in this Rams defense. It is in the in-between, so to speak. Nobody's talking about the fire this week. This is time. That's definitely a conversation for another day as far as all that stuff goes. And Donald is phenomenal. Aaron Donald is absolutely an amazing player. I mean, he is going to be looked on as one of those, I believe, Mount Rushmore type defensive players. You know, your guy that you look at, Lawrence Taylor, you know, probably a Mount Rushmore type player. You guys probably have as good of suggestions as any on this. You know, maybe you would put I don't know if you go maybe Reggie White on that. You know, I'm talking about defensive linemen right now. Let's not go for linebackers and all that stuff, but just, you know, linemen. He would be one of their guys who'd have to be there. And his dominance, and not just how dominant he's been a guy that just wrecks. When I say wrecks game plans, he's not just our Seahawks, he does this too. You'll see him just completely destroy offenses on a weekly basis, almost single-handedly at times. And I've never quite seen an interior defensive tackle player ever do that before. Not that consistently. Yeah, you'll get guys that for flashes in a game might do that. But over the just game after game, just wrecking shop and just being so utterly dominant in the way he is. And he's not doing it by being like a Shaquille O'Neal defensive tackle who's just so much physically better than everybody. He's sub 6 feet, you know, maybe 6'1" on a good day, maybe. I think he's probably more 6-ish. Maybe 300 pounds, probably 295, but just goes up there and just absolutely just dominates people. Dominates. Quickness, strength, nothing in his game that isn't good. The one thing you can sometimes do is run at him, but even that is mixed results. And no doubt about it, he has been a phenomenal player in this league, the best defensive player in this league for 10 years. You know, the best. I don't think you can point to anybody else. He's been there. There's not even a close number 2 in my opinion. Not as consistent for as long. Ethan says, maybe hopefully Waldron and Russ have some secret sauce that they didn't show last week. This is the week to serve that. Yep. Time to mix some sauces in the back. Get a little bit of those spices out. Goalie Cobb, no Hawks fans are counting on beating the Rams. They've owned us since the Jeff Fisher days. It has been a long time of them own us. I can't deny that. Megan says, my 12's flag arrived yesterday too, B. Oh, just in time, Megan. Just in time to rise it high and proud this week, hopefully. Chris, if we can keep Russ upright, we can win. Stafford will give you a couple of INT chances. Right, this guy talking about the Giants is rubbish, like his father. I'm glad you don't want Russ to get traded. I don't, Chris, and of course I do this. I'll definitely make sure I try to say it as much as I can too, Chris, because it's very hard as we discuss a lot of the possibilities of this upcoming offseason, where it goes from what I think will happen to what I want to have happen. And so I always like to start these conversations out by saying, if I'm the general manager, if I'm the guy in charge, if I'm sitting above John Schneider and above Coach Carroll, and I've got my opportunity, whatever way I go with the coaching staff and general managership, let's not talk about that for the moment. Let's just talk about Russell Wilson. My first and foremost pen would be to keep Russell Wilson and accommodate him here. And I've pretty much maintained that line for a pretty long time now, as far as where I stand with it. And I think that that's the best track for us to get back to winning ways, a less of a longer time to have to rebuild to go in that direction. And yeah, I think the Giants stuff is rubbish too. I do. I like I said, I have predicted if he is traded for, it probably would be to the Giants, but it's somebody just doing some of that math and then drumming up an article, which it works. People click on it. People read it. They get probably whatever they get, ad money or whatever for doing it. So it makes out for them, but it doesn't make it the truth. That's for sure. Dr. Von Wiggles. I like Dr. Von Wiggles. We will play Stone Forsythe. I think he's better than Shell. They're going to go with Jake Curran, my guy. Curran's your guy out of right tackle. And Curran, by the way, 76.1 Pro Football Focus rating this last game against the Texans. Was he challenged? No, not in the way he's going to get challenged this week if he has to play. But I keep selling short on Jake. I keep saying Jake's going to be at best a backup tackle in this league moving forward. He doesn't get me all that excited. But he keeps proving himself out every time he's put into action. He was almost at a dominant level through the preseason. He gets thrown in at left guard last week against the 49ers. And while he didn't grade out particularly great, he still accommodated himself well for a position that he's nowhere near a natural fit for. And now he goes out and plays right tackle against the Texans last week, and he's one of our top 6'5" rated guys in this game by Pro Football Focus. He's been really good. I do think he's going to get his butt beat this week by Von Miller, though. This is the worst matchup for him from an athletic profile standpoint. Dr. Vaughn, you're almost kind of more right on that. This would maybe be the week to put Stone out there because it leaves Stone's fleet of foot enough to stay with some of the edge rushers, whereas Jake's definitely going to be he's going to be holding on for dear life out there. Let's not crush Jake if he has a couple holding calls this week trying to keep Russell from getting killed. But maybe that's where you were going with that, Dr. Vaughn. If so, that's pretty smart because Stone would be a better pass protector out there. But Jake balled out last week. He balled out. Puff, hey, how you doing, Puff? He says, hey, Brando, how you doing, my guy? He says, let's go Hawks. Let's go. Double team Donald every play. Play man-to-man. We could definitely pull out a win. We are long overdue. We got this. I will be stress drinking come Sunday. Well, I will be stress rocking probably come Sunday. So it's going to be, this is where you start to get really worried, right? Watching these games. You already get a little nervous. You already get a little bit tension filled normally as games are played. But when you know that there's really something on the line that, oh my God, we're kind of into that. This is our season a little bit sort of situation here. It's kind of our season. You're hoping your team brings it. It makes you a little nervous, a little on edge. Goldie Cobb says Russ does it sneaky with leaks to his agent. I don't know. The thing with this latest news in the Schultz article that I continue to maintain is I don't understand the value to Russ's camp in leaking these stories. The groundwork that needed to be laid for his eventual departure, if his eventual departure happens this offseason, was laid this prior offseason. Doing this now, leaking this stuff now, is redundant. It's only harming him from a public relations standpoint, which would be the whole point of leaking this information in the first place. So I just can't quite buy it's him. I could be wrong on this, but I don't buy it's him. Mike P says, if we tie the Eagles at 9-8, who gets the tiebreaker? It seems feasible. I believe that it would go to who has the better conference record. It's conference or division, I believe. And right now, as I look at the conference record, the Eagles are 4-4, while the Seahawks are 2-6. So that would not be a good tiebreaker. If it's that. If it's division, Seattle is currently 2-2 in the division, whereas the Eagles are 0-2 in their division. So being that Seattle would need to basically kind of win out anyway, that would put them at 4-2 in their division, and I think that would place them better. The Eagles have a chance at that point to match it because they've only played 2 games in their division. They've got a lot of division games left. So I don't know. I'll have to look that up. I'll let you know that on Sunday, Mike. I'll go look that up and we'll get you an answer for that on Sunday. But I think it's either division or conference. Somebody in the chat will know. Dr. Vaughn says keep Pete but lose Schneider. He can't pick talent. Well, don't forget, Dr. Vaughn, Pete has oversight on Schneider. So a lot of these bad picks you might not have liked through the years, or bad signings that we've done through the years, might as everybody have much to do with Pete as they do with Schneider. Or Pete having even more say than Schneider in making those moves. Like, let's say, the Jamal Adams deal. The Goldie Cobb, if no head-to-head... so here we go, Mike P. Thank you, Goldie Cobb. He says, conference record is the next tiebreaker. Okay, so conference record is going to be the one, which we might be in trouble on that one. Now, the Eagles do have, like I said before, because they've only played 2 division games, they obviously, at that point, i.e. have a lot more conference games left because they've got to play within their own division, which would be a conference game. But Seattle is sitting at 2-6. We've got the Lions and the Bears that would put us up to 4-6. We beat these two teams out. That puts us at 6-6 as a conference record. So let's go look over at the Eagles then. Eagles are 3-5. So the Eagles right now are just double checking this. No, the Eagles are 4-4. So they're already up. They got a little bit of a head start there. 4-4 in their conference record. But again, they got a lot of division matchups left, right? So let's say they get to the 9-8 place. They beat Washington. Let's say they beat Washington twice, lose to the Cowboys, and beat the Giants, which would put them at 9-8. So then that would give them, then. It's tripping me out because then that gives them 2 more wins. Yeah, because they got to have 3 wins. So that would give them 3 more wins in the conference. So that would put them at 7. They would get in. So if the Eagles end up at 9 and they end up in. We need them to beat the Washington, then we need them to lose the Giants. We need them to lose twice. Right? So we need the Eagles to lose twice. We can't end up in a tiebreaker situation with the Eagles. That would be no bueno. God, that sucks, man. We did not do good on the tiebreakers this year, folks. It was not a good tiebreaker year. Just wasn't. Golden Cobb says 70 yards for Penny, over or under. Let me double check. Let me make sure that let me verify and make sure I'm right on the Rams being pretty good against the run. I'm speaking out of having watched the Rams this year and just them seeming like they stopped the run pretty well. So I think I'm just looking at the stats on this. Yards allowed. If they're bottom 20, I'm gonna give you Seahawks are leading the league in passing, giving up passing yards. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right, let's go to rushing here and take a look. Yeah, they're stingy. They're stingy. Under, man. We're gonna have to get done what we get done in this game in the passing attack. Bottom line. That's just the bottom line. So Goldie Cobb, I go under. Penny's he'll have 63 yards in this game. Paul Third, is the best Seattle can do the 7th seed? Cowboys should be the opponent for that bracket. What do you think of that matchup? Wouldn't be a great one. They've got a lot of pass rushers that they can send at you. They're getting healthy right now at the right time of the year with that pass rush. Randy Gregory, Lawrence coming back. You've already got Micah Parsons playing at almost defensive player of the year type area of things. Diggs on the outside is taking advantage of that pressure. Quinn's got the defense playing awesome. Their offense is dynamic and puts up points. Hard to favor us in that matchup. Hard to say that we have that we would be able to get the better of that, especially playing in Dallas in that game. They're going to be relatively healthy and ready to roll, and yeah, I don't know. I think that they would probably overwhelm us with just a little bit too much. We probably wouldn't be able to do enough with that pass rush, and then defensively, they would put points up on the board. Kind of like you saw Dak doing last year against us in Seattle. Lance Johnson, Russ and DK for Giants, 2 firsts and a D and a second. In 2023-24, first and seconds. 2 firsts and a second. So we'd end up with 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks. I need more than that, Lance. Like, Russ is worth 3 first-round picks on his own. So if Russ is worth 3 first-round picks at that point, you know, you're you're essentially only getting 2 second-round picks for DK Metcalf. And that's not, I mean, it's close, I guess, to value for him because I don't know, his baseline may be like a first and a third or first and a fourth, which I guess 2 seconds could be considered that, but the fact it's a future second throws that out for me. So it's, I need more. I want more if you're going to make me give up all that. Jeffrey says it might be the time for an Aaron Donald Seahawks backfield montage video called "A Call for a Double Team for the Love of God." Jeffrey, you stole a thought in my mind. That's why you remember, man. I was thinking of doing this week. I didn't know if it would be too negative, but I was going to go and look back on all Aaron Donald sacks on Wilson and grab up all the all 22 tape and then just post it on the channel. But I thought I already do enough negative. I already have negative content up, my draft reaction the last 3 seasons. I'm already a bitter SOB about stuff. So it's I don't know how well that would land with the subs. But I thought about doing it to make my point, Go Hawks 05 says the 12s will take over SoFi Stadium. It goes without saying. LA fans have other things to do, man. They got other places to be. Tim says, Keldon, the Tim Jobs, are you talking? Oh, Tim Jobs. We got Tim in the house. Tim coming in, firing shots. Mike, I think we tie Eagles at 9-8 for the 7th spot, but lose the tiebreaker to the Eagles. They would be 7-5 conference. Hawks 6-6. Really need the 49ers to collapse. Yep. Well said. That does look like the case to me too, Mike. Average Brendan Nelson fan, or Goldie Cobb, sorry. I think average Brendan Nelson fan and Goldie, Randall might have accidentally just deleted your message on there. He didn't mean to. His phone got in the pocket on that. So it just times out for a 2-second period. You'll come back right in. It happens. But we need Randall in there. My mods in here doing their good work because they take care of the trash that'll come in from time to time. Randall says, do some yoga for that shoulder. A little downward dog will stretch that puppy out. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I got to get my pull up and my dip bar back too. That thing helps. I think shoulder hangs and stuff help it kind of pop back in and get it in the right spot too. I've been moving around so much in the past year, just haven't had a chance to kind of get all my normal setup right. Randall says Hawks didn't draft Cooper Kupp because of his spark score. Maybe not. I don't know, man. When the scout was that dismissive about when he was just that dismissive about him as a player overall. I mean, that sometimes is more than just the spark thing. To me, that's more like, well, you saw the tape and it didn't show you he could do it with the tape. Brian Smith says, laughing out loud, Kupp, Seahawks scouts rock. Kevin DeClerc, this has been the Aaron Donald versus Russell Wilson show for years. 2 of my favorite NFL players. Never gives up. Well said, Kevin. I've got this. I've got a slideshow going over on my left shoulder. At the start of this slideshow, you guys will see I've got about a cut up of about 9, 10, 11 different pictures from different games over the course of the years here with Russell and Donald, of just shots of Donald with his hands on Russ fighting like a UFC fighter being taken down with a guy who's got side control or top control on him, and he's like, Jesus, get this thing off of me. It's pretty nuts. The guys have definitely had their share of fights over the year, and I'll tell you, Donald's kind of had the better end of it, it seems like at times. And not because of Russ's fault. It's not Russ's fault. They've never gotten a good pass protecting guard. That's really been a little bit at the heart of it, is that you're never going to neutralize, shut down Aaron Donald. He's too good, but you can dial him back a bit. He doesn't need to completely wreck your shop every single time you play him. AI, I played against Cooper Kupp's dad in college. He was the quarterback for PLU. Was he good, AI? Was he good? Can you see some of the AI, when you see Cooper Kupp moving on the field, does he move a little bit like his dad at all? Where you can kind of see maybe just everyone's got a little bit of a different gait, Chris Snape says, I know this is blasphemy, but Kupp reminds me of Steve Largent. No, it's an okay comparison to make. I only get sensitive, Chris, when people make the Largent comparisons to slot receivers only, like Wes Welker or whatever. That's where I start to bristle. But if you're going to compare him to a guy who can play and does play on the outside as well as Coop does, he's not just an inside guy, then I'm okay with doing it. He's not got the ability to get deep and open deep like Largent. I think for his time, Largent had sort of sneaky speed. And while Kupp's got quickness and good speed within about the first 10 yards or so, I don't know if he's got some of what Largent had with a little bit of almost long speed to him when he really got out there and opened up. But with that said, it's a reasonable comparison. Brian says Spark Score. Yeah, good old Spark Score. Randall says Cooper Kupp went to Davis High School down here in Yakima. So did Taylor Stubblefield, who went to Purdue with Breeze. I love that name. I always remember the name from my childhood, Randall. It's always Stubblefield. Held NCAA records, reception records, facts with Drew Brees. Okay. It was Dana Stubblefield. That's who I remember, Brandel. Not Taylor, but Dana Stubblefield. Was that the former Niner defensive tackle, I think? All these old names. They all start to run together after a while. Average Brendan Nelson fan. You hear Bobby Wagner is on pace to break Ray Lewis's tackle record. Tackle record in a single season. He has one more game, but still impressive. Still impressive nonetheless. Absolutely still impressive nonetheless. And he's not doing it in his prime, as I believe that Ray Lewis did when he got that single season record. Bobby's doing it kind of at the end of his prime. And he might end up breaking that before that last game comes even, because he's at such an astounding pace. I might today, because we don't have a ton of, we got a bunch of people in here, but I might today read. I did an article for my members only a couple weeks ago on Bobby Wagner in assessing his greatness. And I'm wanting to do a video on this as well to really kind of highlight this, because I think you could make the argument, and it's not even a hard argument to really be made, that when you look at all of the Legion of Boom players, and I'm not just talking defense, I'm talking about, let's go offense. I include everybody, Legion of Boom era team, let's say. Offense, defenses, the whole works. And you say, who was the best player at their position all time in their ranking? Who got the highest at their positional group in their all-time ranking than anybody else? Is it Richard Sherman? Is it Cam Chancellor? Is it Earl Thomas? Is it Russell Wilson? Is it, not Marshawn Lynch, obviously. There's too many running backs. But I think, honestly, the guy that actually does get the highest is Bobby Wagner. And I think after this year, he cracks the top 5 all-time middle linebackers in NFL history. He just passed by Brian Urlacher on the all-time tackle mark, and he's done it in about 3.5 seasons quicker than Urlacher did. Pretty astonishing. Pretty astonishing. I don't know if it's true, but it seems like Bobby's probably one of the best all-time tackle per game guys. And he's been sort of what I call quiet greatness a little bit in how he goes about his pace, but it's amazing. He's cementing his greatness by this, what he's doing with his tackle record. I know some people love to just harp on the fact that tackles don't matter. I tend to laugh at that a little bit. Yeah, they're not maybe the most important stat to pay attention to, but there's enough guys that make business decisions in this modern NFL that you should be paying attention to those guys who put their nose in there and bring the guy to the ground. Who's willing to get in there and do that dirty work that needs to be done by somebody. Somebody's got to step up and take that 245 pounds of muscle and explosiveness and bring him to the ground. And Bobby does it better than anybody else in the NFL in the last 10 years. He is the middle linebacker of his generation. Hawks are the ace. Brandon, as it is snowing in Spokane, was curious because I drive semi for FedEx, was coming through the way tonight. Would you appreciate the weather update? By the way, how you doing, brother? Go Hawks. Go Hawks, man. Well, I'm looking out my window. It's not falling here yet, and I'm sitting in Spokane at the moment. So it hasn't quite landed here, but they've been predicting we're about to get decimated. Next time you guys might see me here on the channel, I might have my nose up to snow here and be reporting from behind. But I do appreciate that, man. You stay safe out there, because when it drops, it's going to drop, I think, pretty heavy when it does fall. We're up into mid-December here without any snowfall, and that means that it's just kind of building up, I think. And go Hawks. Hawks are the ace. But it's clear so far, but they've been saying all day it's coming. They've been saying it's coming down the track. So, but I'd know if it was going right now. It's clear at the moment, but it's ready any point in time. Megan says, I tripped and fell full body weight, ripped all rotator cuffs and broke the point of the shoulder joint, and also snapped my collarbone in half and now a fractured shoulder blade. Oh man. My shoulder's like having sympathy, just aches hearing that, Megan. Gosh, well, get better, get right, take care of that thing. Do all of the rehab stuff they send you through too, because that does help you on the healing. I know it does. Sorry to hear that. Oof. Randall says, I don't think Ray Lewis had a single season tackle record. Could be wrong. I remember Eugene Lockhart had well over 200 tackles in a year back in the 90s. I don't think that they were. It was like the stats. I think were only if it was the last. They're referencing Randall the last 20 years. So I think that technically somebody had more sacks in a given year prior, but it's like the last 20 years is I think what they're referencing, because they've only technically started counting the tackle stat about that time. And so while he didn't necessarily have in the season, they didn't technically track it, I guess. I don't know. I might be speaking out of school on that. Jeffrey Thistle, win or lose, we're going to see the best version of the Hawks. They always play the Rams hard, especially when they're desperate like this, right, Jeffrey? Especially when they need this game as bad as they do. I would expect you're going to get the best of them this week because of that. And God, I hope so. I hope they're ready to go, because you're going to need everybody ready to fight this game. This is a good Rams team. They went all into the trade deadline with Von Miller and the Odell Beckham trades. And they might be a little light with this vid situation, but you can't count on that. You got to bring the full thunder and force. You got to bring the reckoning. Goldie Cobb says Niners are about the only team we win tiebreakers against. For sure. It's very, very true. Jason, no. Did you watch last season? You're responding to somebody there. Brian says, incorrect, Brandon. Rams won the game in L.A. last season. Hawks beat in Seattle. Goff broke his finger during... Am I remembering this wrong? I could be remembering wrong. It's not the first time I've gotten something wrong. Let me see. I want to double check this, though. Why did I think we won that game? Man, I hate misremembering stuff. Okay, hold on here. Just hold on 1 second. Oh, you're right. I did misremember it. We won at home. Wow. Am I thinking of the year before? It's 2019 I'm thinking of. No, we lost in 2000. Okay, so we don't win in LA. I was wrong. My bad. I stand corrected, Brian. I stand corrected. So maybe we don't win in LA very often. AI says maybe Reggie White. He is the standard. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Reggie. I mean, I really count more Lawrence Taylor as an edge rusher. I know he does linebacker stuff as a 3, but when you get to those 3-4 outside linebackers, I kind of think of them in that same vein as like the defensive ends. Yeah, I think that's probably. I'm trying to think if there was somebody else that jumped out. I mean, I'm sure some people could bring up some old school guys, but I can't think of, even when you watch the old school tape, seeing a player that just wrecks shop from the middle like Donald does. Probably somebody. Bruce Smith would be on the Mount Rushmore, says Mr. Summerobi. Yeah, you probably would put him up on there. Probably be a good name to stack up on there. Probably well-deserved being there. Yeah. It does become hard a little bit if you're coming down to saying, well, is it Bruce Smith or is it Aaron Donald? And that's like, we start getting to that's kind of a tough conversation to have, right? Because when you look at defensive tackles, they have a more uphill climb to getting to the quarterback than the edge guys do. They're going to have a lot more double teams, and you can say all you want about, well, they should split the double teams. They should be able to beat the double teams. Well, yeah. Players that get double teamed tend to be less effective in their pass rushing game. Doesn't matter how great they are or how bad they are. It sort of affects everybody in that fashion when you get double teamed at a pretty consistent basis. And I'm sure Briss got double teamed to a certain degree, but not to the level that Donald did. And it wasn't as standard back then to double team guys, and especially with the chip block game and all that, as much as it was back, not as much back then when Smith played. But if you had to choose, to me, I don't know. Maybe here's another thing. So Summer OB, you can make an argument Smith belongs up there over Reggie, and that he had probably way more production than Reggie. But then was Reggie the brighter star? Did Reggie have a bigger peak? And then is the bigger peak offset the longevity? I mean, man, we get into some nerdy conversations here at this point. We do, but these are the conversations I think that are fun. Casio Ferrari says, isn't LA the vacation city for most Seahawks players? So Phi Stadium is our party house. They're about business this week, Casio. That's off-season stuff. Okay, that's just off-season stuff. Right now is all business time. Right now we're buttoned up. Right now we got the tie up near the neck. You know what I mean? Everything's tucked in. So that's off-season. Matt Randall says Bruce Smith, Reggie White, Donald Taylor. That'd maybe be a good 4 to go with. That's maybe a solid 4. Let's see if somebody's got a name to unseat that. But I think that's a pretty good name for 4 guys. You only get 4 for the Rushmore, right? We can't add a 5th. I think those would be your 4 dominant pass rushers that truly were your game record type guys on the defensive line. I think I'm sure somebody's going to be screaming in the chat about us missing somebody. Warren Sapp, Donald's Warren Sapp 2.0. He's just a different player than even what Sapp was. I almost feel like it's almost a slap in his face. And I know Sapp's like a Hall of Fame guy, but it's almost like a backhanded slap to even say Donald's in the league of Sapp. Like he's even above that, to me at least. Paul Third says, did Randall not just see the Kyler be contained by the Rams defense? RPO is not the way to beat the Rams. 49ers have the blueprint. It's short passing and good tight end play. Everett, do your job. I'm never a fan with the RPO either with Russ just because he's not really much of a threat to ever keep it. And I don't know if he can be much of a threat to do anything with it if he does keep it. But again, I would like to see Russ use his legs a little bit when the opportunities present themselves in this game through the natural course of the play. Yep, I think short passing, tight ends included in that. That's the way to go in this one. Lean into it. Goldie Cobb, you have so many holes on your team with a high-paid quarterback. I think you have a better chance with a game manager and a good defense and a team around him. Yeah, I mean, it's not about having having a high-paid quarterback is going to set you back. It is. And the data supports this in every way, shape, and form. But you can also do things to help to overcome that in the right way. In Seattle, instead of taking that high-paid quarterback and really building around him, took that high-paid quarterback and said, okay, we're paying you this money, so now you need to elevate a lack of talent on the offensive side of the ball so that we can build up a super defense. Meanwhile, they never actually ended up building up a super defense. They just poured a lot of assets into that side of the ball with some suboptimal returns. So that's really the problem at hand, not necessarily just the highest paid quarterback, but all the decision-making that goes along with that. It always gets harder to do that when you're paying a quarterback that kind of money. But, I mean, look, the Rams are going to be in that spot. Every team's in that spot. They always end up choosing to pay the quarterback nonetheless. AI says John Randall was pretty badass as a defensive tackle, also a defensive player of the year. Another guy that's really good, but he's almost like, to me, John Randall is more of your Warren Sapp. That's more of my, or Warren Sapp's like John Randall 2.0. I would look more into that vein of those two guys being kind of in a similar place. But look, John Randall was phenomenal, and he came to our Seahawks at the end of his career, and he turned in another great year here in that final year. He definitely didn't have as much in the tank, definitely a little more broken down at that point, but still solid. Aaron Zhang, are you doing the thing with Brendan tomorrow? Yes, as I understand it, unless Brendan's got something that comes up, but I am going to be free and ready to roll. So if he's good to go, I'll be good to go, and we'll be good to go. Randall Palther, Brian Smith says, Curran screwed Sunday. Bro, he's screwed Sunday. Yeah, Brian, he might be in a little bit of trouble. He might have some issues. He's a big boy. Getting those feet up and down is a little bit of a chore for him, you know. He wasn't the greatest tester at his pro day from Cal. You know, not the greatest tester out there. But, you know, he's gritty. He's a gamer. He gets it done. Cassio says, let him prove himself. Give me some Kerr ham. Give me some ham. I want a big stack of ham this week. He needs to go ham in name and in play. Kevin DeClerc, Rams are decimated from COVID and Seahawks have nothing to lose. Adversity is a motivator. It could be an ugly win. Either way, you're damn right, Kevin. Adversity is a motivator. Desperation is a motivator. Fighting for your life is a motivator. And our team is in that place. This is that time. What do you got, Seahawks? You going to roll over? You going to show them your belly? You going to give up? You going to think about Cancun? Or are you going to keep your season alive? You got something to play for desperately in this game. They do not. They're trying to figure out how not to catch a cold this week. You're trying to figure out how to win. Let's go get it. Cassio, that's an awesome emoji. The ham emoji is great. That is awesome. Oh my God, that's great. Oh, shoot. JS says, why are we stressed for any Seahawks games? As far as I'm concerned, it ended versus Washington. Everything else is gravy. Well, we're still in it. If we got a mathematical chance, JS, like I said, you can call me desperate. You can call me a dreamer. But I'm not the only one. Randall, those 3 wide receivers for the Rams is what concerns me. We need pass rush early and often. We do, especially because with Stafford, I don't think that he likes to stay and remain as patient in that short passing, intermediate passing game. It's there for him all day if he takes it. But I think he likes to tend to drift out of that, so he wants a little bit of the longer developing plays down the football field, which means then he's holding the ball a little bit longer, which then should allow your pass rush to get home if it's effective in the least. But we need something from it this week, Randall. Well said. Mike, okay, we need a head-to-head tie with the 49ers at 9-8. I think it's our best chance for a wild card. We lose out on all three on a 3-way tie, so it's better if the Eagles win out for 10-7. I'll take that. Eagles go 10-7, that'd be all right. Yeah, well, there you go. And then we end up with the Niners. Let's see let's take a look what the Niners got here. Let's take a little peeky peek here at what they've got for their remaining schedule. So the Niners, for us to tie, of course, basically got to go 2-2 here in the last 2 games. They're playing the Falcons. They're at the Titans. Okay, that helps us. Texans, well, that's going to be a win. So and then the Rams at the end of the year. So we need 2 of those teams. We need 2 of those teams to bring it. 2 of those teams bring it. We're good. They can beat the Texans, the Falcons. We need the Titans and the Rams to take them. I agree. I think that's well said. That's our best path, Mike. AI, it's distraction. It's why we need to get rid of him for as much as we can get. Costa Rica sports fan. It's head-to-head. It's head-to-head 1, while number 2 is conference record. Okay. So we lose out on that. I think the Niners are our pathway, folks. Yep. No, we can't do this through the Eagles. That's for sure. So come on, Niners, lose. Lose, Niners. Randall, how big of a loss is Austin Davis? He's leaving the team immediately. New offensive coordinator at Auburn. I think he was I think we've kind of gone through quarterback coaches lately, Randall. So I don't know if I don't know if it's a big loss. I think he'll wait till after the year to leave, I think, or something like that. So I don't think it's something that affects us right now. And, I haven't heard a lot about him as a coach. He's a pretty new coach, right? Like, he just got done playing, I think. So I don't know if he's even been here really that long to do much. The one thing is that maybe an indicator of that is if you start having coaches leaving here and going to other jobs, is that an indicator there's going to be a massive amount of turnover this offseason one way or another? That'd be one question I'd have for it. Cool Breeze, Brandon, do you have an agent on retainer for when the Hawks call for that front office hire? I do my straight negotiations alone. I want to just go right to the source. I don't want them to get hung up on talking to an intermediary. I want them to know I'm in. I'm here for them. I'm here when they need them. I'm here when they need me. I'm all in. I'm going to be tapping that all in sign every single day. So, let's not get worried about price. Let's not worry about benefits. Let's not worry about vacation time. I don't need vacation. We're winning. Winners don't take vacation, okay? Winners raise trophies, then they party, then they go back to trying to raise trophies the next year. So if they want that kind of work ethic, I'm in, man. I'm riding with them. But I'm just ready, man. And the phone's right here. Whenever that call needs to come in, I'm ready. Colby Cobb says, Hawks literally win no tiebreakers with anyone besides San Francisco. That's all right. That's all we need. GoHawks 2022, you're not going to have to worry about any tiebreakers involving the Seahawks. BD Boy, laughing out loud, that's cute. Yeah, I remember Seattle winning a game against the Rams when Goff injured his hand only to be eliminated from the playoff when he was still injured 2 weeks later. We still own you. Well, we shall see. We shall see, won't we? We shall see. Randall says Micah Parsons is who LeVar Arrington was supposed to be. Funny enough, Randall, I was going to say it was who Aaron Curry was supposed to be. But I think both of them apply, don't they? Don't they both kind of apply at that point? I mean, they're all kind of that same. Parsons is like he's like the real life version of what they were supposed to be, but I think so. Terrence Barbie, Randall accidentally got the pocket going. Randall, killing the Terrence, you're going to come back here, so the message got deleted, but it'll pop back in. Sometimes it gets weird like that. Puff, Russell said he wants to be a Seahawk for 20 plus years. Also said the trade rumors aren't true. Do you believe in Brando? He also said something along the lines that it got blown out of proportion last off season. It didn't get blown out of proportion last off season. This is a little bit of a good cop, bad cop stuff, right? So the bad cop stuff was the off season with Russ and his agent leaking stuff and it being stuff that was none too positive about his thoughts on Seattle, getting hit too much, wanting to see this, wanting to see that, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That was the bad cop. The good cop is the now. The good cop is I want to be here forever. I want this to work. And I think there was no part of it last offseason where he truly just 100% wanted to be out of town, get me out of town. I don't want to be here anymore. I think he was starting to gravitate in the direction of thinking, I'm getting kind of dissatisfied with this. I don't think they're getting the most out of my career by building this the right way around me. I could get more out of my career going somewhere else potentially. I don't want to do this, but if this continues down this road, then I will want to do this. And it's less about what he says now and more about how this season plays out, Puff, and how he fits within the way this season plays out to what's going to determine where he goes this offseason. So you're not going to expect him right now for the same reason I said that you're not going to see him leaking information through the media about having, here's a list of 4 teams and maybe New York and blah, blah, blah. You're not going to see him do that right now because it doesn't help him, right? What does help him is to come back and say, I do want to remain in Seattle. He doesn't want to burn bridges and say, I don't want to be here. And I believe that he does want to be here. Does that mean that he absolutely intends to, and that this is where it's more leaning towards, is that he's going to remain here now and into the future forever? No, I don't think so, Puff. I think he's doing a little more of the politician saying the right things at this moment. And I can't blame him for that. It's the right move for him to make. If he came out and was just honest where he said, Puff, if he walked down in the presser, Puff, and Russell goes, hey, what's up, everybody? And they said, hey, Russ, we're hearing these rumors about you wanting to be moving out of town. And he's in the middle of a season as he's having this press conference. And he goes, yeah, I just wanted to kind of leak that out there and get that info out there. So if there were some teams that, were unaware that I was going to be interested this offseason, they could be aware. Well, Russ, aren't you still with the Seahawks in the middle of the playoff hunt right now? Yeah, I am. Uh-huh. Yeah, but I mean, doesn't this hurt? Isn't this a little bit bad for the locker room right now? You leaking this stuff while you're in the playoff hunt right now, trying to maybe. I'm thinking about today, but I'm also just kind of thinking about tomorrow too. See how bad that sounds if he comes out and if that was the truth and that's how he sort of felt? That would sound horrible. There's no way to glom that up and make that something that the fan base is going to be like, oh, okay, he's got some solid points. No one's going to say that. Everyone's going to get a little bit angry about Russ saying something like that. So I wouldn't expect him to come out and be that said, I don't think he leaked the stuff in the first place. But I also don't think you can take a big measure from him, Puff, in his press conferences right now saying, I want to be here for 20 years too. I mean, I think he would like that to be the case, but for that to be the case, a couple of other things have to happen as well, right? It's not just, well, I'll just stay here forever and remain. It's like, if this happens, if B happens, if C happens, then I'd want to be here for the next 20 years. And that's the part that he's leaving out, I think, on that presser. Randall says Cup's dad played for the Patriots, Grandpa too. Well, AI played against him in college, sounds like. Dana Stubblefield, that's the one I remember, Randall. That's the one. Mara Laura, what's my score prediction? Mario, Laura. Score prediction is 23-21, last second drive. I'm jumping on the back of that one. So last second drive, field goal to win it. Lance says I might have mistyped, but meant for Russ and DK, 2022, 2023, 2024. 4 first round picks. Okay. And 3 second round picks. Okay, well then you got me a little more on board with it then, Lance. I mean, that's appropriate value. If they're intent on wanting to move DK and not keep him, on both of those guys, of course, Lance, where I stand is long term, I would prefer to keep Russell. Long term, I'd prefer to keep DK. But if our hand is forced in both of those measures, if you're moving Russ and so you think, well, we're after move Russ, so now we got to move this guy because it's just not, why pay him the money when we're not ready to be great? Okay, I'm kind of okay, that would be pretty, I don't think you're getting necessarily that much necessarily, but maybe. That'd be a tremendous haul, Lance. That'd be an amazing haul. Megan with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. She says, we don't win in LA. First time for everything. Well said, Megan. Well said. That just means we're due, right? That just means we're all that much more due. Randall says, maybe it's the Mandela effect. We remember winning in LA, but history tells us otherwise. It was another dimension. Then I got pulled into this dimension, which is the dimension where we can't win in LA. I come from a dimension of time and space where we beat them up every single year in LA. Half the stadium's filled in this alternate reality. It's a little also post-apocalyptic, I'm not going to lie, but I've been dragged into this one, There was this end of the world thing. They're like, you can come into this portal, into this reality, or you can stay in this one. I was like, all right, I don't want to get hit by the big moon rock. But now I jump into this one, and it turns out in this reality, the Rams beat us at home. So, whatever. Logan West, Rams are going to walk all over the Seahawks. No, they're not. No. We're wearing the boots this week, and these boots were made for walking, and that's just what they're going to do. And this Sunday, they're going to walk all over you. Jeffrey, at Thistle, part of me would be super hyped for a Tom Brady versus Bill Belichick Super Bowl. Not going to settle the debate that'll settle the debate once and for all. Who's better? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Bill's doing this with a rookie quarterback. You know what I mean, Jeffrey? So there's a little bit of a still. Bill's not at full. You're not getting the height of his powers, Bill, versus Tom. No, you could also say, well, Tom's 49 years old, so he's also got an arm tied behind his proverbial back. But it would be interesting. It'd be an interesting matchup. Boy, the chess game involved in that would be, you talk about 4D chess, right? We're at like 10D chess at that point. Randall says, we haven't seen Eskridge on a fly sweep since he came back. Is that to protect him after the brain scramble? He ran one against the Packers, Randall, that went for a -1 yard gain. Boy, if you've got an answer for this one, I'd love to hear it, Randall. I don't have much of a understanding why they're not using him like that more. I thought that would be the main type of play Eskridge would be in there for this opening year, his rookie year in the NFL. But they're just not doing much to him with him. Logan West, if the Rams can play like they did Monday, Seattle's going to get smoked. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see. Kyler threw a couple of bad interceptions in that game too, Logan. And if he doesn't throw those 2 interceptions, including one at the goal line, you guys just as easily could lose that football game. You played solidly, but there wasn't anything that wasn't a spectacular play out there necessarily. It was a good, solid win against a really tough opponent. But I saw some things that we could come. I saw some things we could go after. I saw some things we could attack. Randall says, I didn't realize Austin Davis was our quarterback coach. Who was the other guy? Bubba or something like that? Yeah, it was a weird name like that. It was some weird name. It was Bubbalicious something or other. I forget what it was. It was something weird. I'm going to go get a little more coffee, folks. I will be right back. All right. That's good. Coffee's good. It's real good. Randall says, I didn't realize Austin Davis was our quarterback. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Just read that. Zach Sargent, who was Ugo playing Jamal's role in that Texans game? Not to my eyes, Zach. They were playing him with the slot, and it was slot blitzes that they were bringing. Was he taking up the blitz snaps of the defensive back? Would he, you essentially would probably bring those same blitzes, but just do it from the safety position instead? Yes. What this allows you to do with Ugo, though, of course, then is you can bring Ugo on the slot and still maintain your cover two principles on the back end. Whereas if you bring up Ryan Neal and have him blitz, now you're stuck to probably staying to single high safety over the top, right? And so there's probably a little bit of that methodology put into this because they're trying to probably protect a little bit of Ryan Neal, especially in coverage. So you sort of split half a field for Neal and you make it a little more simple on him, while still being able to take advantage of a little bit of that blitz game. But Ugo's really pretty natural at it, isn't he? He's an adept blitzer and a guy that he's rolling. I mean, he's really playing pretty well this year. I really like him in the slot. He's competitive. He's a good tackler. He's got that feisty energy you need to have in the slot. It's a really tough position to play on the defense. And he does it really well. I think overall, he's a guy we don't get to talk about Ugo a lot, and he's not sensational. He's not like a game changer over there, but he just does his job most of the time. And especially from that blitz standpoint, if he can bring that element and help the pass rush out a little bit, it certainly caught the Texans by surprise this past week. Would like to see it brought back into the game plan this week as well. See if you can continue to make that an effective thing. You got to generate some pass rush here. You just have to right now. You're not getting enough consistency out of everybody else down the line. And Dunlap seems to be fighting through some injuries. Taylor gets you like a couple of pressures a game. Obviously, Al Woods is giving you something a little bit, but you're not getting much out of Rasheem Green. Even Alton Robinson sort of is. It seems like Alton Robinson's only good when you give him 8 snaps a game. when he's given like a high amount of snaps, it seems his play falls off considerably all of a sudden. Mike P says the most ironic game is Eagles are 9-7 hosting the Cowboys week 18. Logic says they both rest players. We need Eagles to win to avoid 3-way tie. Luckily, Eagles really, really hate the Cowboys. Game is in Philly. Ooh, well, there you go. Yeah, that's going to be interesting if they both are in that resting players mode of things. It's going to get a little weird coming down. And man, it sure does suck that we have to have so many things work right above us that we don't control. We can't just win out and call it a day. We have to hope things go right in our favor too, which sucks. I mean, it just sucks. I like it a lot better when you get a chance to as long as we handle our business, we'll get in. But it'll be we might have something wrapping up here for a very interesting final week of the year on a lot of different levels, as well as I think that's probably going to be an early game unless it's on primetime, which they might flex it. But if it's an early game, we might find out before our game is played where we stand with things. Ghost, what's up? How you doing, Ghost? Ghost, how do I feel about our chances? I'm predicting a win this week. It may be blind optimism. It may be my homerism as a fan. It may be I bleed blue and neon green. I don't know the reasons, and I don't care. I think my team's winning this week. We're not going to beat them bad. We're not going to blow them out. We're not going to win by 10. We're going to barely eke this one out. And as somebody said above in the chat, it's going to be a dirty game. We're going to muck this up, okay? We're going to throw a few elbows, okay? There might be a few shots below the belt. Okay? We got to do what we got to do, folks. All right? We're in a street fight here. Okay? There are no rules. So put our pride away. Let's whip out the trick plays. Okay? Let's go for it on 4th down. How about a Big Dixon toss in this game? Does anybody not think Big Dixon's got a 20-yard throw in his game, in his bag this week? I want him hike it with him 20 yards back, and then just have him throw a nice touch pass over the top to the gunner. Let's do it. What do we got to lose? I ask you, what do we got to lose? Terrence Barbie, I wouldn't trade Russ for 4 first-rounders. Wow, Terrence. Oh, yeah. Well, again, where it all stands, Terrence, is that here's part of my belief system with this, and I don't know if you'd get 4 first-rounders for him, but I think you feasibly are given an offer of 3 first-round picks plus this offseason. I still, if I'm in charge, Terrence, and I'm running the show, and I'm above Carroll, and I'm above Schneider, I keep Russell Wilson. It's hard to find quarterbacks. You've never truly built around him. Seattle could have come to this phase of having to make this decision on Russell Wilson, and they could have had an understanding of, hey, well, We tried to build a top-notch offensive line around him. We gave him a bunch of playmakers out on the outside, and he still seems to be a little bit limited in his game in certain elements, i.e., for instance, the short passing game and intermediate passing game. And at the same time, doesn't have kind of the same sort of elements of quickness and speed he once did that helped his game be as good as it once was. You could have made that determination if you had gone lock, stock, and barrel in on really providing all that for Russell Wilson, really giving him those things, like the Kansas City Chiefs have for Mahomes, for instance. But Seattle's not done that. And because that remains a question mark, it's not a question mark I'm prepared to move on from Russell and have as a great beyond question mark that never goes answered, or only goes answered when it's on the back of him winning Super Bowls for another team who actually decided to take that approach. You went, oh, you know what? We got a Hall of Fame quarterback here. Maybe we should build around that. Maybe we should protect him instead of saying, hey, you're asking for all this money, so we're going to give you a crap pass protecting offensive line, and you need to get around that because you're asking for that money. Rather than do that, why don't you give him a good pass protecting line? Why don't you protect your most vital asset? That would seem more of a smarter approach, but not the approach necessarily that our front office and Carroll have taken over the last 5 and 6 years when they had a chance to do so. So I'm with you on that, Terrence. I think overall I'm with you. I don't know if we get 4 first-round pick offerings for Russ, but I am with you nonetheless. Logan says, if this game was in Seattle, I'd want to say Seattle's got a good shot, but I can't see them going to LA and doing much. I think there's a little bit of a leveling of the field there to a degree, Logan. You got a Monday night game you just played. It's a short week. You've got the vid protocols going. You guys are not able to practice this week and prepare really. You might be closed down again tomorrow. So how much of the game plan has been instituted at that point? It's going to be a tough game. You guys are our toughest opponent remaining on the board. And I don't want to short sell you on the fact that, look, Rams are legitimately a very good football team and a team that's going to be right there in the playoff mix, no doubt about it. But I think that we have a little bit more to play for this week. I think we've started to kind of bring things together in the last couple of weeks. And desperation's a mofo, man. Desperation's a mofo in football. When you absolutely need it versus a team that kind of needs it, that can be a bit of a difference maker come Sunday. Zach Sargent, are you more worried about the O-line or the D-line in the Rams game? I'm more worried about the offensive line. The D-line kind of is what it is at this point. It's never going to be a consistent pass rushing group throughout the course of a game, but they'll give you little flashes and beats enough to go out there and win you a football game, I guess, is what I'm saying. And they tend to be pretty stiff when you get them inside the red zone. They're a field goal, not touchdown type defense with the occasional turnover and the occasional sack. I wish it was more in those other two departments, but it's not. But it's still, look where they've gotten to at the end of the day with it. So, for those, the Seahawks have given up a ton of yards this season. If you look at where they're at as far as truly giving up points, which is what really matters at the end of the day, they're very good in that respect. So it's the offensive line I'm most worried about, Zach. Dwayne Brown has been not good in pass protection on one side. You might have Jake Curran back out another time in this game at right tackle and in for Brandon Shell. And Brandon Shell's not even a good answer for you at right tackle against a guy like Von Miller as it is. Saying nothing of Jake, who's even worse when he's out there in pass protection. And Jake might be, still an overall solid player, especially what he does in some of the run blocking game stuff. But you put him out there with a twitchy edge rusher, and it's going to get a little bit tough. We're going to maybe need to do a lot of mass protecting in this game, a lot of chip blocking, a lot of hopefully doubling Aaron Donald. But I as we saw in the playoff game last season, Zach, when you walked away from that playoff game, you went, wow, the Rams defensive line completely disassembled the Seahawks offensive line and thusly destroyed our offensive attack completely that day. That was it. It wasn't that their corners were covering so well. I know the guy made the play on the bubble screen to DK Metcalf and housed it. Yeah. But it wasn't that. It was that defensive line was just, going whole hog against our offensive line, and there was nothing we could really do. We just didn't have the talent up front to pass protect. That's my big worry. Daniel W. says, there's a 90% chance Frank Clark gets cut this offseason. He only has 2.5 sacks and is due $29 million. Should we bring him back in? Let me take a look at this to give this the proper look here. Man alive, this guy. Frank is such an interesting dude. He's such an interesting dude. You know, the crazy thing with Frank is he's a guy in the regular season does nothing, and then he gets to the playoffs and he just blows it up. And what you're going to probably see again this offseason, I'm double checking my data on this. This is why I'm thinking about this. You're going to see this playoffs is it's going to play out the same way, where Clark's done Jack Diddley Dandy throughout the course of the year, and all of a sudden he turns it on like a light switch in the playoffs. For instance, did you know Frank Clark has 11 sacks in just the postseason alone? Just the postseason alone, he has 11 sacks. I mean, he absolutely just balls out when you get him into the postseason. But with that said, to your point on this, he is not good in the regular season. Right now, he's sitting with a 61.2 Pro Football Focus rating. Last year, he was at 54.5. The year before that, his first year in Kansas City, he was at 63. He is not a guy that gets you much regular season, but he seems to be able to turn it on in the playoffs. To my measure with Frank Clark, a lot of times he feasted on the weak when he was here. A lot of times he would have his sacks in bunches, and it wasn't consistent pressure. And he was not all that good in the run game, and so I always thought that we got the better end of that deal, and I think it's telling the Chiefs are going to be looking to move off from him. It's understandable because they got other guys they're paying, and they need to free up money in other places as well. It's not just his performance; it's where the Chiefs are at from a cap situation, and finally having to start to pay Mahomes some money off that cap where they've really been saving over recent years. I would have to probably see what the cost would be, Daniel. Because to me, he's like a rotational pass rusher at this point. I can't count on him on early downs as a run defender, which means that lessens your value. And then what do you want him to be paid? I got to pay you $7-8 million, for a guy that doesn't give me consistent pass rush. I can't do that. You need to half that, if not get that down a little bit more from that. And that's a pretty far drop for a guy like that to go down from, as well as I still believe he's going to eventually get some sort of potential commissioner ruling coming down for the whole. What do you have, a Lamborghini and a Uzi in his trunk or something, an unregistered Uzi? Like, that's going to eventually get him too clipped at some point. So I don't think he's had that come down yet, as of yet. And Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. It cut out something in your chat there, so I don't know if it cut out something that you had to say, but thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate it, madame. I do. So I at the right price, Daniel, is probably the short answer. I give you the long answer, but at the right price, I'm okay with him coming back in. But if he's still wanting to think that somebody's going to give him a 3-year, $30 million deal and $12 million guaranteed, for great postseason play, I am not doing that. I never miss. Let's go beat the mother fluffing Rams. Let's do it. I never miss. Let's do it. I'm predicting it. I want to see it. I want the season to continue. I want to go on further. Let's go. We need this game. Ethan Tech World says, on this date, December 15th, 1984, the 12th was retired in Seattle. As the 12th man had made their impact and effect on game after game, calling on ownership to decide to retire the 12 jersey all time. Let there no be a player who ever wears the 12 on his back, as it belongs to the fans. Randall says, I could see Pete Carroll microdosing shrooms. I could kind of see that. That would explain some decision-making. I could see it. And Megan, Randall's pockets hot tonight. Terrence Barbie, do you think Pete leaves? God, it's an interesting question, Terrence. I don't know, man. I don't have a really firm feel for the situation. I think he should. I think it's not the worst thing in the world to say, look, you were a Hall of Fame college coach. You then built on the back of that, became a Hall of Fame head coach. You created one of the great legendary defenses all time. You've been coaching for 40, 50 odd years. Is it the worst thing to say, okay, the times maybe come up at this point? I don't think it is. And I think that, I guess to answer your question, Terrence, I think he's going to have a lot more say over that than some people who want Carroll gone would like to see. I don't know that the ownership is going to be as willing to come in as strong as they've talked. especially when you consider you got to eat that $44 million. Basically, you're giving him a $44 million thank you for all you've done payment to move him out the door, which is all well and good. But, for some other, well, she can afford that. But then you might also be doing this with Schneider, which is like maybe another $30 million. Then you got to go pay for new general managers and new coaches. And now we're getting up into the $60, $70 million just to flip out Carroll and Schneider to bring somebody else new in. That may cause that to be hard for it to come down from ownership standpoint. But for Pete to make the determination, I think he should. But I just don't have a feel for yet, Terrence, which way he might be leaning with it. I think there's a lot of writing on the wall. I just don't know if Coach Carroll's reading any of it. Rosalind Smith, my father predicted that the Seattle will win 27-26. So if you're placing a bet, take Seattle. We're the underdogs going into this game. So take the Hawks. He never loses. I love it, Rosalind. Let's drop some dough. I can't over here. I can't find anywhere to lay any bets, but I'm with it. I just said 23-21. I jumped on Go Hawks 05 with it, so we're riding on that. But I love the positivity. I love where you're at on it, Rosalind. I love your dad's having these the foresight and the psychic inclinations here, and let's ride with this. All right, sounds good. 27-26. Seahawks win. Paul Third says, how dependent are Seattle on the 49ers choking? I did not know San Francisco were the second most injured team and are getting healthier. They shouldn't have beaten the Bengals. No, they shouldn't. It sure would have helped us out so much more if they hadn't. They've got a couple tough games on their schedule. They've got a couple of easy games on their schedule. They've got to lose 2 games minimum. So, are there the games there for them to lose? Yeah, there are. But, they're going to be playing the Rams, who tend to have they tend to have the Rams number, right? Which isn't good for us on that. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. We need 2 losses here. Is basically, we don't just need one team to lose one. We need 2 losses. But it's possible, Paul. They're not just playing a bunch of weaklings going through the rest of the year. Randall McDaniel says, my prediction is Dan Quinn will be the next Hawks head coach. It's possible. He would be a candidate, I would think, about when they're out there looking around, especially with what he's done with the Cowboys defense this offseason. And I'd get excited for what he'd bring to the defense. I sure would like an offensive-minded head coach, Randall. I just don't. After 10 years of a defensive-minded head coach and then a year of a defensive-minded coach in Mora before that, kind of ready to go back to the offensive side of the ball just a little bit here. Just a little bit in my mind. But Dan would be a candidate. I can't deny that. Weston says, thank you as always for all your insight. Oh, Weston, it's my pleasure, man. I appreciate you watching, and you guys to keep me interactive on the chat. That's the least I can do. So I love this, man. So thank you so much. Randall says, I'd trade Russ for 3 number 1s in 2 seconds, especially if we get a top 10 pick in year 1 of the trade. It would be hard to turn that deal down. I think it would be nigh impossible to turn down Randall if Russ was also wanting out of town, because that's also could be the driver of a trade, is that we may want to keep him. The front office may want to keep him, but what if Russ wants to be moved? What if he decides that's the direction he'd prefer? We don't know yet. It's a lot to be determined on this, but it could go down that direction of things. Go says, who has a better connection, Wilson to Baldwin or Wilson to Lockett? I actually will go lean in the direction of Wilson to Lockett. I was doing a little bit of research on this Ghost as far as trying to determine is Lockett, has he basically overtaken Baldwin as the number 2 wide receiver all time? Some people will maybe say Brian Blades, but has he overtaken it? And while he's not quite statistically, Baldwin's still a smidge ahead of him. Baldwin was able to get that production done a couple more years of playing time than what Lockett's put in. But I think that Lockett and Russell just have a little bit more of that connection, especially the off-script stuff. Baldwin was great with Wilson, and they certainly had a very similar kind of connection. But I think Lockett to Wilson's been just a little bit more at times. There's that one throw in the San Francisco game where the defender's in front of Lockett. He's 40 yards down the field. He's not open. But the defender's got his back turned, and Russell just throws it to Lockett anyway. And Lockett just sort of makes the catch sort of right around the defender's arms, with the defender's doing one of this moves with his back turned where he doesn't even see the ball. And Lockett just sort of catches it under his armpit. And you look at that kind of play and you go, man, those guys are just, that connection is just, they kind of know exactly where they need to be or how they need to throw the ball or where he needs to put it. I couldn't. It's probably sometimes a little bit maddeningly why Ghost. We don't get as much production out of DK. Is that Wilson's just so comfortable with what he has with Tyler out there that he just ends up somewhat twisting away from DK at times to go to Tyler. Randall says, well, we keep Russell Wilson. We have to extend him again for age 35 through 38. Very true. You would have to sign him to a new contract extension if you were going to probably keep him. Yeah. I think he does head into last year of his deal next year? I think he's still got 2 years on his deal, but he's going to want a new deal, Randall. We know that. He's going to want a new deal. Mike B., the Rams have 16 players on the reserve COVID-19 list after 3 more were added Wednesday. Woo! They are ratcheting them up. There's a chance the team could practice Thursday. Wow. That's tough. They're already coming on a short week here. Now, no practice on top of it. I mean, maybe they're just going to be that good. They can bounce right back off that, but you got to figure this is going to make it a little tough on them. A little bit tough. Brian Smith, Brandon, what is your final score prediction on Sunday and your win-loss prediction for the final 3 games? I've got us winning this game, Brian. I got us winning this game. I think we win 23-21, somewhere in that neighborhood. I think it's an ugly game. I think I don't know why. I just have this feeling like it's just going to be kind of an ugly game, goes back and forth, maybe turnovers, a lot of penalties. Just kind of weird that way. But I got us winning on the last second drive, Russell driving the team up, getting a field goal at the end. I like that. Just something about that seems to ring true to me. And quite honestly, Brian, I stand in the line of thinking that we win out over the course of these next few games. We got Chicago, we've got Detroit. I have no problem believing that. It comes down to that Cardinal game. I think the Cardinals, one where they might be playing for something, they might not in that final game of the year. If they're not, it's obviously an easy win. Even if they are, they already lost DeAndre Hopkins. That makes them one wide receiver light. This is a team that leans as much as any team out there on those spread concepts and kind of having all their dogs on the outside to make that offense work right. So if you lose DeAndre, I have to wonder if that's going to maybe impact a little bit of them offensively speaking. But look, we weren't able to beat him with Colt McCoy. So maybe a lot of my optimism on this is unfounded. I just think that right now, especially if this team's in the hunt of things and they have something to play for and they're fighting their life, they're fighting for their season's life. I think they can get it done with that right now at this point in time of the year. Maybe not. I may be unfounded on this, but this is just my general feeling. And again, the building on the back, if you look at the defense over the course of like 6-7 games, they've played solidly. Going back to basically that Rams game and onwards, defense has been pretty good every single game. They've given up a lot of drives, they've given up a lot of yards, but they're not giving up any points. And if the defense, so what I take from that is that the defense can remain in that consistent standpoint of things. Can the offense start to put up those points on the board? And they did it last week. Defense first half was a little rough, but the defense locked it down the first half. Didn't give up a single point. Adjusted. Looked beautiful. Looked great. You give up 13 points. I don't care if it's the Texans, the Bears, or the Cardinals. That's a great defensive performance in this modern NFL offensive explosive attacks all over the place. So the defense is coming to play now. We know it's there, even with some of its limitations, lack of pass rush, lack of being able to turn the ball over. Can the offense start to deliver some more? Can the offense start to come along? And I think they can. Russ is getting healthier. We're outside of that initial timetable of the 8-week period where it was going to take the 8 weeks for the finger to get back somewhere near normal. And certainly the throws are looking better. He's looking more accurate. He's been looking more comfortable over the last 2 weeks. So I'm going to go in that direction and lean with that, Brian. I think we can win all these. I think we win out. I don't know if that gets us in the playoffs, but I think we win out. Randall says, Russell played better in LA than he would in Seattle. No weather element. Probably. Randall, he has kind of struggled at times in playing in the rain, hasn't he? Rosalind Smith, that's what I don't understand. Pete knows that this is the toughest division in the NFL with the best defensive players in the NFL, and still he didn't invest in the offensive line. He needs to go. This is where I've landed out with Carroll as far as my bottom line goes with him as well. Where if I'm really being pressed on what I would do is in moving on from Carroll, it has a lot to do not with the fact that Carroll isn't a great motivator, has an ability to recruit players, isn't a guy that people love to play for, doesn't know how to build a winning organization. There's so many things that Coach Carroll does that are very good. But the problem is that the weaknesses of Coach Carroll have caught up to him. And the specific point of those weaknesses has been a lack of an ability to correct mistakes. Every coach, every front office, every organization in football is going to make mistakes. Everybody does it. Some more than others, and obviously the ones that make the least amount of mistakes probably are the ones that tend to be the most successful football teams. But let's get beyond successful football teams. If you are a team, organization that makes a mistake, and then you come back later on, year down the line, to make the same mistake, and then you come back another year along and you make the same mistake, kind of shows that you're not willing to really fix your mistake and course correct. And when you look at Coach Carroll and you look at the problems on this team, a couple weeks ago I did about 12 items that I pointed to where here are 12 items that are 12 repeated mistakes over the course of even just the last 6 years that have gone on over and over again where this went bad. This was obviously an error on the part of the organization, Carroll and Schneider, but then they did it again. And that's the part that gives me less optimism for the future. I know all these things that Coach Carroll can do well as a coach, but I worry about him not fixing the things that are his vulnerabilities as a coach. And if he doesn't do that, it will never allow him to reach the same kind of heights he did when he first kind of started out here in the early 2010s. He'll never get back to that same place because part of what got him there at that time was innovation, was a willing to move on from mistakes. You know, it was not the let's just stay on point. We're just going to do what we do, and eventually, like a broken clock, we'll be right twice a day. Eventually, here, you don't want to operate from that point. Football's hard enough; it's competitive enough. Parity's hard enough around the league. There's better ways to go about it. But that's the single thing, Roslyn, above anything else, above the stale schematics of his defense, of the I'm going to pour into my defense instead of building an offensive line around my quarterback. Even beyond that, it's the making the continual mistakes and making the same mistakes over and over again. Because you can't tell me if you made it in the past and you're making the mistake in the now that you're going to suddenly correct it in the future. You can't wonder why I'm going to have some questions about your ability to do that when you've shown me no willingness to do so. Berg Show says, is Adrian Peterson ready to go on Sunday? I haven't quite heard. The press conference from Carroll seemed a little bit non-committal the other day. Maybe somebody's got a little bit of an update on this one, Bergs. But when Carroll was talking about it a couple of days ago, at least, it was a little bit of like Adrian was going to his own people out of town in like Arizona, something like that. I don't know. Daniel W. says, that is how Roger Goodell would do us. If we brought back Clark, he would only suspend him on the Seahawks, but let him play on the Chiefs. But yeah, the right price. I agree. Very true. Goodell's having his morning coffee. What? Seahawks signed Frank Clark? Get him suspended for that Uzi thing. How many games? I don't know. Can we give him 8? That seems harsh. Okay, 7. And it says LA can't pay for anything, and they have Stafford. True. Go Hawks, Emmett. Urban is a jag if he kicked his own player in the leg. Daniel W. Chandler Jones, Von Miller, Frank Clark may all be free agents, all probably past their prime, but for the right price, any of these guys might be a decent rotational option. The only thing I'd worry about or wonder if Daniel with obviously Chandler Jones and Von Miller is that they're stand-up outside linebacker pass rushers, right? So how are they going to be able to be as effective once they put their hand in the dirt? It's easy to think that oh yeah, for sure they would be. I mean, a pass rusher is a pass rusher, but I've seen guys, especially scouting guys on tape coming out of college, that are much different when you have them put their hand in the dirt versus standing up. And if they tend to have a nice comfortability in standing up and that's the way they like to get their business done, you're not going to want to usually change them over. Vaughn would be interesting to me, though, with that said, because, again, I think he'd fit with the rotation, wouldn't cost a lot. It'd be interesting. But Frank would obviously be the biggest fit because he's a pure 4-3 defensive end. You know, at least he's really more of the scheme fit than those other two guys. But I think there will always, something that we see with the pass rusher, Daniel, year in and year out, there tends to be a pretty good amount of pass rushers on the open market, especially the guys that get past 30 years of age. I've always thought, why not build your pass rush with a multitude of those guys rather than trying to get a bedrock one that you're signing for $20 million plus a year? Put a bunch of them out there, you know, that get the job done. that you can rotate through and keep fresh, that you can buttress up against injury. Logan West, it's going to be a badass game no matter who wins. Agreed, Logan. You know it's going to be a battle. You know it's going to be a dogfight. These divisional matchups, especially divisional matchups with something on the line, always get a little more cagey, always a little more feisty, and always makes for better football. Weston Corbett, thank you for the $5 donation. Weston, you are awesome, my man. I appreciate you. Says, if Penny plays out the season like he does the last 2 games, would you consider keeping him? This is a little bit of Weston, what you could file under with the Frank Clark question, right? Where a player could interest me, but it's got to be at the right price. And I'm not first and foremost going to be giving Rashad Penny a multi-year deal. I don't think, though, as well, there's going to be really any team in the league willing, even if he balls out over the last couple games, to give him a multi-year deal. So, okay, we bring you back on a 1-year deal. You ball out over the last couple games. So let's say that he ends out the year 600 or 700 yards rushing, and he averages like 5 yards per carry, and he's good out of the backfield. All right, so I would probably look at, if he finishes out the season like that, offering him a similar contract to what we offered Carlos Hyde a year ago, which was a 1-year, $4 million deal. Or something in that realm of things, maybe. And then I would cut Chris Carson. I would then draft running backs in the draft. I'm not trying to necessarily just ride with Penny as my number 1. I look at it as more of a multi-back, multi-headed. What's the 3-headed dog that guards the gates of hell? What is that? Cerebus? Is that what it is? So I want a Cerebus running back situation. That's what I'm looking for. The tri-head. I want the trichome, Weston. I want the trichome. But I would, on a 1-year, like $4 million deal, if he really balls out like that, I'd be open to it. I've always liked Penny, though. I've always had kind of a soft spot for Penny. Randall says, Pete's refuses to address our biggest weakness. He also doesn't put players in a position to be at their best. Switching positions, not accentuating players' strengths. You mentioned that was one of my spots as well. I had a list of 12 things, Randall. Of course, that was one of my spots on my list of items that, the switching positions. That's been one of the issues that Coach Carroll has leaned into, is that he constantly moves guys around and never really to the team or players' benefit. You move Ethan Posick through his first couple of years at both guard positions, and he plays horrifically at both guard positions when he's out there and then gets injured. You took Poona Ford this year and moved him off 1-tech to 3-tech, and he's been less of a player than what he was at the 1-tech position. You take Damian Lewis, who gave you almost sub-Pro Bowl level of play at the right guard position in his first year, the first year in 10 years that you've had an offensive lineman that you've drafted and who's actually performed really well for you in his first year. About the first in about 10 years. And you move him from right guard to left guard, and now he's playing worse this year than he did over at right guard last year. This is part of those. This is just a part of the assembly line of mistakes that we've made often in the past, are currently in the process of making, and probably will continue to make if we move on in the future with the same methodology and approach. Emmett says, Brandon, Lockett has a higher wide receiver grade than Devontae Adams. People need to realize Lockett is a top 10 wide receiver. I think Lockett's a top 10 wide receiver on most people's boards. I think, let me write it. So we got, what we got? I'm typing names out here really quickly, trying to think. It's going to get tight for him. I'm typing out the names right now as I'm thinking through my mind on them. It's going to get tight. So I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm trying to think. I got 4 others that are ahead of him. And I'm probably forgetting somebody here as I'm putting this list together. So I'm going to give you a list in a second, Emmett, of maybe my 10 guys that get just ahead of Lockett. I don't know if it's going to be tough for him. So I'm looking at my list right now. So I've got right now, Emmett, I've got Mike Evans, Devontae Adams, DK, Stephon Diggs, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guys that I do think are better than him right now. Now, statistically, they may not be having better years right now, but I do think those are better wide receivers. So I don't know if there's probably a couple others I can probably grab that I'm not thinking of that probably fit in, like, I don't know, man. Terry McLaurin would probably be even above, would be maybe even above Tyler for me too, because Terry doesn't have a good quarterback. He's not had a good quarterback since he's come onto that team, but he's still been tremendously productive. That's some of that's got to factor in too, is that not all receivers have Russell Wilson tossing them the rock, and that's going to affect your production. But he's right there. I mean, he is on that fringy little edge. That fringy little edge. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles Riley. Good to see you on back in the stream, my guy. He says, hey, Brando. I was bummed I missed your live game stream, and I missed the first 2-3 hours on Sunday, but you were really entertaining on all the calls. Thank you, Charles. I love doing that, man. I really enjoy doing the play-by-play stuff, and I really want to try to get better at it and get to where we can, not just make it where I'm just sitting there, in silence staring at the game, and I'm like, meh, bad call, meh. I want to be, really giving you guys a portion to theoretically have it to where you guys can sync up and watch me doing the play-by-play with what you're watching on the game action, because I know that a lot of people don't like the announcers in the game and what they're talking about. So, I'll keep it at least fun over here, So I appreciate that, man. I love doing it. I'm going to keep doing it. We've had tremendous success with it. We get somewhere like 8,000 views on those videos. So people have really reacted well to it. They seem to be really loving it too. So, I'm going to keep doing it. When you guys give me the indicators that you like the stuff, I'm going to keep rolling with it. So thank you, man. Randall says, I'm not sure Lockett is a top 10 wide receiver. He's a really good number 2. I think we've got a good debate here for the chat. I mean, again, I've got Mike Evans, Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf, Stephon Gilmore, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Terry McLaurin. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So can we come up with a 10th? And I know I'm forgetting somebody. I mean, a couple guys. I mean, you got the guy whose name I can never remember down in San Diego. I mean, 2 guys in San Diego you could make the argument with, kind of, couldn't you? You'd have to put Jamar Chase in there this year ahead of that. I mean, there's your 10 right there. And I'm sure he's really probably into more 14, 15, really. I'm just trying to take off. I'm just trying to keep it real here. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to, I love Tyler. I really do. But there are some dogs at the wide receiver position in this sport right now. Berg Show, is Lockett better than Brian Blades or Joey Galloway? Not better than Joey Galloway. No. Not better than Joey Galloway. Man, it's really tough. It's really tough when you get down to Brian Blades. And I'm just double checking Brian Blades. Brian now has more. He had a couple more years to sort of pad these stats, but I think Lockett's like 6,100 yards receiving, somewhere in that neighborhood. Whereas Brian Blades is at 7,600. But then Tyler's got already more touchdown receptions than Brian does. And, it's tough too, because they're very close. Like Brian, Doug Baldwin and Tyler Lockett are all like vying for that number 2 of all-time receiver at Seahawks. And I mean, everybody's got a kind of a good argument to be made. Joey, you've got to factor in what he did throughout the course of his whole career beyond being a Seattle Seahawk, right? Because he was tremendously productive for a very long period of time. He just put up stats that are, put him kind of almost on the fringe level of being a Hall of Famer, which no one's going to say about Doug. No one's going to say that about Brian Blades. But he's on the ascent. Bergs, you give him another 2 seasons, he's going to easily pass those 2 guys, Brian Blades and Dougie. But he's kind of just right nipping at their heels right now. I mean, he's just right at the heel nippage point. And again, with Blades, he has the return game, and he's had way more touchdown receptions than Brian did. Brian was the definition of kind of more of a possession kind of wide receiver. But you could sell me on it. I could be talked into Lockett being better than those two guys. Not Joey, though. Joey was a freak show. Landon says, not sure if this is true, but I heard through the grapevine that after this season, Pete is planning on retiring and Russ is staying, and we will go after Sean Payton. I might have an orgasm live on stream with you guys. Not meaning to. If I hear that news and we're on stream, you might just see me guys here just in the middle of like, and that's why this guy would be a good. We just got Peyton. Oh God, give me a second, guys. I would be mightily stoked if we flipped out Carroll for Peyton and Russell Wilson remained. That's what we call, Landon, best possible. Basically, the best possible situation you could hope for. It would be absolutely divine. Sean Payton is an awesome coach, a guy that people don't quite remember here. In the last few years, here, as that team has remained competitive and great, even as Drew Brees went through the same thing we saw with Ben Roethlisberger, where those guys just aged really fast, lost their arm strength really quickly. He still was able to coordinate around that and make that offense functional around that and be innovative within that. He understands the need to have a good defense paired with his offense. He comes from the Bill Parcells coaching tree, which is they got that hard-ass approach to things, which I just love. He'd be great with Russell Wilson. He understands how to work around a short quarterback, and the specific way that he works around the short quarterback is by creating passing lanes for his short quarterback. That's what he did with Drew Brees. He put a lot of investment early on when he got Brees in there into getting some all-pro guards, not tackles, guards with those New Orleans Saints teams, guys that could push guys out of the way in pass protection and provide Drew Brees those passing lanes to throw through. So this would be absolutely ideal to be able to pull a guy like Peyton in. I'll kind of see it when I believe it, Landon, but it's a beautiful rumor if it is the case, and we get excited, Seahawks fans, if that does turn out to be it. I hope everybody would be appropriately hyped for that. Peyton could have had a team that could have gotten the Super Bowl really in back-to-back years here recently that got screwed over by the refs. I mean, their season got ended back-to-back seasons on two horrible calls, which if they go the other way, those guys, they might win those games, and you never know where things are at that point. And again, he was doing that with a quarterback with a really diminishing skill set. Brees was still accurate on the short stuff, and he still could throw with great timing and anticipation. He was still really good pre-snap. But when you can't throw a 15-yard out route anymore, when you can't throw it 50 yards down the field anymore, and your coach has to coach around that says something for that coach when he's able to get some success offensively around those parameters. Randall says, I think Dan Quinn has enough awareness to understand his strengths. Give him a young offensive coordinator to run the offense. I guess I'd be okay with it. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando, you posed a solution with Jamal of moving to a 3-4 next year with a new coordinator, but what of the other 10 starters properly selected for a 4-3? A fantastic question, Charles. Fantastic question. So let's go through this a little bit, and we got to go inside out on this, of course, first, because with your 3-4, it starts with those 3 down linemen. When you look at the down linemen, I think what you would look to do is this. Number one, Al Woods is absolutely big enough to handle nose duties if that's what you want to do and bring him back in that function. Brian Monet is as well. Both of those guys would have what you would look at for similar theoretical ideal size for a 3-4 nose tackle. I think Poona Ford could slide out and play some defensive end in a 3-4. I think he could fit to do some of that stuff. He might be a little bit of an odd man out. Can't lie to you there, but there is a possibility. I think with he's really got good movement, and he is close to a size. I mean, other than maybe not having the height you look for normally there at that end position, they tend to be like 6'4", 280. They're just big guys that are those defensive ends in that 3-4. He's kind of close to that, so you could maybe get away with doing that. I do think Darrell Taylor would fit as an outside 3-4 stand-up linebacker. I think he'd be able to do that well. He did some of that in college. We've had him doing that stuff with the Sam linebacker stuff. He even got a sack this year as a stand-up coming up off that Sam linebacker on a blitz. So he's got it in his game to do it. Rasheem Green's going to be a free agent. Allen Robinson, I don't know if he'd do it or not. I don't think that would impact you as much. You don't have a lot of investment there. I do think you'd move on from Carlos Dunlap at that point. You'd have to bring in some new. You'd have to bring in some new players. But you have some new players. You have guys going out the door in that same respect. I don't know if Dunlap stays here anyway if you remain in a 4-3. You still would have to address some pass rush beyond him doing whatever you did with him. I think it would help you in the linebacker core because what you'd be able to do is bring back Bobby and Jordan, and now you have your two middle linebackers already set in a 3-4. With Darrell Taylor as one of your pass rushers, well, now at this point, if you look at that, you only need to find one defensive end in your 3-4. Then you need to just find one outside stand-up linebacker on the other side. Obviously, you need to stack depth around them at this point, but this is the starters we're talking about. So I think you could make the transition fairly easily, but I'm not going to lie. It's hard to get all of the guys you need for a given defense changing it in that way in one off season. The one nice thing about it is that as opposed to changing from a 3-4 to a 4-3, the 3-4 is less reliant on having the upper level talented guys. It's more about the coaches moving the chess pieces across the board. And so you can get more production with less out of a 3-4 than I think you sometimes can with a 4-3, which a lot of times is wholly reliant on those front four guys generating pressure, getting penetration in the running game, holding the edge and all that. It puts a lot on their shoulders. So I think it's going to be it'd be an uphill battle to do it, but I don't think it would be something that would be unattainable. You have parts you could work with here in that front seven as it stands right now. Daniel W. says, I wish our reporters would ask Pete who is moving these players off their position. Blair to nickel, Lewis to left guard, Posick to guard, Brooks to outside linebacker, and or if they regret it. That would be a fantastic question, wouldn't it, Daniel? Wouldn't it? And you wouldn't even have to, you could frame it as a reporter in this way, because it's obviously contentious. It's obviously going to get Carroll bristling at you. So you say, Coach Carroll, recently you've had the players you just mentioned that you've been trying to move out of position. And I know you've had some success early on in your tenure here in Seattle with the guys like J.R. Sweezy by approaching it and using this methodology. But have you guys started to maybe learn or started to see maybe indications that this is not as useful as an approach to implement, being that you're not getting the returns that you should? And I think at that point, you're pressing Carroll to give you an answer. And I think the answer he gives you, of course, is a bunch of candy corn. It's actually worked out really well. You look at Brooks right now, he's top 5 in the league in tackles. So the will linebacker transition's been good. This is, again, we get to the heart and the issue of times with me with Carroll on the repeating mistakes that I talk about, right, Daniel? Because if you can't look at those Blair to nickel, Damian Lewis to left guard, Posick to guard, Brooks to outside linebacker, if you can't look at those situations and all of us on a consensus standpoint, including Carroll, including Schneider, and go, okay, those were fails. That's a fail. That's a not work. That didn't work, you doing that. Well, again, how do we have faith that they then fix it into the future? If they, in that moment of them asking that question, I know how he's going to answer that question, Daniel, and if he answers in that way, that answer is indicative of a man who's not taking the responsibility of those mistakes, but instead going, I want to keep it positive, Paul. I don't want to dwell on the negative. Oh yeah, Brooks is an absolute crap show in coverage at the will, but man, is he a tackling machine? You're not going to get any of that honesty. And that's what you have to do in embracing the mistakes on things is be honest with yourself about it, where you've gone wrong, and then how to correct it to get it right. D-Nugget with a $2 donation. Thank you, D-Nugget. How you doing, D-Nugget? It's good to see you, man. I appreciate you. He says, oh, snap. We live right now. We live. You better believe it. Hawks Nest up and rolling. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. My man, Charles, coming in hot today, and I appreciate you for that, and I salute you, brother. He says, awesome in-depth answer on the 3-4. Hashtag Harbaugh to the Hawks for me, but honestly, it's whatever Coach Russell Wilson is most in sync with if he's willing to stay. Very well said, Charles. I'm with you on that 100%. And look, I had not considered really that the Saints would let a guy like Sean Payton go. He's been a fantastic coach for them. He's always got that team competitive. Even this year when they really maybe didn't have as much of a business being competitive, when they had to eat half of that substantial cap hit, which was them kicking the can down the road for years, and then finally that can arrived on their doorstep this last offseason. I know it's a little bit of a meme and a narrative out there right now to say that the salary cap doesn't exist. The salary cap's BS. Well, look what the Saints do. Well, look what the Rams do. No, it exists. It is a thing. It is something you do have to work around. So he worked around all that. They did that this offseason. They split that $105 million of dead money hit that they had to sustain in cut it through 2 different seasons, but it meant that they were going to be a little less competitive this year because they didn't have all their ammunition. They only had 1 clip. They didn't have their usual 2 clips. They only had 1 clip. And he still has put them in a competitive stance. They do not go out there and embarrass themselves. I love Peyton, and he's got a lot of great contacts throughout the league. He can always fill out a tremendous coaching staff. I just had never thought, Charles, it would be a possibility. I still like me some Harbaugh, but if Peyton's available, I'd jump on that with 2 feet. 2 feet, I'm all over Mr. Peyton. That'd be a dream. Randall says Devontae Adams is a better wide receiver than Tyler. Yeah, I would say that, Emmett. That's the thing, is that Devontae may not be as highly rated as Tyler this year. I would reckon to guess that he's got to work through a lot more double teams than Tyler does. But at the end of the day, Emmett, if you go to 32 NFL teams and you say, who would you rather have, Devontae Adams or Tyler Lockett, 32 NFL teams are going to say Devontae Adams, right? And to me, that's kind of how you have to put together a top 10 list of wide receivers, is you have to say, okay, Mike Evans or Tyler Lockett? Mike Evans. Stephon Diggs or Tyler Lockett? Stephon Diggs. Tyreek Hill or Tyler Lockett? Tyreek Hill. It does get down there. Now, I will agree with you on this, Emmett. He does deserve more recognition. He's about to go basically to a de facto 4th straight season of 1,000 yards. He's been consistent in that respect, and he's not just a guy that eats up yards. He's a guy that gets you touchdown catches as well, quite a bit of them. He's nearing like 50 for his career, and I think he is a little underappreciated in that respect. But there are so many good wide receivers right now in the sport as well. It's very much stacked up. Eric Cotter says, do we have a chance in hell? You better believe we have a chance in hell. Guess what? Hell's freezing over this week, Eric. It's getting cold. It's getting a little cold down here. You better believe we got a chance, Eric. It's a divisional game. And one thing the NFL teaches us about divisional games is anything can happen. It's unpredictable. You don't have the exotic that you can bring to the table. You can't disguise things like you can do against that opponent that you play once every 3 years. You play them twice a year, every single year. And in the Rams case here, we played them 3 times last year. They know what we're going to do. We know what they're going to do. It becomes mano-a-mano. It levels the playing field to a large degree. It's why odd things can happen in these divisional matchups. So I don't care if they got a better record. I don't care if they've been a better team so far this year. That don't matter. I'm talking about this week, right now. And we're ready to roll. We're ready to roll. We got enough dogs out there to get it done. We got enough talent out there to get it done. We're starting to come together as a football team at the right team. You could say we're playing our best football, I guess, theoretically right now at this moment of the season. We could play much better than what we played, but you could say that. I mean, last week you had one of the few times where your offense and defense were both rolling throughout the course of the game. It always seems to be one or the other. But yeah, we got a chance. Ethan says, Angry Doug Baldwin is probably my all-time favorite Seahawks receiver. Just something about him, man. His nickname, the way he broke ankles, he's just freaking awesome. Angry Doug, baby. Hey, I love me Angry Doug, man. Unique wide receiver and a self-made player. You got to love those guys that they're self-made guys that weren't given all the greatest natural skill, length, jumping ability, and sort of just made it work. And he did. Landon says, I met Lockett in Bellevue on Monday. Really cool, down-to-earth guy. I gave the Hawks Nest a shout-out. Oh, man, thank you for doing that. I appreciate that, Landon. It's good to hear, man. It's good to hear that he's an awesome guy. He seems like a cool guy. Eric Cotter says, signed Quandre already. It's just too hard, Eric. You've already put your money into the Jamal Adams bed of things on this, and you can't get out from under Jamal's contract. And you can't pay 2 safeties top-of-the-market money at the same time. And if you are going to make that, then you better have a Legion of Boom-like defense that you're doing it with, which we don't have. You don't do it for a middle-of-the-road defense. So it's probably just not going to happen, unfortunately. He deserves to get paid. Don't get me wrong. Somebody will pay him. But it's the Jamal deal sort of negates you being able to even be able to bring it up into consideration, unfortunately. Paul Third says it's really down to the Titans versus Niners matchup next week, and the Titans only beat the Jags in December. Great. Maybe so, man. I mean, the Titans are playing for something, Paul. At least there's that. And I do believe they've been sort of sub-resting certain guys to get things prepped and right to be able to make this kind of last push and last run. They do tend to be a team that gets better as the season kind of goes along a little bit, I think, at times. I mean, they've been a good finishing team for the most part. I could be wrong on that. I've been, closely monitoring them the last couple of years. But yeah, that is going to come down to that game, Paul. To your point. It is going to probably end up being that's where this rides. Emmett Randall going at it. Michael Syker, just watched Super Bowl 48 highlights, and man, it puts into perspective how far we need to go. A little bit, Michael. I mean, consider as well, as I often say, that's a top 10 NFL history football team that you watched. In 100 years, 100 years of the sport or whatever, that's 50 years, whatever it is. That's definitely a top 10 team. So it's more about getting to a Super Bowl and winning it rather than creating an all-time iconic team that's filled with a lot of sub-Hall of Famers all in the middle of their prime, all just heading into the prime at just the right moment, so to speak. But you do have some, to your point on this, Michael, you got some length, you got some distance to go here. You do need to restock the shelves. And it's going to require a bit of a rebuild to get that accomplished probably when this is all said and done. No doubt about it. But that's part of why, Michael, too, you got to sort of embrace the rebuild rather than just reload. You got to go, okay, we got to do this a little bit slower than let's microwave it. No, let's slow bake it in the oven, right? Let's slow roast this thing, and then it will turn out right down the road. Emmett, oh yeah. So Emmett, yeah, I think Randall's got a little bit of a point on Tyler would get more. If Tyler was playing in a bigger market, he would probably be more hyped up than he kind of is here in Seattle. And I think that, that when you are playing the market of Seattle, it's proven historically that sometimes guys don't always get the acclaim playing up here. It's a little bit harder to do. You can get it, but it's just a little bit harder. It takes a little bit more time than if, let's say, you are in New York and Odell Beckham and get a burst onto the scene and now you're instant superstar. It's just a little bit tougher versus some of those other environments. Paul Third says, oh man, I lost another huge parlay this week. I had a lot of quarterbacks passing yards under over props. $5 into 2,961. Woo! The Bills defense held Tampa Bay to under 305 yards. I was golden. Screw the Bucks. Sorry, you came just short, man. That's brutal on the parlays when you just come one short on the end. That's a nut punch right there. Randall, on a national level, Seattle isn't a huge market. No, they're not. It's been long recognized that our players don't get recognition as big markets. Yeah, it's Emmett. It's pretty well understood that Seattle's just not, it's a big market, but there's bigger markets out there that you'll have more claim to. And look, this is also a West Coast problem. The majority of the national media is into the Midwest/East Coast. And so they don't watch as much stuff. Emmett, this is, for instance, Emmett, why Russell Wilson doesn't have one single MVP vote in his entire career, right? That's a silly thing. He should absolutely have at least one vote. Like Derek Carr has 3. He's got 3 in his career. Russell has zippity-doo-dah. That has everything to do with the fact that Russell's had to play in Seattle and doesn't get watched as much. And I think a lot of those East Coast voters don't even watch Seahawks games, quite frankly. Bergshow says Michael Kendricks is a free agent, only 31, maybe sign him. It could be interesting. He's been a really good player for the Vikings. He's getting a little bit old. I don't want to give him a lot of money, Bergs, but we do need a little bit of a will. Some of this would be driven by what happens with Bobby, because obviously to sign Michael, then you're going to want to move Jordan Brooks to the middle and then move on from Bobby. So that would be a little bit of the determinant on that one. But he's a good player. He's better than the other Kendricks that we had here, I think, right? The other guy, that he didn't do too well here. His brother didn't. And I mean, it is stupid that we're not considered more, but it's the reality, unfortunately. Rodney Prescio, the one thing I hated that Pete does is draft guys and take them out of their natural position. In essence, he ruins them. I would like to see guys play their natural position. I'm with you on this, Rodney. As we were talking about above on this, it's something that bothers me as well. It's hard to play in the NFL, right? It's hard to be I'm a right tackle in college. Now I'm going to come in and I'm going to play in the NFL. And I'm starting out, whoa, these guys are big. Whoa, these guys are fast. And now here comes the coaching staff in the first week of training camp, and they're walking over. What do they want to talk about? What is this about? What do you guys want? What is this? What? Hey, yeah, you're doing really good at the right tackle. Oh, thanks. I'm learning. I'm a little overhead, man. My head is swimming here. Man, that playbook's thick. Yeah, we know all that. We're going to move you to right guard for a couple weeks and probably play a few for games of the year at right guard. I never played right guard. I'm just learning this position over here at right tackle. I'm just learning this thing. But yeah, we know, but we want you to be more flexible and versatile. And so we're going to just move you over there. I don't know if I can do it very well. I'm a big man. It's hard for me to get the leverage down on those guys. Yeah, we think you'll hold up okay. And even if you don't, at least you'll have learned the position. Yeah, but I'm just learning my technique at right tackle. I got to do a whole different stuff in the leverage game from the guard. I mean, want to maybe learn bad habits, and then if you move back to right tackle, I'll have to then unlearn those bad habits to then transition back to right. Yeah, you will. You probably will, but you'll figure it out. Let's just go. You'll get it. Let's just go. It's a little of that, Rodney, and it drives me nuts. And of course, our guy I'm referencing here is Jermaine Ifedi you did this with. Jermaine Ifedi's a right tackle at Texas A&M. You come in and bring him into right guard. Probably should have just kept him at right guard and said, let me become a right guard then. But then you move him right guard, and then now let's get him back out to right tackle. And Justin Britt, we'll get you a right tackle, and then, oh, that doesn't work. Let's get you to right guard, and we don't like that as much. Well, let's try over at center. It's hard enough to learn this game coming from the college to the pros at your natural position, telling them to then move to a new position, sometimes a position they've never in their life ever played at, is basically setting a player up to fail. And it's no surprise that this has failed, not just often, but almost every single time. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. He says, praying for a King Henry miraculous recovery. That's right, Paul. Right about the time the Niners come to town. Come on, King Henry. Come on, you're a man built of steel and iron. Get back out there. Beat the hell out of those Niners. You run over us. Don't give them a free pass when you play them. We had to get the full brunt of you. The least they could do is at least get you at like 92%. We had to get you at 103. But thank you, Paul. You're awesome for the donos, man. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Randall, double donos. Thank you, brother. Says, you foresee a Patriot-style spending spree for the Hawks in the offseason? We have a lot of coin and nobody as a must-sign besides DK. His money hits in 2023. Very well said, Randall. It's something to consider there with DK is that even if you sign DK, you're going to be able to utilize the final year of his rookie deal at like about $1.6 million or something like that on the salary cap. And so then essentially all that's going to hit is a base of $1 million plus his bonus the first year of that cap hit. So if he signs for basically what should be around $40 million guaranteed, then that means that DK's cap hit would essentially be in 2022 somewhere in the neighborhood of about $11.5 million. Yeah, I would think that they would, Randall. I think that they would. Some of this is hard to predict because of the fact you don't know the direction the organization is going to take. But I think regardless if it's Carroll or if it's Sean Payton, as your coach of the future, I think that with the money you have to spend, you're going to try to spend it, especially if Russell Wilson's here. I would say, though, Randall, if you go the other direction where Carroll stays, Schneider stays, and then Russell Wilson is moved, well, at that point, they're probably going to be a little more reticent to spend in this first year and maybe even end up rolling a lot of money into next year where they don't think they're necessarily good to go for 2022 to compete. And that would have them sort of waiting and to spend that money until the year after. But if that's not anything short of that, I guess, keeping Russ, keeping Carroll here, keeping all the fan, bringing a new coach in with Russ, then yeah, they would. Because especially you have to consider they don't have a first-round pick. So, they've got a lot of holes. You got to do that somewhere. You're rolling over $13 million of cap space into next year's cap. You were already, before you roll over this $13 million, sitting on about the 10th most amount of cap space and money. You could get up to having the most cap space in the entire NFL if you end up moving on from Bobby and Russell. I mean, you'd have far and away the most cap space. So that's a lot of money to be burning a hole in their pocket to not go and end up being spent, Randall. I absolutely think outside of Wilson being moved, Wilson gets moved, I think they spend some, but they save a lot at that point and just try to roll it over if that ends up becoming the case. And then you bring your rookie in 2023 with a ton of cap space rolled over. You'd have the most cap space to spend in the NFL, build the super team around the rookie quarterback, and then go fly. Not for sale with a $2 donation. Thank you. Not for sale. You are awesome. Says this game will tell me a lot about our future. It will. It will. I mean, let's face it. This season goes down in flames this Sunday. You lose. You mathematically get eliminated. That pushes a lot further in the direction of seeing bigger ultimate change across the board in a variety of different ways. You go out and win. You keep it in it. Say nothing of getting on to a playoff type run here. That tells you maybe there's a little bit of holding, retaining more than you would have retained before because there's more to work with. So it's going to tell you a lot about that. We're going to learn a lot about how much fight this team has this week. It's one thing to beat up the Texans, another thing to beat up the Niners, another thing to beat on the Rams, to win against the Rams, a team that has given you fits lately. So it'd be very interesting to see how it plays out. I think we're going to bring it this week, though. I think we're going to bring it. And thank you all, Charles Riley, Randall McDaniel, Not For Sale. Thank you for all the donations. D-Nugget, you too. Appreciate you guys. Dupree Squid, Cerebus. All right, I was right. Okay, Cerebus. Yeah, the three-headed dog that guards the gates of hell. That's what I want. That's what I want as my running back. That's my ideal running back situation. That's basically the ideal. James Watson, get a running back in the third round. Seems like the magical place where you're not giving up too much assets for the running back, but you're getting a really good, well-talented guy right there that really can give you a little bit of a difference maker type edge to the position right around that frame of things. I like that spot in the draft for a running back. I do. Third, fourth round, I think is sometimes a good spot. Even the fifth can be nice. Fat Boy Ka says, I hope y'all win, but I need Stafford to go off for my fantasy team. We can't let that happen this week, Fat Boy. Sorry. You're going to have to take the L this week in your fantasy. Pick it back up again next week. Sorry, man, but we can't let Stafford do that to us this week, man. It's just, it is not going to be allowed. So sit him on the bench. Go out. There's somebody on the waiver wire right now, man. There has to be somebody out there. Russell Wilson Undercover Goat says, thoughts on James Robinson disgruntled with the Jags not playing him? I can hear Pete chewing, kicking up a couple gears to recruit him. I could too. He's obviously not going to be a rookie. He's not going to be a free agent. He's only in the second year, so they've got club control over him. But look, they went out and they drafted a running back, Travis Etienne, in this last draft. So they are obviously not really sold on James. And I'm sure, as you're intimating about here, this is a Marshawn Lynch, Chris Carson mold of running back. This is the kind of guy that he likes quite a bit to gravitate towards the running back position. And if you're moving on from Chris Carson, this would be a pretty apt replacement. What's going to be the cost? What are you going to have to flip to the Jags to get him? Well, maybe a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick, somewhere in that neighborhood of things. But he would still have a year of club control until he's to that third year. You would have at least 2 years of club control left on him if you made that trade. And I like you, could absolutely see Coach Carroll becoming enamored by the kid, if he's not already. Succubus, Randall, Succubus that's the one that comes to you in the middle of the night and dines on men sexually. Rodney says, Pete and the play calling is so predictable. If it's 3rd and 8, you more than likely will see a drop play. Just watch Sunday. You will see it. I'm sorry, just tired of Pete and his BS. I'm with you there, man. Rodney, I'm with you there. You see something for a long period of time that just annoys you. You reach a stage where you're just like, I'm so over this. But yeah, the playing not to win stuff, the playing to just try to keep things close thing. Play to win, play balls out, play going for it. Don't play to just be safe and worrisome. What bad could happen? What could be the bad thing that happens? No, I don't want that to happen. Mike P says, general question, what's with all these sensitive quarterbacks and teams afraid to give them competition? Wentz, Hurts, Rodgers, Love, Lawrence, Minshew Seems so soft. Minshew was crushing Lawrence in the preseason. It's a great question. I think these quarterbacks are definitely getting to a stage of things where they're starting to approach at times the wide receiver diva stuff. And, I love Russell Wilson, but there's some times with that where you go, buddy. Aaron Rodgers, come on, buddy. And yeah, I do think that there's a little bit of that. You put somebody behind them that's sort of testing them a little bit, and they don't like that all that much. I mean, hell, this was a thing with the Niners back in the day with Montana and Young. I know Montana didn't love having Young sitting behind him, nipping at his heels at every moment. The second that he did something that was half wrong, people were going to, maybe be, in his mind, maybe be calling for Young to go out there, which I don't think anybody in San Francisco was going to be like that with Joe at that time. He was such a legend. But it doesn't mean that it's not maybe in their minds a little bit. But to your point, you just don't ever see it. I do think it does come back to a little bit of that ego thing in quarterbacks where, you need to be behind me all the way. I mean, we've even seen Seattle with all the money they've given Russell and some of the stuff that they've given him asset-wise in the field. He still feels like he's not being, supported fully in the way that he wants to be supported, given a great offensive line, for instance. And so it's a little bit of the nature of the way that this evolves at the quarterback position moving forward. I don't love it myself, but it seems to be the new nature of the beast. A little bit. Jamar Chase. Yeah, Jamar's the top 10. Debo's probably in there too. Yeah, Tevin. I forgot Debo. And Emmett, I can't put Michael Thomas in there anymore. He's been out for about a year and a half. I would just put these as the receivers in the here and now. You know what I mean? Not even the reputation of them, just literally looking them across the board. I don't think anybody if I pose that same question, Emmett, would you take Tyler Lockett or Michael Thomas to those 32 franchises right now? I think the majority by far would take Tyler Lockett. Paul Third says, imagine if the Niners win their next 3 and clinch a playoff spot. Play Trey Lance week 18 against the Rams while they rest players and they still beat LA. It could happen. I could see it. They got their number, Lamb. They got their number. It's a paper, rock, scissors, the Rams got our number. The 49ers got the Rams number. It's the circle of life. Keenan Allen. Yeah, that was the one for the Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. I mean, both those guys, maybe not Mike, but Keenan, you absolutely there's a lot of people who would take him up over Tyler. But I get your point, Emmett. Your point's valid, by the way. So I'm not trying to take your legs out on your point. I do think Tyler's unappreciated in the NFL, and I think that was Randall was kind of saying too, is that he is unappreciated. He's not looked on as he probably should be looked on. But again, some of that has to do with a little bit of there's so many good receivers too. But it doesn't mean it's not wrong. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You are awesome. Says, I was watching the 2018 highlights on YouTube the other day, and that team ran with Mike Davis and Carson, first in the league. Dallas playoff game sucked. They did run really well that year. Mike Davis, Carson, there was one other third guy too. Was that the McKissick year, that year, Charles? I felt like there was a third running back that was fairly decent for us during that season as well. It's why I like that Cerebus talk. We've seen with our team, and this is again about lessons learned, right? I talked about this with Carol. We need to learn this lesson as well. Within the last 5 years, your running back room is going to get decimated. Deal with it. It's a fact of life. It's like this pandemic we're living with, Our running backs are going to die over the course of the year. So let's build up a stable of running backs. I heard a lot of fans this preseason when we were sitting on the running backs being Carson, Penny, Homer, and DJ Dallas. And they're like, man, we got to move one of these guys. Let's move Penny for something. And I said, it's going to get decimated. Let's keep all the guys. Keep the stable of talented running backs as much as you can. And I think that's the way to look at the position rather than looking for the one bell cow back. Find the multitude of guys. And you may not find the one guy who is as talented as that quintessential bell cow is traditionally, but you might find the upper level talented guys that if you lose dog 1, you got dog 2. And if you lose dog 2, you got dog 3. And you can not have to lean on any of them for majority of the carries, but sort of massage the carries out across the board. Teams used to do this, by the way. This is kind of an old concept, but it's been a little bit forgotten of even a bit in the modern age. Some of this has to do with a little bit of the less running, but for instance, the Washington teams that went to a couple Super Bowls in the 80s, and I think like 1990 when they beat the Bills, they had 3 running backs that they ran out, and none of them were so superstars. but all of them were really good. You had the one legitimate guy, the guy that was just a little bit behind him, and then the young guy that was up and coming. But that was a good team, Charles. That 2018 season, and that should have been another year, Charles, that Russell got at least a couple MVP votes. I thought he should have had. But the Dallas game sucked. One of those games as well that should have let Russ cook about second quarter in when you realized the running game wasn't working against Dallas and that they were loading up to stop the run. You waited far too late in that football game to actually trust Russ and let him work. But man, that sucked. Yeah, that playoff game was brutal. Brutal. Randall says, I take DJ Moore over Tyler in a straight-up trade. Allen Robinson. I do Allen Robinson. I don't know about DJ, maybe. Maybe on DJ. He's just been a really good player. I don't know why. It doesn't get me much excited watching him as far as, he's just kind of boringly effective. Goax05 says, who would love to follow Sean Payton to Seattle? Teron Armstead. Yeah, you're right. Current left tackle of the Saints. That'd be your first hire. He'd be willing to come aboard. Randall says, offer Sean Payton $20 million a year. Do it. Blow the Saints out of the water with whatever they're offering him. Bring him here. Mega Triumph says, I would not be hyped for that. No, Mega? You would not be hyped for that? Stephen Coleman says Sean Payton would be good for the Seahawks. I'm with you, man. Mega Triumph does not agree, though. But I do. Randall says, is Payton under contract after this year? If Pete retires or is fired and Russell Wilson was here, it would be a very desired destination. Let's see here. Let's see if Sean Payton's in the last year of his deal. I've agreed to a 5-year extension. Nope. Which was set to expire. Nope. So this have a 5-year deal to keep him in town through 2026. So no, he inked as looks like he just did one, guys. So yeah, we'd have to give up draft capital to get Mr. Payton in here. So it looks like in 2000, just this year, he signed an extension. Which I didn't hear about it, man. When was this? I guess back in September. So he signed a 5-year contract extension. So I don't know. I don't know how we'd get him if that was going to be the case, unless he has to just be released from his contract or that we trade for him. Landon says, I heard the Sean Payton news through my buddy who heard it from his friend who is in the Seahawks circle. If all this comes true, I better get some mad props, Brando. Ha, ha, ha. Landon, you will be the prophet. You will be the prophet of the channel for the next year. So I will only reference you as the prophet, Landon Edwards, if you are proven right on this one. How's that sound? Our Russell Wilson undercover goat says defenses are seeing DK's tilt and using it to their gain. Double DK, Tyler has less yak potential, and he always dives to avoid the big shots. Makes the offense more transparent with the deep game. Agreed. There's a bit of that. I think the cover 2 is also in addition to that, just staying to that cover 2 principle and basically taking away that deep part of the field from Russ and sticking towards it, knowing he eventually is going to want to slide back into throwing a deep ball and then trying to take advantage of that point. But yeah, I agree. I think DK is definitely getting a lot of double teams. I never miss. How are we feeling if Russ wants Pete to be his coach? How are we feeling if Russ wants Pete to be his coach? Do we go against our quarterback for choosing the head coach we don't want anymore? Not necessarily, because I think a lot of people's opinion on looking for the change of Pete has to do with the general feeling, I believe I never miss, that there's a little bit of a disconnect between these two guys. Not that they hate each other, not that they don't still respect each other tremendously, but that there's a little bit of a difference opinion in how this should go forward, this team, and what the direction should be. And I think that there's, if that doesn't exist, if there is not this disagreement between these two parties, then I think there are a lot more people that would be maybe open to that, at that point. For instance, I never miss, let's say this season, let me give you a hypothetical. You have the off season and Carroll and Wilson are having a conversation and it's post Wilson's media tour from hell, where I'm taking too many hits, and I'd like to have some more control and say over the personnel, and I want to have say over the offensive coordinator, and I'd like to score 24 points and a half, and da-da-da-da. And then Carroll gets with him, and Carroll's like, okay, we seem to have a little bit of an issue here where, I know you're having some issues and problems. Let's talk this through. And Wilson lays it all on the table. And he says, and you don't give me a good pass protecting offensive line, and you get me beat all to hell, and you've done this over and over again, and you never fix it, and you just keep doing the same thing, Coach Carroll. And Carroll says, okay, look, I hear where you're coming from. I value you. I want you to remain here in Seattle forever. I don't want you to go anywhere else. Ride with me one more year doing it my way, doing it to trying to build back up my defense, remain balanced offensively. We maybe not give you the greatest of great offensive line. We'll get you Gabe Jackson, but we'll kind of just keep doing a little bit of similar what we're doing to trust and see if my defense can finally ignite like I think they're ready to ignite. We're in year 3 of the defensive rebuild, so let's go. I think it's going to happen this year. But if it goes wrong, Russell, then this next offseason, it's a sea change. I'm going to have your back 100%. It's all for you at that point. I'm going to give you the great offensive line. We're going to get you another playmaker on the outside. I'm going to dial back the resources on my defense to build to the offense. Well, then that would be where would they be on the same page, right? That would be where you go, okay, these guys can work together going forward. But you can't go forward with your starting quarterback wanting to do it one way and your head coach wanting to do it another. That doesn't work. As Landon does say, no way Russ wants to stay with Pete. I just don't think he does either. Randall McDaniel says Sean Payton is one of the more coaches who can do more with less. Pete needs more to do more than average. Well said, Randall. Well said. Charles Riley with another $5 donation, man. Thank you so much, Charles. You're awesome, brother. I really, really do appreciate it. He says, now, is the legend of Succubus a gal who comes in the night in a sea-shawl manner, and while performing in a way that seduces a man, bad things happen in his life in the aftermath? That's the one. That's the one. Wakes you up in the middle of the night. You're vulnerable. Your guard's down. It's like, hey there, big boy. How'd you get in here? Don't worry about it. Hey, what are you touching me for? I don't know who you are. Just let it happen. That's the succubus. Sophie Austin says VASK Tech. Okay. Mike P says Minshew splits first team reps with Philly. Hurts high ankle sprain has him limping. Hurts was very dejected in press conference. What happens if Minshew balls out? And they got 11 draft picks. I mean, Minshew's balled out every time he gets a chance, hasn't he? I mean, the guy's another one of those guys he's like the Jake Curhan of quarterbacks. Everybody gets underselling him, but every time he goes in there, he performs. I don't know. Eagles got some interesting choices to make. They got a lot of ammunition to utilize this offseason to get some things done. They have some parts of the roster that's aging as well. But they're sitting in a good situation to start to kind of fix things and get it moved in the right direction. They are a little pressed as far as their salary cap situation goes, which does rely on them still having a cheaper quarterback, but they got their pick of two guys right now that are both pretty good players. So I'm not sure where they go with it, Mike. I don't have a good feel for what Philly's going to do. I would imagine that they are not sold on Hurts, and at the end of the day, they know that it's probably not going to be either of those two guys in the long term. GoOxo5 says the dream would be Sean Payton head coach and a hotshot 3-4 defensive coordinator. That would be awesome. Though I do think Sean tends to like to more run 4-3. But I'd be okay with that. I'm willing to pay that price to bring in Sean. I'll run 4-3 all day for Sean. Russell Wilson, the GOAT, says Doug was the Sun Tzu of the one-on-one, dribbled the hell out of everyone, and they're playing football. He has a recent interview talking about life and his philosophy of route running. I'll have to check it out, man. Yeah, he was an awesome route runner, and his first step quickness to that crossover, his signature crossover move, that was almost undefendable by a cornerback. There's almost nothing you could do, GoOxo5, it would just freeze him. We all want rockets, but this week we need to rely on the Everett Disley train. Choo-choo! That's the way, man. That's the way. I'm telling you, watching this game against the Cardinals, you're seeing them being so effective with the bubble screens, the short, the intermediate stuff. And you go, boy, and they're moving the ball consistently when they stay in that lane. When they left that lane, when they started to go to different places in that game, they got less effective offensively speaking, as well as they would just be moving the ball, and Kyler threw just 2 really stupid, dumb interceptions in that game that just set him back. But that's how you got to do it, man. That's how you got to pull it. And thank you again, Charles, for all your donations on the channel, man. You're awesome, brother. You really are. You're God among men. Russell Wilson says, Dis got some mean, stiff arms. Disley does have. He's got the little baby stiff. Just nothing about baby stiff arm. Just a little baby stiff arm, as Marshawn would say. Tevin Robinson says, hope the Casey Hayward rumor comes true this offseason. There has been some rumors of Casey Hayward eventually coming to the Seattle Seahawks. And, of course, Casey comes up out of San Diego playing a lot under the, of course, right now he's playing with Gus Bradley in Oakland, but he also played with Gus Bradley in San Diego. So he has a very good familiarity in how to play zone defender, getting a little bit long in the tooth, but can't deny, Tevin, that he would be a schematic fit and probably wouldn't cost, I don't think, a tremendous money because of that age situation. And he would understand how to fit in. You wouldn't have to teach him the kick step or any of that stuff. He'd know exactly what to do from day one. Randall says, I want to hit Kendricks up for some stock tips. That's right. It's not Michael. I don't want Michael Kendricks. It was Eric Kendricks. That's who I was thinking of, Randall. So, no, I don't want Michael Kendricks. Eric Kendricks, you could talk me into, but not Michael. That guy led the league in missed tackles when he was here. No, thank you. No, thank you. Randall says, how many positions did Britt move to? Right tackle, guard, and center in the middle of camp? Yep. Did the trifecta. The only 2 positions he did play was left guard and left tackle. And they probably put him in for a cup of coffee at left guard here and there. Ethan, because they believe left guard and right guard are the very same thing. Ethan says, I can totally picture Carroll saying that kind of thing to Damian Lewis. Out of all the position changes, the Lewis to guard gets me easily the most furious. Makes me so mad. A fringe Pro Bowl rookie. Yeah, it's, you go through a desert and you've not had any water. And then you finally are handed a cup of water for the first time in 10 years of walking through the desert. And then the first thing you do is pour oil into the water. It's like the equivalent here. Like, why would you do that? Why would you do this? You're thirsty. Drink the water. Don't ruin it. GoHawks05 says, all my homies hate East Coast MVP voters, as they should. They're lazy. Stay up and watch the games, you fools. It's your job. I don't care if you don't like it. What do? You write for sports. That's your job. You have a vote. You got to watch the games. Hell, you can watch them all condensed now, but I don't think that they do. I think a lot of those East Coast voters just don't watch the games. Meanwhile, we're all up at 10 a.m. watching those games on the East. We don't make no excuses. We're up late on Saturday having fun. We still get up on Sunday and get our football watching in. Randall says, we hit on one player moving positions, the guard who went from defensive tackle to guard. Maybe the guy we moved from tight end to left tackle. To me, it's arrogance of coaching staff covering their misses. Yes, George Fant would be the tight end to left tackle that you did. And J.R. Sweezy, the guy you're talking about from defensive tackle to guard, coming out of South Carolina, I believe. And I think both of those guys did have something in common in the success that you had with them, being that you were not only moving them, but you were moving them to a totally different position, and then you're setting them in that position from day one, and they were just going to play that position. Whereas you take a guy and you're moving them all around the place constantly, here to there to there. But those were the only 2 hits you've had, and there's been a lot of position movements beyond those guys. There have been a lot of misses that didn't work within those 2 moderate hits. I mean, Fant was a moderate hit. J.R. Sweezy was a moderate hit. Both of those guys at the top end of their abilities played at basically league average play, at their best of their best play. And they gave you a lot of games where they were a little bit below league average playing at those positions. So even your hits and successes aren't all that great at hits or successes. Randall says, did we draft Amara Darboh over Cooper Kupp? No, Cooper Kupp was a 2nd-round pick. Amara Darboh was a 3rd-round pick. TJ, what's up, TJ? Good to see you on in here, my guy. Matt Callaway says, if Russ leaves, this fan base will be back to wearing trash bags on their heads. Well, I hope not, Matt, but part of the reason why I don't want to move on from Russ is I do know how hard it is to find a franchise quarterback, a Hall of Fame quarterback, and that you probably don't want to let him go when you got one. It's usually a good rule of thumb. Herbicide says, what's up, y'all? Go Hawks. Yeah, if we win, I say we vote COVID as MVP. Me too, man. Me too. I'm with it. Randall says, I think we have 2 fourth-round draft picks in this draft. Yes, we do. 2 fourth-rounders. We do indeed. I forget how we got it. Something on a first. I forget what it was from a trade of some kind. But yes, you are correct. Correct, sir. Not for sale. Yeah, we should release Chris Carson to free up some cap space. Yeah, you will free him up. I don't know how much net cap space you get not for sale because there is a little bit of dead money. It's not significant, but it might offset and make it kind of a zero, net zero, whatever on releasing him. But at the end of the day, look, he's been injured in every single year of his career. He's got a chronic neck injury that's not going anywhere. I can't rely on you, man. I can't rely on Carson to be out there. And I've got to have that roster spot for somebody else who's got more availability at this point. Randall says, how about Bill Belichick never really having to pay a quarterback top of the market? Always got a bargain on Brady. Now his first guy to really invest around a rookie quarterback. Now he's smart about it. He's smart about it. Certainly having Tom Brady take the less amount of money helped him. That did help. But, look, they were able to really benefit in this draft with Mac Jones dropping like he did. And he went to the perfect team for them, Randall. And, yeah, they're going to be a good team for the next couple of years because they are going to have that kid on a rookie deal for 3-4 more years. And that's going to allow them to spend at other positions around him. And they already did this offseason. They're going to be able to continue to do so. And Belichick's, showing that, again, everybody goes, is it Brady or is it Belichick? Was it Brady or is it Belichick? It was both. It was both for their greatness. It wasn't just one guy or the other. It was both. Go Hawks Ohio says, if Peyton comes here, would be big-time players. Oh, it would be awesome. It would be awesome if he came here. Go Hawks Ohio says, if our three-headed monster at running back next year was James Robinson, Penny, and one of Georgia's fantastic running backs, there you go, man. You're thinking along my lines, right? What a crew that would be, man. You'd be able to hit them with a couple of different. James and Penny would be 2 different type of running backs. Say nothing of the Georgia boys you might bring in, and Georgia certainly has a nice pedigree of running backs in the NFL. Terrell Davis, Garrison Hurst, right? There's been some guys, even Nick Chubb, Tony Michel recently. Bergshow says, if Russell Wilson wants a great offensive line, why doesn't he take a pay cut or defer money? You can't have your cake and eat it too. I've also railed on this as well, Bergshow. I think that Russell Wilson would be smart as we go forward to take a little bit less money to build out a better team. So I agree with what you're saying. I do think that the front office and organization loses a little bit of that upper hand in dictating that to Russell Wilson, because I go to Russell Wilson this offseason and I say, okay, Russ, we're going to build up an offensive line around you. We're just going to ask you to take a pay cut to build that offensive line. And then Russ goes, Bergshow, hey, how do I know you're really going to use that money in the offensive line? You just left $13.3 million on last year's salary cap that you could have used to an offensive line and you didn't. How do I know you're not just going to roll that money over or go spend spend that money on Quandre Diggs at safety? And that's where you lose that upper hand by not utilizing all of your cap space. If you can come to Russ and say, hey, look, Russ, look at the last 5 years. We've used up every last bit of cap space. We've made all of these desperate trades. We've squeezed as many players in as we possibly could squeeze in. And you're still taking up like almost 20% of the cap here, my guy. Can you take a little bit less to allow us to accommodate to build you out a better offensive line? That's when you can make that argument. But when you start rolling over money, when you don't convert Russell's base to bonus as you had negotiated in his contract back in 2018, now you start to lose that ability to come to us to be able to do that. Because he goes, well, you didn't use it before. How do I know you'll use it in the future? Randall says that Dallas playoff game was such a debacle. That was a middle finger to Russ and the team. Shameful coaching. Yeah, that was one of the worst days, I think, for Carroll. And again, a very much a symbolic day, a little bit. You could really pull from that day of a little bit of the problems and issues we're currently having now and see them in that game back then. Randall says, I met an actual succubus. That's a story for another time. I did too. I've got my own story on that, Randall. Maybe we got to match up stories on that one. I had a recent one. That was I never got to allow her to the point of succubus, but geez, it was crazy. Daniel Bergshow says, I wish Homer got more touches at running back and targets at wide receiver. I think he has potential. He's been looking really good this year, Bergshow. What is he averaging? 6 yards a carry? I think he's fighting through a little bit of an injury situation right now. I think they're trying to massage and take care of him a little bit. So I think he's got something he's dealing with. But he's also awesome in pass protection, too. Randall says, prediction on quarterback besides Russ. Who can be moved in the offseason? We had Wentz, Stafford, and Goff this offseason. To me, Rodgers, Ben, obviously Watson, plus those former number ones like Tua and Danny Dimes. I think all of those guys you mentioned will be on different teams. I think Ben will retire. I don't know who's going to be chomping at the bit to bring Ben into the realm of things. So I think Ben's probably done. I mean, he looks like a shot fighter for the last couple of years, hasn't he? I mean, it's not been there. Who else? I think Carr might be potentially because of where that organization is. He to me seems like a guy that just some team might fall in love with, wanting to try to rip him away from the Raiders. And the Raiders might be prepared to do so. I think if there's anybody else that jumps out to me, that would probably be just about it. Yeah, that'd be about it, Randall, as far as there's not going to be as much quarterback mobility. Those guys you mentioned is pretty much, that's pretty much all you got. Pretty much all you got. Carr's the only one that comes to mind that's a potential to me. And even that one's kind of on the line. Kevin DeClerc says, do you think the Seahawks will invest in the draft and rebuild over a 3-year period? Will the fan base be patient or invest in free agency like the Bucs and the Rams? I tend to think that they would have to go to more of the former, Kevin, where they would need to rebuild. I don't think it would take a 3-year period because in football things can be turned around so quickly. I do think it would take a year. I think you've got to basically punt on 2022. And I think that the fan base would be willing to do so because there is the brightness of the future on the horizon. Part of what has disconnected the fan base as it is right now and has gotten so many basically out on the Carroll regime, and then there's a huge contingent of 12s out there that aren't even watching this team because they are so tired of watching this Carroll model of team out on the football field. And I can't blame them in that respect. I really can't. So I think that would provide an injection of optimism within the fan base of at least now we're building towards something as opposed to remaining stagnant or actually slightly degenerating every single year. And I think that they would be patient for that. I do. I think eventually you get around to investing in free agency in 2023 if you take that punt on 2022. If you just plan on let's just roll with it and just let's go light. Let's roll cap space over from 2022 into 2023. But like I said, we're already sitting on the 10th amount most of cap space going into this offseason as it stands in the NFL right now. And that's with still Russell's money on the books, Bobby's money on the books, LJ Collier's money on the books. You're going to be able to get out from under that and create even more space potentially. And then you look at the year after that, you got the 9th most amount of cap space in 2023 as it currently stands. And once again, that's with still Russell Wilson's money on the books and Bobby Wagner's money on the books. So you're going to have, in that event that you do that rebuild, a lot of money to utilize at one point or another, Kevin, but you want to wait to utilize it when you've actually built up the foundation so that you're not trying to get your work done in free agency. You're just trying to top off the team around the edges, fill it out. Dustin Carrion says, Sean Payton plus Seahawks equals Super Bowl. Rain Man glove. All right. Rayman would have been a hell of a tight end, 6'10" tight end out there, going to jump up and he'd take it away from anybody. Nobody's going to go up there and high point that past the Rain Man. Randall says it's also the type of wide receiver Tyler is, does best work when wide open. He has strengths, but he needs a guy like DK taking double teams. I think it helps him, yeah. I think you're asking him to be the number one guy. It's not going to work. I'd agree with that. I'd agree. Charles with a $2 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, did a succubus drive you out of Hawaii? Okay, no, I'll tell you guys the story. This is off football, but you guys will love this story. So I don't do any dating, right? Every once in a while, because I'm not liking what's out there right now. It's like, it's rough for middle-aged man, guys. I'm not gonna lie. You young boys that are enjoying your sprightly young women that are, enjoy your time. It gets a little dark as you get in your 40s. I'm just going to say that, okay? It gets a little dark. So I go out on this date. I'm like, all right, let's see how this goes. Get out, and I'm having dinner or whatever, and I notice this girl, she's got basically a Satanist ring on her middle finger. And then she's talking about succubus talk. I'm like, what have I gotten myself into? And so eventually, we go back to her place. Nothing happened on that night because I walk in the door. She's got like upside down crosses drawn on portraits. She's got like skeletons of like small animals like draped around the house. This is like a good, cute girl. Not like I saw the ring, and then I see that. I walk in the house. I turned right back around. I made like, you're watching the cartoons, the old Looney Tunes, when like you see Wile E. Coyote, the Roadrunner goes beep beep, and then there's still like a visage of the Roadrunner left that smokily goes away. That was me running out of that house in that moment. But I was just like, my God, really? This is a thing? This is a real thing? Like this isn't just something that you like, oh my, yeah. But that was my encounter, Charles, with the succubus. And I got out of that quick. I got out of that one before my soul was lost. Hawks 5-8. How much draft capital would you give up for Sean Payton and put proven offensive linemen in front of Russ to spend the money in free agency to make him happy? I would give up a first-round protected pick in 2022, and that anything in the top 13 picks, it stays with Seattle, and you got to wait a year for that first-round pick. But if it's anything deeper than that, we'll give you a first-round pick for Peyton at that point. I'll give you Sean Pitt. I'll give you a pick, and I might even give you a player. So I'll give you I don't know, I'll give you D. Eskridge and a future first-round pick. How about that? Oh, goodness. Gruden cost Tampa Bay 2 first-round picks. We may have to give something near. Maybe I'm underselling it a little bit. I might be underselling it a little bit. Paul Third, Brando, are you ranking all receivers or just the players that play wide receiver? The amount of tight ends lined up out wide and in the slot, I think some of the top guys would enter the argument. Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews, Waller. Kelsey would probably be the one guy who would have the biggest argument to be made for that. I think he lines up as wide as anything. And Kittle does a lot of inline stuff, as does Andrews. Waller's is a lot more of a H-back, flex out, more of a wide receiver type at times. I would probably put, it's harder to do with the tight ends, Paul. It really is. But yeah, Kelsey would be above Lockett as a player. I mean, Kittle's above Lockett as a player to me too, but that has a lot to do with him as just being a traditional great tight end. I don't know that. Andrews and Waller, I don't know. I don't know on that one. I know a lot of people love Waller. I'm not quite as high as some are. As John Gruden called him the best player he's ever seen. I don't know if I see him like that, but it's hard to factor in the tight ends just because they get flexed out, Paul. I think I'm sticking more to wide receivers. I think just sticking to wide receivers, Lockett's probably a top 15, but probably not a top 10. Berg Show says, do you think Russ would have made it in the Major League Baseball if he stuck with baseball? Probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, the guy's naturally very athletic. He probably would have been a hell of a second baseman. Yeah. Charles Riley says, Brando's impression of a succubus truly has me in fear. I'm probably going to dream of Jessica Alba type, but she's going to be slithering like that. Charles. Hello. Are you sleepy? Oh, Randall. Russ has a no franchise tag written into his current deal. Not that I'm aware of, Randall. If so, after next year, we either extend him for 40 plus a year, ages 35 or 38, or he walks and gets nada. No, Randall, I don't believe that he has the no franchise tag in there. I don't believe that was put in there. or I've not seen that reported anywhere. So that would be a first. Hawks 5-8 says if all three of Rodgers, Wilson, Watson get traded this offseason, who would get the most capital? I think that we would, honestly. With Rodgers, this is a guy that's 40 years of age. I know he's out playing Wilson right now, and he's again turning in like a sub-MVP season. But I don't think with Rodgers you're getting much more past 2 first-round type picks. I think that's kind of your ceiling for Rodgers. With Watson, he has obviously the talent, younger guy than Wilson, but all the baggage you got to bring. We got to take on this Watson guy and take this huge PR hit with not us Seattle, but whatever team trades for him. You have to take this huge PR hit, whoever brings him on. That's going to depress some of his value, as evidenced by the fact that the Texans have still not been able to move him. When we know him, it's been reported over and over again that they've been wanting to since way back into the offseason. They're not getting what they're asking for. They're not getting their return. And eventually they're going to have to just get while the getting's good. The offer that's on the table is not getting any better. And they're going to have to probably accept that at one point in time. And much like with Rodgers, I think Watson, it's probably 2 first-round picks and maybe a third or something is the top end you're really going to get at that point. But with Wilson, I do maintain it begins with 3 first-round picks, and you might even get a little bit more than that. Kyler Robinson says, people who are saying that we're horrible this year are delusional. I think if Wilson never got injured, we got 3 more wins. We also lost 6 games by a field goal. We had a new offensive coordinator at the beginning of the season. I don't think I would say that we're horrible, Kyler. You have been closer to the Detroit Lions than you've been to the Arizona Cardinals as far as your record. And as I often say, you can always play the what-if game a little bit, but the what-if game cuts both ways, right? The thing that you mentioned about as far as only losing so many games by a field goal, you've been playing this for a couple of years where your point differential has been very close year after year after year. You're always playing this margin where, look, sometimes that works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of randomized in that respect when you play it that close, when you're not, essentially beating teams sometimes by legitimately 10 points at a time, but every game's always one that you got to squeak out and get buy-in. It's definitely, again, that it could have gone different if Russ didn't get injured, and I would have expected him to maybe win a couple more games if Russ doesn't injure, to your point on that. And you do need some time. Your final point, offensive coordinators do tend to take a little bit of time with that. But you are sitting in the cellar of your division. There is no doubt about that. You are right now at the bottom, last place in a 4-team division. You kind of are what you are. But with that said, they're not horrible. It's just that they have been bad. They have been a bad team this year overall. Randall says, South Park had a great episode on succubus. She seduced Chef. Nice. Nice. Kyler says, next year will be a all-in year. I think we'll go far. Go Hawks. I love it, Kyler. I hope so. I hope you're right, man. I want to see it. Charles with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, that was a wild encounter, Brando. I thought you might have dated a Freemason or something, not part of the satanic cult. No, I wasn't angling to. She snuck up on me. She wasn't, leading with when we were in our initial discussions, the satanic angle of it, but that thing just sort of came out of nowhere left field, and I went, okay, I'm bye. Bye-bye now. Just go ahead and lose my number. Just go ahead and you delete that off your list. See ya. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Randall, I could see Disley going to Denver. Maybe. He's a free agent. Randall, how many Hawks chats get succubus as a talking point? Gotta love the nest. Yes. Few Seahawks channels get into the origins of the succubus. That's for sure. That's the kind of keen talk you get here on this channel. Danny McCormick says, listen to a Seahawks podcast this week talking about trading for Sean Payton. He was in trade talks a few years ago with the Colts and Rams. Bring Sean Payton to Seattle and save the franchise, says Danny McCormick. Danny, I'm with you, man. Put that petition to pen to paper and I will sign it. I will be on board with it. Let's roll with it. Sean Payton would be the answer to everything that ails us right now. He is our miracle worker, okay? We are India. He is Mother Teresa. Okay what I mean? Like we don't have running water or good facilities to poo in. He's coming in to save the day, okay? He's coming in to save that day with his little cross and rosary beads. So I hope so, man. This would be awesome to bring in. You'd keep Russ. You'd improve your coaching situation. You'd be modernizing your offense. My goodness. Where would it not be going right at that point? Where would it not? How would you not feel good about that, right, Danny? So yeah, we're hearing that as well. Somebody within our chat today, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm going to give you credit as the prophet. So I'm forgetting your name right off the top of my head here, but was mentioned they knew somebody that was maybe a little connected to the Seahawks organization, also mentioning this as well, Danny. So maybe we've got a little bit of smoke here, billowing up out of the central AC here. A little bit of Sean Payton smoke, kind of billowing up. Hunter, if you had to bet money on the Hawks and Rams game this weekend, who are you betting on and why? Hold on, I'm checking the line. I need to see the line for the game. +7? There's no way Seattle got +7 in this game, right? Yeah, okay, so Seattle +7. I take Seattle +7. No, it looks like it's +5 right now. Because the vid situation is lowering down in Los Angeles. I'll take Seattle in the points. I'll take the points. I'll take 5. Yeah, I'll take 5, Hunter. I'm riding with those 5 points. Those are 5 big points. Hunter says, and what did you think about Jake Curhan at right tackle this week? Well, as you're going to see right below my the scroller here, right beneath my face here, is just about to show you the Pro Football Focus analytical offensive scores for this past game. And I thought what was very interesting about these scores is Curran was a top 5 guy for you in this game. I think he measured out about 76.1 was his rating, his grade, which is a fantastic grade, especially for our offensive linemen, if you know what I mean. So I'm very encouraged by what I see out of the guy. You know, going back to scouting him in college, Hunter, he was a guy that didn't test well in his pro day. He wasn't going to give you a good 40 time. He's not going to give you a good short shuttle drill. He's not a guy that's tremendously going to pump out 35 at 220. But he's a guy that when you get him on the football field, he just kind of gets it done. Now, to the second part of your question is, what do you think about Jake Curran at right tackle this week? This is where I get a little bit worried, is that the place where he will struggle is against the twitchy edge defender, the guy that is going to challenge his athleticism, his ability to meet him at the edge of the arc. I think that that's the place with Curhan where you go, I don't know. I think he's going to, especially, we're talking Hunter Von Miller this week. We're talking Leonard Floyd this week. We're talking 2 really twitchy type guys that's going to be hard for him. We're going to have to probably do a lot of chip blocking to that right side, and Dwayne Brown better hold up this week because he's not getting any help. So I like him still, Hunter. I like what he's proven out so far. I still am not at the place where I would ride with this guy long-term as my right tackle of the future, but I sure like having an undrafted guy in a rookie contract with 2 more years of cheap club control to help to start to round out the depth on this offensive line. We've been not great on the front line of our offensive line, but trailing just behind that in second place as far as deficiency go has been our backups on the offensive line. We've not had really good guys to put in on the starters, and the starters haven't even been all that great. So now you maybe start to move in that direction a little bit further with Curhan, with a guy like Stone Forsythe. That part's very encouraging to see. But I mean, I keep selling him short, Hunter. I keep going. I think Curran's limited. He's going to be a guy coming as a backup. Somebody gets injured, he can come in and give you some spot start. But man, every time he's gone in there, he has played awesome. He almost dominated in the preseason. This past week, the grade that he put up, he even went at left guard 2 weeks ago, a position that he does no business playing, and did okay. He didn't embarrass himself. Randall says Randall is out. All right, Randall. Have a good one, brother. And thank you for all your donations to the channel, man, all your support. Hunter says, and do you think Ryan Neal is going to do a good job filling Adams' shoes? He'll do okay, Hunter. He'll do okay. I think he's solid. I think Adams is a much better player, but I think Neal can give you a good backup. He's as good a backup at that position as we have at any other spot in the team, you know. Ethan Tech World, Charles says, what the F? Ethan Tech World, I cannot wait for this next Mariner season. I already got my first ticket. Oh, Ethan, it's going to be a good year, I think. It's going to be a good year for our Mariners. I love what they're doing. I'm going to be watching them myself. You know it. The story is pretty hilarious. My Satanist story, yeah. If you guys, my heart literally stopped the second she like reached over and you saw her hand and there's the pentagram ring was on her ring, on her finger. And like I see that and my eyes must have gone like this when I saw that. Oh dear God. Oh my God. God, no. D-Boy, what's up, D-Boy? Man, it's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. It says, I feel bad that I've been letting the Hawks get me so down. It's like when the Hawks are doing bad and I don't want to watch, hear, or have anything to do with football. So much love to everyone and D-Boy back. D-Boy, I struggle with the same thing, man. I do. It helps doing this, to be in the chat, be able to interact with my fellow Seahawkers here. So when I'm in my pain, I know you guys are in your pain too. So we're kind of both feeling the pain together, and maybe it's a little bit more relieved because of that. But I'm in the same place, D-Boy. And my team loses, I'm in a bad mood through that rest of that week. It's hard to make me smile, hard to make me laugh. My team wins, I'm riding, I'm cloud nine. I mean, I've embraced the process at this point. You'll eventually do so as well, D-Boy. Nothing you can do about it, man. You know, that's the life of a football fan and one that truly cares and loves their team with all their life, you know. As D-Boy also mentions, everyone please do hit that like button for me. If you like what you're listening to right now, do me this favor. I know it's a small, silly, stupid thing, but it helps this channel out. It tells YouTube, post this guy's content to anybody that's looking for Seahawks stuff out here in the search engine. So when you hit that like button, you help return that to me in that way. Appreciate you mentioning that, D-Boy. So please do slam on that like button. Helps this channel out considerably. Danny McCormick says, heard another question about Sean Payton and did I start a movement? No, Danny, you're confirming. We had somebody come into the chat just before you that had some inside knowledge as far as somebody that they know who works in the Seahawks organization where there was some of this being talked about within the organization. So you're kind of just confirming what we were hearing about a little bit in the background on this. We were already starting to do some Sean Payton daydreaming here in the channel. And Charles, thank you all for all your donations again on the chat as well. I appreciate you, my guy. Daniel W. says, I wouldn't want Sean Payton for a first rounder. Just get a young guy. Next to McVay, Shanahan, plenty of them offensive-minded coaches. People don't trade high capital for coaches anymore. I mean, I can get where you're coming from and not wanting to do it, Daniel, but I'll say this. Somebody mentioned last time it was done, which was what? John Gruden. John Gruden has a very good coach for the Raiders, gets them to a Super Bowl. They lose the Super Bowl against a excellent Tampa Bay team. And then he's traded for 2 first-rounders to Tampa Bay. Daniel, do you think Tampa Bay felt the least bit bad about turning over those first-rounders in retrospect with the Super Bowl championship that Gruden brought them? I don't think they did. And while I don't love giving up a first-rounder for a coach, Sean Payton is a vastly better, more certain approach to go at than some untested guy who's never coached, who might be a bright mind, but you don't know what he's going to get. Even a guy like Shanahan, Daniel. Shanahan doesn't have a winning record as a head coach. He is working through his learning process. And oftentimes with that first coach and that first job of what you get him at, they fail in that first job. They have to learn some mistakes. And then it's the second and third job that they get where it starts to cook for them. Coach Carroll, for instance, right? He was with 2 NFL organizations and got fired prior to coming to Seattle. I was thinking there's somebody else that was, I was trying to think, oh God, who was else? Somebody else I was trying to think of in my mind that I'm blanking on at this moment, but there's a couple of coaches like this where it's Bill Belichick. Belichick was with the Cleveland Browns first, right? Washed out with Cleveland. Next job, figures his stuff out, figures out what went wrong, corrects himself. I like the coach who already has all that corrected stuff already sorted out. He's already figured out what he doesn't do good, what he doesn't do bad, what his limitations are, where he needs to concentrate to make sure he's not ignoring a blind spot. I go with Sean Payton all day long. And I absolutely would give up a first rounder for him. I'd like it protected. I'd give him a top 10 pick. But I do it. I pull that trigger. DBH, are you still live? I am still live, DBH. I go strong on this channel, man. I go strong. Wheeler, Disney staying in Seattle. I think they'll kick him a little low-end deal and he'll remain. I agree. Wheeler says also Sean Payton will go to Chicago before he comes to Seattle. Maybe. I'm hearing rumors Chicago's circling the wagons around the Ohio State coach. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but that was the scuttlebutt earlier this week. Ethan says, I finally completed my college applications. Now I'm in the waiting game. Well, I will wish you luck. Hopefully you get the college of your choice coming on in. CNC Productions, how you doing? CNC Huff Production. How you doing, CNC Huff? Hunter says, and depending on how the season ends, let's say we somehow make the playoffs and we lose. Do you think we keep Russ and Pete? Also, let's say we don't make the playoffs. What will happen with them? I'll start out with the last question first, Hunter. I do think if you miss the playoffs, I think that Pete Carroll probably, you move on from him. I think that there's enough, maybe I'm being hopeful here, but I don't think that he remains. I think he would retire at that point. And I can't say what would happen necessarily with Russ at that point, because there's a little bit of whether or not ownership truly then sort of hitches their cart to Russ and say, you're our guy, and we're going to bring an offensive-minded head coach and build around you and all of that type of stuff. So it gets a little harder to predict, Hunter, in that realm of things with Russ. But I do think Pete goes if you lose. Now, if you get to the playoffs, there's a good chance that's enough to keep Pete here, or at least enough to make indicator to Pete to say, hey, I got us to the playoffs. My defense came around. Offense was kind of sputtering throughout the year and was sort of trying to find itself through most of the season. I think that there's a bit of a more of a likelihood at that point that you see Pete staying and Russ moving at that point. Because I don't think that Russ is going to want to remain here with Pete and keep doing this in the same way. I think he wants some other things that he's not getting here in Seattle with Coach Carroll at the helm at that point. So we make the playoffs, Pete stays, Russ probably goes. We don't make the playoffs, Pete goes, but then that probably makes it 50-50 about whether or not Russ remains. Wheeler says, Brandon, I missed most of the stream. Tell the story again, please. Okay. I about 4 months ago, and this is one of the reasons why you guys folks ask why I don't have a girlfriend, because when I go on dates and stuff like that, this is what happens. This is why I stay out of the mix now, because it's just like, it's such a crap show out there for single guys. I go on a date, been talking to this girl on the phone a bit. We go on a date and we're having food, and she I think reaches over for like the salt or the pepper, and there's her hand, and normal girl, nothing weird about her, just seems, whatever. And her hand reaches over across the table to grab some pepper, and on her finger is a pentagram ring, a circle ring with the star in the middle, right? And so I go, I get a little worried. I'm like, well, maybe it's just a ring. Maybe she's just maybe she's like, it's like they do it like the Nazi symbol where they're like, well, technically it's a Buddha symbol and the Nazis. So maybe it was something like that, right? I tell myself, hey, and I'm a little thirsty. I ain't going to lie this time. Okay. I'm a thirsty dude. So, you talk yourself into some stuff, but then get into the house, walk into the door, and there's upside down crosses framed as you walk in the door. There's like, when I tell you like 24 small rodent animal skulls all strewn throughout the house, there were strewn animal skulls throughout the house. So needless to say, at this point in time, Wheeler, I 180 it and I sprint for my car. So we were bringing this up, Wheeler. I don't know how we initially got on the concept of succubus, which when I was initially talking to this girl, she referenced herself as a succubus, and I just thought she was being cute or / saying something that was like in reference to something else. But it turns out, no, she was actually a demon beast from the underworld that was coming to steal my soul. But you know what? What are you going to do? It's rough out here for a guy trying to find a lady. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Charles, oh man, you're always coming with those $50, $60, $70 every stream. You are awesome, brother. Says Brando, that satanic girl you had a date with could have shown you a new definition of pain and subdued your Seahawks suffering. I wonder if you leapt into that realm, if you'd keep streaming. I'm glad you didn't. Thank you, Charles. Yeah, I would have just come on like this. It would have been like this. Hello. Welcome to the Hawks Nest. The live stream show. She had me like zombified out, right? I'm now completely happy and content. My Seahawks lost. Oh, well. You guys would just be wondering in the chat, just family chat, what happened to him? What in God's name happened to him? What did he suffer a head injury? And then somebody finally landed, no, he's dating a Satanist. Oh, okay. All right. Wheeler, bro, stay away from that girl. That is a crazy chick. Yeah, I was out on that. The second I got in the house, I'm a thirsty man, but I'm not that thirsty. Okay? All right? You know what I mean, guys? You know what I'm saying on that? Like, yeah, there are times you'll go into some dark territories for some, you know, you'll wade into some dark waters, but not those dark waters, you know? Not those kind. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to get just a tiny bit more coffee here, and I'm going to run my sponsor here, sponsorship commercial. Again, I want to thank, of course, the sponsor of this channel, which is going to be Manscaped. They have been our first sponsor and proud sponsor of the show right now. Love them supporting this channel, so please do bear with me here as I'm going to be right back, take a quick little break. But thank you to them, and I do appreciate their sponsorship. Bear with me, folks. I will be back in about 90 seconds. Well, I'm away. I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their fourth generation trimmer features a cutting edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. All right, thank you again for bearing with me, folks, on that. And again, if you got any needs here in Christmas, get yourself a loved one, guy you got. It's kind of weird for a dude to get another dude Manscaped items, but however you support the channel. If you do go over there, Manscaped, please do use that code NEST. It does help this channel out considerably. You guys going out there and do that, use that code. It keeps the sponsor in tow for us in the long term, which just helps this channel, again, get me further and further and closer to doing this thing full-time, all the time, 100 time, 5 days a week, 6 days a week, 7 days a week. I don't know. I'm just going to do it constantly once we finally kick this in full-time. So we're getting closer and closer on that stuff, and partly because we got the sponsorship. So thank you again to Manscaped for all you do for the channel. It is appreciated. Alrighty, Ethan Deckworld, close your eyes. Do you see it? DK Metcalf giving the Rams the kind of game that Lockett has been giving the Cardinals in recent years. I'll tell you, I see it. DK to the freaking moon on Sunday. I can see it, Ethan. I'm closing my eyes. I'm seeing him race past the flailing corner who didn't remember that he was that damn fast. Like a blur, just right up the sideline, and Russell hitting him once, twice. No, not just twice, 3 deep shots to DK in this game. Let's go. Let's do it. This is the game they decide to lean away from the double teams. Oh, you single him up? He feasts on single teams. No receiver in the league feasts on single teams like DK Metcalf. We dare you. I dare you to single him. I dare you. I dare you, Rams. You don't have the balls. You don't have the guts. You're too scared. I love it, Ethan. I hope so. Charles says, Megan was on your live Hawks vs. Texans stream, and if I'm not mistaken, it was like 5 a.m. in Australia. She's dedicated. Oh, absolutely, Charles. I love Megan for that. Not only how, like yourself, she supports this channel so fervently, but look, she's got to be all in to be a 12. It's one thing to be a 12 where, after I get up and scratch my balls and eventually get my coffee and some food, I'll watch my Hawks team at 1 o'clock. She's got to give up the butt crack of dawn in her fandom. Butt crack of dawn. Not even the dawn. It's blackout. It's black as night when she's getting up to watch this team. She's rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. She probably can't even barely think in that moment, but she loves her team. She's dedicated. She's all in. It's part of why she's asked. She said, well, am I still legitimate 12 in Australia? You're more than a legitimate 12 doing that stuff. You're going further and beyond what us normal Seahawks fans go. It's part of what I love my subs and my people in the chat in that respect, because I know you're all in. I know you guys are true blue fans. I know you ride or die with this team in that way, just like I do. And that's why I respect and love you guys for that. TJ's got the Seahawks beating the Rams by a big 8 points, 28-20. TJ, I like it, man. I like it. I had this a little bit closer myself. I did. I got it as a last-minute drive down the field. Russell Wilson gets him up on a 78-yard drive, gets him in for a field goal, something like that. As time winds down. Just the one of those kicks that goes through the uprights right as the clock's ticking down to 0, where it's just nice and perfect like that, right? GoHawks05 says, bro, I just lost my perfect season on Madden and Fantasy Draft League to Russell Wilson and the Cardinals. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, buddy. I'm sorry. That sucks. Hang in there. I know what you meant on that, TJ. I like it, man. I like your confidence. You like me, you probably figure they're going to get it done. They're going to be desperate. They're going to be fighting their ass off in this game. We need this game. Rams kind of need this game. We desperately need this game. Rams are just, we can win or not. It's either way. We're going to go home and chill either way. So it's like, Seahawks are like, if we lose this game, we're going home for ever this season. Yeah, we play some more games, but we are done. I think that's going to drive this a little bit, TJ. I do. I think it's been driving a little bit of the uptick in their play in recent weeks, that sense of desperation. GoHawks05 says, haven't worn a jersey the last 2 weeks. Should I keep it going, or have I charged up enough mojo in that thing to help us get the dub? GoHawks05, this is a little bit like the Bull Durham speech, okay? So I'm going to point you to the Bull Durham speech. Kevin Costner talking to Tim Robbins, okay? And he's talking to Tim Robbins about Tim Robbins stopping having sex with his girl, okay? And his girlfriend's getting him mad about it, Susan Sarandon. She's not too happy about the fact that he suddenly cut her off. But he feels like he's started to pitch really well and do well in Bull Durham. Second he did, so he goes to Kevin and he's like, I think I should just give in. Maybe I should just give in. And Kevin said, you don't give in. You don't give in. No, absolutely not. And then Susan Sarandon ends up confronting him over this later on, right? Susan comes to his house like, how dare you go into my bedroom? He says, and Susan's a big baseball fan of the movie. And he says, you know about this. You know about this. You know better than to come at me with this. He says, if you think you're on a winning streak because you're having sex or not having sex, then you keep doing that. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Your brain thinks it's true. So, hey, if you've not been wearing jersey up until this point and we've been winning from it, then continue on that. Don't change that mojo up. You've not charged anything up. You've started a trail, a line of consistency. The universe is in order when you're not wearing your jersey on game day right now. I don't make these rules again. This is just the rules that you've set by not wearing that jersey for those 2 weeks and us winning. So you've got to keep on that same track. You can't change off of that now. And if you do, you're doing so at our peril now, man. There's too much riding on this at this point. TJ says 3 seconds left, tied up 2020 with a pick six by Quandre Diggs going up the sideline. Oh my goodness. Eat a dick, Rams. I like it, TJ. He had what, 3 interceptions on the Rams the last 3 years alone or something? So he definitely likes to intercept them. No, he has 4. He has 4, right? He had 2 in one game a couple years ago. He had 1 in the playoff game last year, and then he picked Stafford last week, or first game of the year. Ethan Tech World, I've been doing something new. I have my TV set up downstairs, and what I'm now doing is making sure I never need to leave the downstairs at any point in the game. I like it, man. I won't be defeated by the jinx rule. No, don't allow the jinx to get you, buddy. You can't. Like I said, there's an order to this universe, and we all have to fit within it. Charles Riley says, what's the code for Manscaped? The code is NEST, Charles. So use it as NEST. It's my little specific code. I'll get you 20% off and free worldwide shipping on any of the Manscaped products. And they actually have quite a few. It's not just, for sculpting your junk. You can do the nose hair trimmer, which works great. They've got some conditioners I've been using on my hair, which have been working out real nice. Hair's nice and soft and malleable. But you'll also be helping the show. I want to lock these guys down long term. Charles says, plus she's going to buy a Michael Dixon jersey, which is way cool. Dixon has a pretty cool sleeve tattoo going. He does. I'm not usually a sleeve tat guy, but he makes it work. But when you got that big Dixon energy, Charles, you know what I mean? When you got that big Dixon energy, you can kind of make anything work, right? But I agree. I think it's awesome she's getting it. And it's one of her countrymen, too, from Australia, which is just even all that much more cooler. And you know this, too, Charles, like, of any player out there on this team right now, if I was having to okay, you got to lay money down on what player is going to be here the longest term, and it's for your life. And if I had to lay that bet down, like it's for my life, like those are the stakes, I would put money the first guy I would pick off this football team right now would be Michael Dixon. So, what they say about those jersey buys, you don't want to be a guy you buy and then the very next year it's like, oh, now he's on Detroit. TJ says Diggs and Stafford was teammates, so of course he knows how he throws. Yeah, he was. It was a little bit of a bait thing there, TJ, on that throw, right? The one that he picks in the end zone, because he picked it in the end zone. And it did seem one of those ones where he was sort of setting Stafford up like, I've seen this in practice 24 times. I know just what you're going to do, dog. I know just what you're going to do, Matty. Yep, you did it, and I got it. And I think Diggs set him up with that. I do, dude. If you go back and watch it, it has that feel to it a little bit, which I love it. Go Hawks 05 says, bro, I got Jalen Hurts as a Pro Bowl starter. Damn you, Russ lead Cardinals. TJ says, do they have anything for beards? Well, technically you can put a different trimmer point on the Lawnmower 4.0. So they have different heads that you can put on, but it is technically for the, for the junk below. So I don't think they've got anything that's necessarily for shaver per se. Ethan Deckerell says, what do you think? Michael Big Dixon, then soon to be Big D Eskridge? I don't know. Big D, I always sunny in Philadelphia when I hear Big D. That's where my mind goes. So it's hard not to think it just that way in my head. I don't know. The Big Dixon energy is just too good. It's too good. It can't be copied. Najee Eastwick says Diggs is questionable to play. Oh, Najee. Can we get Earl Thomas out there? Can we call Earl up for a week? Come on, Earl. You're good for a week of play. It's the single high stuff. You know what you need to do. Charles Riley says, I hear you're a Domino's guy. That's great. Ever since they changed their recipes under a decade ago, they blow Pizza Hut out of the water. I agree. I mean, the problem I've had here, too, Charles, if you're in the West Side, if you're in Seattle, you have your pickings of great pizza spots. But I am in Spokane, which is the devil's anus of food in America. And you can't find good stuff out here. And pizza is exactly in that territory. So you can't find that good local, oh, it's this, like in Montana, we had River City Pizza, which was awesome. And I think technically they have one here, but they're all different at their locations and how they cook it. So it's hard to find just a good local pizza place. But I'll tell you what, it'll get the job done. When you're fiending, you need a good bit. Domino's will get it done. And I'll tell you what, those cinnamon sticks are pretty good at too. That's not bad as well. Ian says, all right, just Big Dicks and energy. We'll find something else for Eskich. Yeah, we got to find something in reference to his speed and quickness, I think. Or that maybe he's he's kind of stout guy for being a smaller guy. Todd TJ says, could you imagine we had Todd Gurley and played against the Rams and ran for 300 yards and 5 touchdowns? That would be the biggest FU to the Rams. That would be, if you were able to do that. Unfortunately, though, Gurley's pretty much done at this point. And then GoHawks05 says, whoa, no one out pizzas the Hut. I don't know, GoHawks. I read a deal the other, about 9 years ago. I used to love Pizza Hut. I mean, nothing used to taste better. But then I learned the cost because I went back and looked at it, and the FDA has certain guidelines with cheese where you can hit this base parameter of cheese where really at the end of the day it's silicone and not cheese. But if it's a certain amount of cheese just to enough, it can be called cheese. And if you really look into Pizza Hut's cheese, it's more silicone, basically plastic, than it is actually cheese. Go watch out Phillip Rivers and the Steelers beat Russ in the Super Bowl, laughing out loud. What a weird combination that is. Charles Riley with the $2 donation. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for all of your donations, man. Every stream you hit this strong and hard. I appreciate that. He says, Brando, give me the COVID situation with the Rams. All right, so I know right now we've got the notable names. Let's just grab all the people here. Let's first put in the names here. So we got some. They got 17 players, as I understand it. So you've got safety Jordan Fuller, Odell Beckham, Jalen Ramsey, Darrell Henderson, right tackle Rob Havenstein. These are the big names, of course. And then you've got the assemblage of the rest of the guys are mainly kind of the backups. Darrell Henderson, obviously their main running back, and if he's down, you're to Sony Michel, and that's a big drop off. If that is the case, trying to see if there's anybody else. I'm not sure. Sebastian Joseph Day's on that list. Malaric Jackson, young tackles on that list. Nobody else really of notable past those names, but it would hurt them on depth and for starters, especially if you're down Odell, you're already down Robert Woods. So this puts them, Charles, in a place where you have Van Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, and Pupu Atwell as your 3 wide receivers, which would set them back, I think, a little bit. So it would harm them if Real Ramsey in there. Now you have Tyler Lockett and DK to go at. How does that would definitely affect them as well. But I think the deal with this, Charles, that if you've had your vaccination, you only need to have 2 negative tests prior to the football game. So theoretically, I think almost all these guys could play if theoretically all of them were vaccinated prior to the year. And I think that might be a little bit of our case here. I think some might miss, some might make it, but I don't think all of them are going to miss. I don't think we're going to see that. But the 2 biggest ones would be Odell and Ramsey. If those 2 hit, that's huge for them. Because they're going to want to have Ramsey to one side with DK and then kind of sub almost double team Lockett a little bit to the other side and then force us to beat them with our 3rd wide receiver. But no Ramsey, you can't do that. Yeah. Ethan says, yeah, in Seattle we got some rockin' local pizza, but nothing comes close to New York pizza. Man, New York pizza was so underwhelming for me. I lived for 4 months in New York, and I just was the biggest disappointment I had in living in New York was the pizza. I was so hyped for it. Maybe I got too overhyped, Maybe it's like that Blockbuster everyone tells you is going to what was it? The Avatar. It's like the Avatar experience. Everybody's just telling me this is a great movie and you go watch it. And I'm like, it was okay. It was all right. But again, Charles, too, thank you so much for all your donations, brother. I do. I love you and appreciate you for it, brother. Salute you. Brandon, Ethan says, Brandon, would you ever do a tour of your setup you have there for your streams? I will when I move in my new place, Ethan. So this place is a little tight where I am right now, but I'm moving in about a month now to my new place, and my new setup is going to be the hotness. So I'm going to have my whole living room taken over. This is only a bachelor guy move can do this, by the way. My living room is going to be taken over on one half, the setup of the backdrop you see here behind me, basically, with a little bit of expansion. And then the other half, I'm going to have a full green screen, like from the ceiling to the floor, and it's about 15 feet wide. And I'm going to be able to do a lot more kind of skits and stuff like that, and having a little fun with the green screen background a little bit more, and it's a little bit bigger, so I can have more expansive area to work with. So when I do that, I'll show you that backdrop, because that thing's going to look awesome there, I think, when I get that really set up and the way I want that working. And that's again, within just about a month or so, I'll give you a peek into that. But if you saw right now, I'd be just a mess everywhere off camera. Everything's tight in frame, but outside of frame, it's a goddamn disaster. Charles says, I prefer pizzas with pineapples. New York Jones won't serve me. Yeah, they don't. They take that as breaking the religious law. Pineapple on pizza in New York. I can't do the pineapple. I can't do fruit on bread though. That's my no-go. Go Hawks 05 says, just signed like 9 pass rushers to go along with Aaron Donald. Bounce back, baby. There we go. MJP, predictions on Chargers Chiefs tomorrow? Chargers and Chiefs. I think it's going to be a close game, number one. I'm thinking, by the way, so that's why I'm being silent, is I'm contemplating the great what if. All right, so it's at LA. And boy, the Chiefs have been playing better. Though I will say the Chiefs have not exactly been playing the toughest of tough lately. Steelers, Broncos, Bengals. I'm going to go with the Chargers. I'm going to go with the Chargers this week. Oh, no, it's the Chargers who've not been playing the toughest of tough. As the Chiefs have kind of beat some teams, I think. Boy. Chiefs are rolling right now. So they beat the Raiders, who've been all right. They beat the Broncos, Cowboys, Raiders again, Packers. Boy, the Chiefs have been rolling. Hard not to go with the Chiefs on this as I think about this, MJ. I think that they're playing their best football of the year right now. They're just rolling. I'm going to give it to the Chiefs. Chargers don't have any home field advantage either in LA right now. Nolan R. Vance with a big fat $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. You're awesome, brother. 2 donations, Nolan. Jeez, thank you. Double donos. Double donos on the game. I appreciate you. You're awesome, brother. Hell yeah. Says, sorry so late. Hey, better late than never, man. Whenever you watch it. Always appreciative. Daughter wanted me to watch The Grinch. Again, are you going live next week? I will be. I'm going to go live every game on the remaining on the schedule. Win, lose, draw, out of the playoff race, in the playoff race. I'm going to do this play-by-play stuff, Nolan. It seems to be everybody really likes it a lot. The viewership's really gone up with doing it. So I'm like, all right, you guys want it? I'll give you what you want, And so I'm going to keep on doing the play-by-play. Yep, doing the Sunday end run, man. I'm loving it. So please, hopefully hop on in. And the Grinch thing, my buddy's got his daughter up on upstairs. They've been going through today. They did the Home Alone. They did the Elf. Trying to talk him into Christmas Story here. But I think Grinch is going to be one of their next ones going on upstairs as well. Nolan, did you get your new microphone? I've not yet, Nolan. You know what? I'm intimidated, my guy. I'm intimidated right now. So I'm going from the spectrum of, this guy here, which is your USB microphone, and now you're going to go to the XLR. And it's this whole thing where you have to get a soundboard and then you got to get all of the attachments right and everything else. And I'm a little bit like overwhelmed by it because it's a whole new thing to learn and have to get right. And I know how this works. This just works right now. So I'm watching videos to try to find the one. The other problem is that there's like a trillion different options. I need somebody that like knows microphones that'll be like, oh yeah, this is your one. That's the thing. And then get that soundboard. But that is the next purchase I want to make for the channel. That or a camera. One of the two, an upgraded camera. Though the camera's okay right now, so it's. I think the microphone would probably be better getting one of those nice deep. I mean, once you guys really get my deep dulce tones coming in, I mean, it's gonna take the channel to the next level. You know what I mean? It's gonna take that channel to the next level at that point, Nolan. So yeah, I'm looking to. I'm a little intimidated by all the options and what's the right choice, and I don't want to make the wrong one and end up with a microphone that like I bought the Blue Yeti, and it was a solid microphone. Spent $150 on it, but it like picked up all this background noise. It picks up all of the little like mouth noises I might make with the little trips and jips and it picks up all that stuff even on little levels. So I got to find something. Got to find something else though. I do. I got to find something that can work. But I'm not sure. I'm not landing on anything quite yet. A lot more research I do, the more confused I seem to get. Charles says, Brando lived in Hawaii and wasn't taken over by the Hawaiian pizza, so it must be something you have to be introduced to at a young age. Well, the thing you need to understand about Hawaii is if the food's bad in Spokane, the food is god-awful in Hawaii. And it's not Hawaii's fault necessarily, but if you're like me and you don't really like seafood, the problem comes is that everything that is brought into Hawaii has to be shipped in on a slow boat. And that means the ingredients and everything, and by the time it gets there, it's oftentimes been, warmed up artificially a little bit in the sun it's not in the greatest of shape, and the ingredients aren't the best. So nothing in Hawaii that's cooked kind of locally is all that good. They count on the tourists being half drunk and not really tasting the food they're eating in most of the places in Hawaii. I mean, they basically are, everybody goes in, this is great. This is so delicious. But there's no place that makes good pizza in Maui, in my opinion. And living there, I thought, nope. Pizza Hut's a big thing on Maui. It's huge. TJ, what happened to your Seahawks past videos like large end videos, Super Bowl videos? How come you don't do those anymore? It's a great question, TJ. So the first problem that comes into place on doing videos like that is that the time they take. The last one that I did was actually the Super Bowl video of 2014. And that Super Bowl video, let me give you a little bit of it. Let's bring it up right now. I can give you a little bit of an indicator on this. That Seahawks Super Bowl video that I did, I probably put about 3.5 months. It's casual. You're doing other stuff with the channel, so it's not like I'm doing 8 hours a day on the thing. But I put about 3 months or so of work into that video. And that video has garnered a total of 2,000 views. Up until this point. It's highly liked. It's got a 97.6 like to dislike ratio, which is tremendous. People love the video. People really like these videos I do, TJ. But the problem is that they don't get the views. And while I love doing them, there are only so many hours in the day that I have. And so I've been putting more of my time to trying to build up the live stream shows and whatnot, because we'll do this live stream show today. And even on a Wednesday midweek in the afternoon, I'll probably get close to 2,000 views on this video after the time we're done today. So it's a little bit of that. The other thing is YouTube's also, last year started to kind of punish a little bit more channels, I think, with having and utilizing NFL film tape. They go at you a little bit for that, and I think it dings your channel a little bit on the search stuff because they're not getting the revenue I think like they'd like. And so I didn't like getting punished like that by the channels on stuff like that. Now, with that said, the larger one needs to get done. I have all the cut-ups of it. I just can't get the tone of it quite right. I don't want it to be redundant to stuff that's been done before on Largent. I want it to have its own unique angle. And I've not been able to land the angle correctly. I've got the script's written, the tape's cut up. There's a part of me, TJ, that just wants to just put it all up as Largent highlights in full and just call it a day on that and just not put any kind of like real narration with it and build it that way. But there's a part of me that wants to get it done right as well because he's my favorite Seahawk of all time. So I want to get it right, I do want to do more of them. I'm going to get around to doing more of them here, but that's kind of why I haven't, is that they just haven't been as much of a driver for channel growth as I think I probably thought they would be when I first started doing them. Whereas the live stream is bringing in the subscribers, bringing in the viewership, and at the end of the day, it's about trying to grow the channel. When I eventually do get to the point, DJ, where I'm able to do this full time, then it will mean I'll be able to have the days where I come up and I do my live stream for a couple hours a day, and then in the back end of the day, I'm able to do my editing and cutting up on my regular videos. That's kind of the ideal long term. Ethan Tech World, awesome! Can't wait for the new setup. I like your current background. There is a rusticness to it, which I appreciate. I will be missing out on the rusticness. I like it too. It kind of has a feel like maybe I'm in a log cabin up on a mountain kind of look to it right now. Which there's something about that I dig, broadcasting to you from the top of Snoqualmie Pass, or something like that. But yeah, the new setup will be nice. It'll be nice once we get that right. Ethan Tech World says, give me the Chargers. I want the Chargers to win, but I think the Chiefs are rolling. I think TJ's 38-28. I think they get it by 7. XD Zach Curry. How you doing, Zach? Good to see you on in the chat, man. TJ, every time you stream the game, we win or had the chance to. So yeah, stream the game. Sounds good, man. I love doing it too, TJ. I like doing the play-by-play stuff. It's fun doing that stuff. And I want to try to see if I get better at it too, Maybe one day when Rabel retires, throw my hat in that ring. Once Rabes goes on to greener pastures. Nolan Narvance, the playoff chances dropped from 4% to 3%. I believe based on the results of other teams' wins and losses. Hard to predict. Very much, Nolan. We were doing a little bit of this math on the channel with contemplating the Eagles, the Washington football team, and whatnot. I think that it does come down to where we basically landed on is it's about the 49ers. The 49ers need to get to the same record as we do, and we don't need the three-way tiebreaker as well in addition to that. We need them to land where we land, and only us two. So that would be the ideal. The Niners have a couple of tough games. They have a couple of easy games. They need to lose 2. That's really probably what this all does boil down to. $150. I paid $100 for mine. 100 what? Did I space on something? Was I just saying something about 100? What do you mean on that one, TJ? I forgot. Eden Tech World, the Focusrite Scarlett is a popular interface. Look into that. Okay. I'll take a peek. It's one that I want to get. For the key with this one too is it's a little bit of a purchase that's like mic or camera. I want to make it for something that I can have locked in for like the next 3, 4, 5 years. So it's kind of an important purchase too on that point where it's going to be costly, but then I want it to be the one that's going to be able to be legitimate for a while. And the tough thing too with the cameras is like on some of these cameras, because we stream for 4, 5, 6 hours, it's like they get hot. That's the problem with the cameras. That's why I also am kind of the microphones. That's the issue there is like if you're an 8 or 9 hour streamer, it's like you have to stay USB because the things just burn up on the backside. This I also recommend the channel called Podcastage. Okay, I'll check it out. Take a look at it. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, we need those rapscallion cats on stream. Don't let the new studio cut them out. No, that will be, Charles, the new addition on the new studio is going to be, we will have a cat tree in the background, if not 2 of them. An ideal is that we have both pillars of my cats on either side of my shoulders, watching over, guarding, protecting, that type of thing. But cat tree's coming back in a big way on the background. So we'll get them back in the stream, and I'm going to get a good cat tree that just draws them in. That makes one of them always want to be up in there. Cats always help the stream. No doubt about it, Charles. And thank you for the dono. Another dono, Charles. You are awesome. Thank you, sir. He says, Brando, the tech on your streams is fine for me, but I'm a boomer. No need for glitz and glam, but whatever's best for your channel is fine by me. Well, thanks, Charles. I'm glad that the low-end setup doesn't dispel you, because it's definitely one where it's not super high-end right now. I found this mic works really, even though it's a real low end mic as far as cost goes, and USB mic. It's better for me, I think, than the Blue Yeti overall, because of the fact that it cancels out the background noise and still picks up your voice relatively well. I think it does a good job with it. But boy, when you get those XLR mics, Charles, there's just a deepness, a richness to the voice that they bring that you just can't get out of USB. There is no doubt about that. And it would definitely help from a professional standpoint to move in that direction. Most of the bigger streamers you're going to get into, that as I'm starting to get into this phase, this place of things, they have the XLR mics going. And I think even above the camera, it's the thing that's most appealing for folks in that respect. But I'm glad, Charles, that you're okay with just, stripped down, right? Nothing but overalls here, you know what I mean? It's about the content. It ain't about the tools. GoHawks05 says, my buddy is the only known Charger fan in existence. Hey, I can confirm there's some in San Diego. Go Hawks. There's some in San Diego. My brother's a Seahawks fan, but he gets closeted in his Charger fandom sometimes when he wants to admit it. Only to himself, because nobody likes to admit such a thing. Ethan Techworld says, shotgun mics aren't as much for what you are doing, but shotgun mics pick up noises directly in front and is quite effective everywhere else. Look into cardioid mics. I will. I'll take a peek into those. Yeah, I definitely want the front-facing one, and a little bit of, and the noise cancellation isn't much of a problem because you can do that with software on the background. I just couldn't, the Blue Yetis I didn't quite like as much. This wasn't as much on the blue. The blue. Nolan Vance with another $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Charles, guys, multiple donations. You guys are awesome for doing so. I know I say that over and over again, but it's, again, I really do appreciate you guys doing this. We're getting closer with you guys. All these donuts coming in. One of these days, I'm going to flip the switch and it's going to be full-time all day. I'm telling you guys, because of this type of stuff. And thank you. Thank you so much. Nolan says, your signed Largent jersey from Mom was an inspiration for a Christmas gift I got for a client of mine. Found a great signed picture for him. Love, Mom. I will tell Mom that she inspired you, man. She will get a kick out of that. She loves that type of stuff. So I'll let her know of that you were. And hey, I didn't even ask her to do it. She just did it out of the blue. She was listening to one of my streams, which told me she was listening to one of my streams saying that eventually I was going to need to get a Largent jersey signed. I mean, if you're going to be a Seahawks streamer on YouTube and you have a background and that background does not consist of a signed Steve Largent jersey, I'm sorry, you're coming a little bit short with it. You know what I mean? You're coming a little weak with it at that point. So you're not legitimate until you can put the signed Largent jersey in the background of my opinion on things. Maybe I'm a little bit slanted in that, but I bet how did the gift turn out, Nolan? Was it it's Christmas hasn't happened yet, but give me the report on what they think after they open it. I'd love to hear the feedback. I'm sure they're going to love it. But Cordell Ambrose, Vark Tech. Okay. Nolan says, I agree with Charles on the tech. Okay. I love it. I'm glad it's not holding back here. I worry a little bit with Mike, because again, this is a cheap little toner mic, not very expensive. So I do wonder at times when does it sound a little bit rough on their end of things? Ethan says, I use the Samson Q2U. It has both USB and XLR port. Rode mics are very popular and Shure as well. I did look at the Rode. I didn't know if it was a significant enough upgrade. That's the thing about it too that I want to do with this, Ethan, is that you want it to be a significant upgrade. If you're going to go to the new mic, you don't want it to be like 9% better. I want it to be legitimately like 50%, if not more so better, going to the new one. But I have the Samson one I think I looked at too. I like that one. So I think that was one of my front runners I was considering as well. Ethan says, I bet you've seen someone with Shure mics. Yeah, I've seen a few of those. The SM7B, extremely popular. Yeah, I have seen those. Those are another ones that are in my consideration. I just haven't seen that one yet that's like, oh, that's the one to get. That's the one that obviously is the one I want. That's exactly what I'm looking for. All of them kind of have this little plus and minus thing that you have to keep weighing that stresses me out and makes me unable to make a choice. GoHawks05 says, Chargers navy blue rushes are the sexiest jerseys known to man. They are nice, man. Powder blue. Powder blue, as Brad Pitt said in Snatch. Powder blue, periwinkle blue, powder blue. Daniel W., we keep talking about how we saved $13 million in cap space this year. Can I just add, for sake of an argument, that we got the cap after the third wave of free agency by re-signing Jamal Dunlap, all the best player, all the BPA signed? Let me reread that, Daniel, because I think I know what you're saying, but let me make sure I know here what you're saying on that. Okay, we keep talking about how we saved $13 million in cap this year. Can I just add, for sake of argument, that we got that cap after the third wave of free agency by re-signing Jamal Dunlap, all the best player available signed? Yes, I've heard the argument presented on this, Daniel. And so if I'm not mistaken, what you're essentially pointing to is the voided years that we created to create the cap space, and that there's indeed something like between $7 and $9 million, I believe, in voided money that carries into next year's cap. Here's a little bit of my contention to this argument, and it's not a crazy one for you to make, Daniel. I get where you're coming from on that and where that methodology is, but here's my issue with it. Why create the voidable years in the first place to create the cap space, to just then leave the cap space unused in the name of the voidable years, in the voided year, not the voidable years, the voidable money, right? It's a little bit of like circular logic that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You create the voidable year, the voidable money. You create that $7 to $9 million of cap space on the 2021 cap right now, indicating you want to get as many contracts squeezed in as you absolutely possibly can. But then you don't use that money so that you can pay for the voided dead money. That seems like, let's just say this, Daniel, that doesn't seem like you have a certain approach at play there from a front office standpoint. It seems like you maybe had a plan and then you sort of changed your plan and now you're doing something different, but you initially were going to do something else, which doesn't speak to a confidence in the front office and doesn't speak to a methodology that's working either. So I get where you're coming from on that, but that's my counter to that. Don't create the voidable deal. Don't create the voidable, last year of the contract in the first place to create the cap space if you're not going to use the cap space. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, if you'd brought that satanic gal back to the log cabin, I bet your cats would have attacked. Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. They say that cats keep demons away as you sleep. That's why the cats sleep with you, because they're protecting you in your sleep against the demons. This is known. This is a known certifiable fact. Absolutely, scientifically been proven in labs. Thank you, Charles, for the $5 donation. I appreciate it so much. TJ Wilburn says, use code NEST for a 20-point win with free laughs at Rams fans. That's right. Go to manscaped.com, use NEST, and laugh at Rams fans. It's win-win-win, right, TJ? Win-win-win. Daniel W. says, cats love satanic girls. If the F this man has never dated a satanic girl clearly says something like this. As a man who loves both goth girls, cats love them. They love cats. This girl didn't have a cat, Daniel. That's all I'm going to say. This one didn't. She might have had a cat skull on her mantle. She had a lot of those. I don't know if it was a cat skull or a varmint, but she had about 35 skulls and animal parts and pieces strewn about all over the furniture. So that one didn't seem to like kitties. See, the thing too is there's a difference between a goth girl and a true sadist girl, right? Goth girls are they're kind of like playing footsies with Satanism. I'm dark. I'm woo, but they're not really that, right? It's almost kind of for show. But then there's the real deal, the real deal. I go to the middle of the woods at night and do some sacrificing. You know what I mean? I've been around I know the goth girls you're talking about. That's one thing. I know those type, but this is a whole nother. I had the real deal in front of me. MJP says our 1987 strike quarterback Bruce Matheson got extended by Chuck Knox as a favor and qualified him for a minimum NFL pension check of $21,360 at age 45. Chuck was grateful the Nebraska quarterback came and saved Chuck. Oh, that's a cool story, MJ. I was not aware of that. But that's awesome of Chuck returning that favor like he did. And, that strike season was an odd year. It was. That was the Wild West as far as players coming in and having to try to walk in off the street and nobody knowing anyone. And you got the regular coaches out there coaching these guys. What a weird time. Let's hope we never see that type of situation again. But good on Chuck Knox, and I'm not surprised. He was a great man. By all accounts, a fantastic coach. His players loved him. He's one of those guys that you know you're a great coach when you could be one of those hard-ass type coaches who is still endeared to his players. They still love them. I mean, it's hard to get there because the hard edge guys can end up wearing guys out and pissing them off, but not Chuck. Not Chuck. Ethan Techworld says, as you can tell, my YouTube name, I like technology. Well, hell yeah, Ethan. Well, help me land on this microphone, and we need not just the microphone, we need the board too. So it's got to be a bit of both, right? I got to go both with it. Drake Foss says Urban Meyer's been fired. Whoo! Holy moly! Well, we could see this coming, couldn't we? This ain't a shocker, is it? I don't think anybody's caught off guard by this one. I mean, has any coach had, as worse a beginning to their coaching career in the NFL as Urban's had coming in there to Jacksonville with all of the stuff flying around him? I didn't like the hire at the time. I didn't think he was going to be anything there anyway. I thought a lot of his success in college, he got to ride a little bit on the back of guys that came before him in building programs. Yeah, he did what he did at Utah State. But when I look at, when I look at Florida, you got to ride on the heels of Steve Spurrier. When I look at Ohio State, you had Tressel there before I believe he came in. So I always thought Urban was just maybe a little bit overrated as a head coach, but boy, did he fly off the rails this year. Just absolutely what in the name of God, man. Enmal Pata, yo, what's up, Enmal? Leroy Estevan says, who is going to win? I'm going to tell you who's going to win, Leroy. I'm going to tell you who's going to win. Our Seahawks are winning this week. It's going to be a last-minute drive. The clock's winding down. Myers comes out. Literally, the clock runs down to 0. He kicks a field goal. We win the game. That's how this is going to go. So I see it as a 3-point win, Leroy, but I feel like we're going to get it this week. Yeah, Daniel, how many of your goth girls had animal skulls strewn about their house and parts and pieces and a bookshelf full of Satan books? Real deal. Get out while you can. And Malpata says, knew you were streaming, but couldn't join until now since school has been a pain in the behind. So pumped for a winter break next week. Well, I hope you did well in the finals. I hope you killed it on your finals, Amal. But welcome on in the chat, man. Good to see you. Leroy says, Rams, KR Hawks. I'm taking our Hawks, man. Leroy, I think, no, I don't think they're going to KO us. I think the Hawks are going to win this one. It's going to be tightly found. Leroy, you got half the Rams roster right now is in COVID protocols. They didn't even practice today. Their whole facility just shut down. Might shut down tomorrow. No preparation, vid protocols, coming on a short week after playing a tough opponent in the Cardinals right down to the end of the line. I think we get it this week. Nolan R. Vance with another $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He says, I deliver it tomorrow. He's 84 and a Seahawks fan from the start. Oh, dude, you might get old man tears tomorrow. That's always the toughest. You get the old man tears. You're going to see that, and that's going to, hey, I'm aiming for I get a large sign thing. I'm going to get, you guys, I was tearing up a little bit when I got my jersey. So he said, tried to take him to a game, but he's superstitious on going and 84 years old. Hey, understandable, Nolan. I mean, even now when I go to games, I don't always love it, especially when the weather sucks. It's like the home experience is kind of nice when it's warm and you're chill, but he's going to love it. That was an awesome gift to get that guy, an OG original Seahawks fan. He was here cognizant, aware the second this thing came into being. He's gotten to see the whole ride, man, the whole ride. Awesome gift, Nolan. That's killing it, dude. You're killing it with that gift on that. That was great. Again, too, I'll let my mom know. I'll let her know she's going to love that story. She is absolutely going to love that story, Nolan. That's the kind of stuff that just tickles my mom's heart. Animal says this game is the season for us, so I expect Pete to get the guys fired up and Russ to come out like an MVP. Otherwise, I think the Rams totally win. I think we're going to be in that state, Animal. And the thing I've mentioned is that we need this win. We have to have this win. We cannot go without this win. We were mathematically basically eliminated at that point. Do the Rams need it in that way? Coming on the heels of a shortened week, coming on the heels of no practice time, coming on the heels of no players, half your roster in COVID protocols. You know, that would lean the needle a little bit maybe in our direction. Look, the Rams have been a better team this year. They've played better than us this year. But we're not talking about the past. We're talking about this week, right now, where they're at right now. I'm going to give it to us. Maybe I might be being a blind optimist on this one, man, Maul, but I'm going to give it to us out of that desperate aspect of things. Maybe it's just being hopeful. Daniel says, that wasn't my point. My point was there wasn't any good players left to sign by the time we got the cap space. Oh, okay. I'm sorry I misunderstood you on that, Daniel. Again, I've also heard this as pushed forward. So here's again my problem with this, and it's really at the end of the day where the issue lies at. What happened then with the trade deadline? There's been a multitude of guys that have gone through the trade deadline and moved here and moved there, and you didn't go for them there. So are we left to believe that here? Let's go through let's unpack all this, Daniel. Number one, it's a black mark on the front office by not correctly understanding how much they would not have anybody to spend the cap space on, anticipating there'd be somebody there to spend it on, but then there was nobody to spend it on, and they got caught surprised by that. That's not a good look for our front office to have that happen to them. But the second part of it is I really don't buy the approach that there was nobody to use the cap space on. There were receivers like Julio Jones and even Odell Beckham recently. You could have gone out there and used that cap space on. There's other players that have been traded throughout that time around the trade deadline. You could have also have concentrated on and made a trade for. But they didn't do that either. It wasn't just a matter of signing guys off the streets. It's also a matter of signing a guy for a team that's willing to offload a guy who might have a little bit more cap space hit to him, but that team might be done with him, but he has a little bit of gas left in the tank. So it's kind of a variety of ways you can get it done. But at the start of things with it, from my standpoint on this, Daniel, the fact that you would have gotten hit surprised that, okay, we got the cap space freed up. Oh, wait, there's no one in here to sign. Well, wait, you're saying after you waited all that amount of time and all the free agents were already signed and all the trades were already made that there was nobody there to be signed? Yeah. How about acknowledging and understanding instead, we here's where we see the Jamal Adams deal being. Here's where we see some of these other deals being. Let's build our plan around that to know we're going to have at least around, let's say, $10 million. Give yourself a $3 million leeway and say, we'll have an additional $10 million here to spend. On top of which here, the other aspect of this, Daniel, is the fact that they didn't convert the Russell Wilson base to bonus money. So it's really not even 13, right? It's 23, and you could convert the $10 million bonus money at any point in time in this offseason if you'd wanted to. At the end of the day, though, all of these moves point to a lack of going forward approach in a season where you were in a make or break it year with your Hall of Fame quarterback. Ethan says, yeah, the whole void years initially sounded fine, but we didn't really take it full advantage. No, we didn't. Ethan says that the Joe Rogan podcast uses SMJB. Really nice, deep, rich audio. I'll give it a look. That's been one of my front runner choices. I haven't locked in on one, but I'll start to narrow it down on that one maybe a little bit. Let me save this really quick, Ethan, so I don't forget. Get it on my notes. Get my notes in. Get my notes. Unmal Potta says Urban Meyer is the GOAT. Would definitely love to have that guy as a father figure in my life. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, goodness. MJP, our official playoff percentages at 9-8 is 45% as of now. We'll go up with the right losses next Sunday. It's long odds, MJ, and of course it really does kind of come down to more of the Niners than anybody else outside of Washington or the Eagles just completely falling on their head. We need the Niners to lose basically 2 games. Niners need to go 2-2, and we're good. That's pretty much where it stands. So it's long odds, but you just got to have faith, brother. We just got to have a little bit of faith, like George Michael once said. I guess it would be nice if my Seahawks would win next Sunday, if all those other teams would lose too, you know that would be true. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome. He says, good point, Brando. Goth is cosplay. The real satanic deal is out there and what scared a lot of us 80s kids. Yeah, I'll tell you, it's a lot more real to me now facing it. I'd always wondered if it was out there. You hear stories. I had never run across anything as quite as startling as this. This one was one that I wasn't ready for. I mean, that's how I ended up back in the house, is I would have gotten down to Denmark already just seeing the ring. But then, I just thought, I was thinking, you're being, like you, I'm as the 80s kid, you're going back to you're just being fear mongering. She's probably just a weird ring she has. Probably means something about female empowerment or something. I don't know, but no, it didn't mean that. It meant the other thing. It meant the bad thing. But yeah, I've seen the cosplayers, and I'll tell you that, when they're going too overboard with it, that's when it's too much. When it's real, it's way more subtle. You couldn't look at this girl and see it from the outside. You had to look at more of the details. Ann Mall says, I really wouldn't trust Myers to make a game-winning kick or any type of kick in general, laughing out loud. Well, especially the extra points, right? He struggles with those, doesn't he? Jeez. Yeah, I'm not loving the fact where Myers is at right now. He's not been amazing this year. He had a great year last year, kind of sucked for us in his first year. This is the up and down life, I guess, of kickers. But this week he comes through for us, Anmal. I have seen the psychic vision, and this is what it's telling me. Ethan says, one thing with the mics, USB is easy because it's just plug and play and uses your computer. XLR microphones have different amounts of power they need to be powered with, which is why an interface is needed. Yeah, there's a substantial difference, too, in how they sound, though, Ethan. It's hard to duplicate on USB what you get with the XLR, especially the deep and richness of voice. You just can't attain it on USB mics, in my opinion. They all have a little bit of a detriment to them in that respect. Goax05 says, well, Urban's tenure in Jacksonville consisted of 1 kicked player, 3 lap dances, and 2 wins. And a partridge in a pear tree. Yeah. Not the greatest coaching run, maybe one of the worst in NFL history. And that's saying something. We've seen some bad runs. I mean, hell, look at Nick Saban with Miami. But this has surpassed that. Lance says, it says the Rams have 16 players with COVID. Yep, Lance. You'd be hard-pressed to believe that they're going to be able to get all of them back for this game, though. If all of them, I think, are technically vaccinated and they're able to have 2 tests that they pass prior to the game in back-to-back days, I think that allows them in, if I'm not mistaken on that. I'm not exactly sure because there's so many of the players that have had it happen at different times, which probably sets their marks in different places. We'll get a little more clarity as we go along here. Maybe even tomorrow I'll be doing the show on this channel with Brendan, of course. Maybe we'll have a little bit more update on their situation as far as where it stands. But yeah, there's a lot of guys that have it. You got to figure that's got to affect it. They had to literally, Lance, they had to shut down their whole practice facility today. Daniel says, for sure, I just wanted to argue. I haven't heard people bring up the counterpoint, so I brought it up. I love it, Daniel. I love to hear the counterpoints on stuff, man. We don't learn anything unless we're pressed by opposition views. You know what I mean? So I've heard it here rarely brought up. It doesn't get talked about a lot. I do think you're right. I'll say this, Daniel. I think you're correct. I think that they landed at that money and they thought that there maybe would have been a better trade deadline deal available for them, like a Jason Kelsey. They thought maybe would be available, but then turned out wasn't available because the Eagles were kind of in it. And they also restructured Kelsey's deal to make it hard for them to trade him. I think a couple of those things happened to them a little bit. I do. Part of me also does wonder a little bit in the back of my mind, Daniel, if not that they did it to give the fans a little bit. This is where the part of me that gets really annoyed by it, Daniel, if it's this. If they did the whole voided years thing and all of that for sort of a public relations view to the fans, see, we're really going for it. We're doing these voidable years, which means we're going to fit as many guys as we can in this make or break Russell season, as deploying a little bit of as opposed to playing a little bit of a sleight of hand there, where that's not really what you were doing. You fully intended to not really use all that cap space. It was really to just show people a little bit of misdirection. And I'm not sure it's that. I think it's more likely your scenario that they just, when they finally got the cap money there, where Dunlap was signed and Adams' deal, of course, went down to the end right at the start of training camp, there just wasn't anybody else out there to make a trade for or to sign. So it's valid. MJP says, do you see a big quarterback shortage next year? You see demand for Geno Smith, Jacob Eason, Case Keenum, Colt McCoy, Nick Foles. How many vacancies do you see? Draft is awful. Draft's got a lot of backup guys to me, MJ. I say it's got a big stack of guys in this draft at the quarterback position, but they all fall somewhere between the second and fourth round. And that makes it unexciting because you want top-end quarterbacks when you're selecting that high. Nobody gets over the moon about that mid-second round quarterback of the future, right? That doesn't get anybody excited. I do see there being a few places that move here this offseason. I do think that Aaron Rodgers, Deshaun Watson, and Russell Wilson potentially could all be moved. I do think that the part of what's going to drive the trade for those veteran quarterbacks that are out there is the weakness of this draft. So I think this last offseason, you didn't see either of those three guys go, even though there were rumors about all three of them potentially being moved. And I think they weren't moved because those teams that may have been interested in them could instead go up into the top of the last draft and go get those high-end quarterbacks. You had, 5 guys taken in the first 15 rounds that were quarterbacks last year. All 5 of those guys probably are top 5 picks in this draft. And would be the first quarterbacks off the board. All 5 of them would be if they were in this draft, I think. So it's a different year. It's going to drive towards more of the veteran quarterback. I don't think anybody's going to ride with those guys you mentioned as far as starters go. All of those guys across the board to me, MJ, are going to be backups. I just think that's where their lane is in. I don't think Jacob Eason has much of a future in the NFL, even as a backup. I know he has a lot of love from UW fans, but I just think that he's kind of a fringe quarterback in this league right now. Ethan in Tech World says the interface you choose must be able to deliver enough phantom power to the XLR mic. SM7B is cool because it doesn't need phantom power, but still requires an interface because it's XLR. That's cool. You're selling me on the SMB, man. SM7B, sorry. You're selling me on it. Ethan Deckworld says, all right, I'll leave it there with the technology talk. Back to Seahawks. It's all good, man. I like talking about it, man. It's going to be the next purchase on the channel is getting a mic as an upgraded mic. So I need to hash this out one way or another at some point here. Anmo, how many players will be elevated from the Rams COVID list before our game? I would expect guys like Ramsey to play. Maybe OBJ doesn't. I'm a little unsure on this, Anmo. I tried to do some research on this prior to the show, but it was a little bit gray, and you're getting reports on the players that are listed for the COVID, but they're not listing them on when they'd really be available, even on the Rams sites and stuff. So it's a little bit of a question mark still. I'm not sure. If you've been vaxxed, you need 2 days back to back of negative tests to be able to play on Sunday. But then there's a certain amount of time that you have to be off the board regardless at that point. And I'm not sure where all those collection of guys are at. I'm going to try to dive a little bit more into that tonight, Anmol, and then have maybe a little more information for you tomorrow on the show with Brendan. I'm hoping. MJP says, Washington football team and Eagles play each other twice. Really makes our path harder unless one wins out. 3-way tie is the killer. It's the mind killer, isn't it, MJ? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's tough with those two teams, to your point on that. And this is where I come back to it being about really the Niners being the one that I lock into, going, boy, we need that one. That's the one we need to go right with us. It's going to be hard, MJ. This is an uphill battle to get this last playoff spot. We need a lot to go right in our favor, say nothing of winning out. Animal, if the Seahawks lose on Sunday, then I will demand a refund from you. Sounds good. Ethan Deckworld, you're looking in the right direction for your audio grid. All right. I'm glad I'm on the right path, Ethan, because definitely is not my area of expertise on this. But I do want it to be the right purchase, like I said, because I want this to be one I can stick with and run with for a while. I don't want to be doing like an every year looking for a new microphone type thing. The one that gets outdated quick or something, you know. Daniel W. says, I wonder if Khan, the owner of the Jags, told the kicker to tell his story so they can fire him with cause and not have to pay him. That's threatening an employee with physical harm, as off as it sounds. No, it's not off at all, Daniel, because of the fact coaches' contracts are guaranteed. This is the same problem we have with potentially moving on from Coach Carroll. And it would cost us $44 million to move off from him. You know, when you move off from a coach in that first year of the contract, and Herb's in the first year of a big deal, that's a lot of money to eat as an owner. This is tens of millions of dollars. No owner wants to do that for a coach, especially when you already have to hire another coach in addition to that. So it's not just, well, that's the last of the money we have to spend on coach this year. Oh no, you need to double that money for the next coach you need to bring in as well. But yeah, I could see them playing that game with it, Daniel. It's a tricky business in that respect, and absolutely I could see him doing that. According to the kicker, Urban Meyer kicked him. So Khan probably promised the kicker a contract extension if he gave up. Khan goes to the kicker and has him come up with a story about getting kicked and says, I'll pay you a contract extension, and we just get my driver. Lance Graham says, do you see Russell Wilson heading to New York Giants? I don't know yet whether or not we're in a certain place of Russell being moved, if we can land on saying this is a certainty of happening or a likelihood of happening. I do believe that if Russell Wilson does get traded this offseason, that far and away the Giants are the front runners for his services. I think they are the lead dog by a good stretch. What do they call it in horse racing? By a pole length? A half turn? What do they call it? There's some technical term that they use in horse racing to talk about the lengths horses are ahead of each other. They're multiple lengths ahead. That's my point. And Mopata, I wouldn't be shocked if the Rams didn't seem that affected by all of their players on being on the COVID list. Titans had a similar situation last year and blew out the Bills. Yeah, I'm not imagining too much. Maybe I'm hoping it's going to affect them, but you're right. I think there's a good chance it doesn't. I think it does help them a little bit, Anmol, that we're a divisional opponent, right? They know how to play the Seahawks. They know what plays are going to do well against the Seahawks. They know what plays to run. So it's not going to be anything new under the sun in that respect, as opposed to if they were playing the Colts this week or something, some team that they don't normally play. So I think it's going to aid them in that respect. Really, for me, at the end of the day, the effect is more about who you truly lose in this game that just can't play because they've not gotten outside the protocols quite yet. But it certainly is not a certainty that makes it that we're going to win because of this. No way. Absolutely not. MJP says, sadly, there's one reason we held out the $13 million in cap space. Eating Russell's trade. There's no other reason. The fix is in. Actions speak louder than words. MJP, this has been where I've landed at with this. This is. And it's one of the things that most annoys and pisses me off about this season above all else. It really does. You can't control certain things in the NFL. Injuries are random. You're sometimes going to have an epidemic of injuries. It'll sink a very talented roster, and you'll never get anywhere. You can have a team like the Colts that build up this great offensive line for Andrew Luck, and after he's been beat to hell for a couple of years, and have it all right and ready to now with a good defense, and we're going to finally compete this next year, and Andrew Luck retires. You can't anticipate certain things in the football world. But what you can do is control everything that you have within your arsenal to control. You don't leave bullets in the gun. You don't leave bombs in the plane. You drop everything you got. And you especially do it when you're in a make or break situation, when you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, and that quarterback is openly, publicly dissatisfied with the team and talking about moving on, submitting lists of teams he'd be willing to be moved to. You make a choice at that time. You either trade him and move on, or you keep him in the fold and you marry yourself to the process of trying to make it work, not for a year, but back into the long term. It's one of two paths there. Instead, Seattle took the middle road that did not exist. And I, to your point on that, I think that they sat there with a casual eye of, we'll take this $13 million and then we can eat half of that $26 million if Russell's dead money hit. That's a little easier then at that point. We can then move on from, as opposed to this last offseason when it was $38 million. And I think we're going to maybe eventually find that is the case, MJ. And when we do, I'm going to bring out a blowtorch, and I'm going to light the coaching staff and the front office on fire with this. I've been a little bit gentle with them on it because I've not been certain yet. I've been kind of thinking that's what it is. I just haven't been certain that that's what it is. If it turns out to be that, though, you better believe it. You know what I mean? Because that's BS, MJ. That's BS. If you want to move off from him because you don't want to stay committed long-term to him and you got a method in your mind where, hey, let's go back to getting a talented rookie quarterback and build a super team around him like we did in 2013-14, you can talk me into that. But this middle road that we seem to have seen them take That I have a little bit less patience for. That's going to draw my ire. Consumer 114, hey Brando, which Pete will turn up on Sunday? Play the game, keep it close, or aggressive Pete taking the game to the Rams? I think we can only win with the latter. I agree with you. I think we can kind of only win with the latter, really. I think they're going to play it pretty tight to the chest. I think he's going to try to play this close and keep it close on the road, which means more of a conservative game from the coach, Consumer. Anmol says Penny needs to come up huge for us on Sunday. We do. We need him to be a difference maker at the running back position. We need him to force that Rams team to slide out of the cover 2 looks, to bring the safety up into the box, to give us 8-man boxes, which will then open up the passing game all that much more. But you're not going to accomplish that unless Penny can be effective with the light boxes. I said a couple weeks ago, there was a certain stat, you can go up and find it on Twitter, that was posted about the teams that had the highest prevalence of light boxes in the NFL. That is the 7-man box. That is the easy box to run against. And the Seahawks, I believe, were had the most light boxes, if not the second most light boxes in the entire NFL. You get a light box, you should feast as a run-based team. We should feast against this Rams team if they do the same thing this upcoming week. I hope they do. Penny's got the talent to do it. He's gashed the Rams before in the past. I believe he has a 100-yard game playing against the Rams in his past. That was a different team a few years ago, but he's done it. He's done it. He's got it in him to do it. He's trying to play for a contract. He's got something to gain here. So hopefully we see it. Danny W says, if we lose on Sunday, will you do any draft content like possible players? Yeah, I'm Daniel W. I have, of course, my Seahawks scouting channel over there right now. So I'm right now putting up the finishing touches on an Abraham Lucas breakdown for WSU, a right tackle for them. So I'm going to be continuing to I'm going to try to be doing more of like once a week, getting a player breakdown done for that channel on that side of it. So if you're not subscribed to my Seahawks scouting channel, please go on over there and subscribe to the channel over there, because I'll be kind of posting under there a little bit. I'll do some stuff here for the channel too, as well. So yeah, we'll be doing some more draft content over here as well. We'll probably be waiting a little more towards the end of the year for the most part to kind of dive into that stuff a little bit. But once we're mathematically eliminated as well, we got to start talking about the future at that point. The season truly is completely done, and we need to start kind of unpacking what's coming up. But I'm going to be diving as hard as I've ever dived into this upcoming draft, and I'm hoping to get as much breakdowns as I can over there at that Seahawks scouting channel. Sometimes they take me a long time at times when I'm trying to make them quick and fast, but I'm hoping to get through a ton of players on it. I really am. And I'm obviously want to watch the majority of the players in this upcoming draft to get a good feel on them. So Danny W says, awesome. Love it. Thanks for the content. Absolutely, Daniel. Thank you for watching, man. I appreciate it. The Pelicans hit a 65-foot game winner at the buzzer. Hell yeah, Pelicans. Hopefully they get Zion, 350 pounds, Williamson back out on the court here pretty soon. Consumer 114 says, all my mates who support other teams laugh at how little the Seahawks utilize DK Metcalf. They think the coaching staff is a joke. I don't think they're alone. I think that there's a lot of organizations out there that look at the Seahawks coaching staff and the way they go about their business in certain respects and laugh at it. I do, from the simple aspect of it. And look, the lack of utilizing DK is a big problem and has remained a big problem. It's uncertain why it remains. I think some of the time it's the double teams, and that Russ sees double teams going to DK, and he's just going to look away from him at that moment. And that's okay. I'm okay not throwing into double coverage, but then you should be feasting somewhere else. There should be gaping wide holes in other places on the football field at that point in time. And we're not necessarily seeing that as an offset of DK being double teamed. But even with him being double teamed, I think there's just times they forget about him. There's just times where it's just like, oh yeah, him. And whereas you should be locking in on him. There was a couple weeks ago, the game in the Cardinals, where Russ ends up throwing an interception into the back of the middle of the end zone as he's trying to throw to Freddie Swain, who oftentimes will get more targets, it seems like, than DK through the course of the game. Meanwhile, DK is just about to break free in the back right hand at the end of the corner of the end zone for an easy touchdown and win the game. Yeah, they're right to laugh, man. It's silly that we haven't used him better. He's a game-breaking talent. He's a guy that's has as good a start to his career at the wide receiver position as just about anybody this side of Randy Moss. It's a wonder to me that they haven't done a better job to utilize him, especially having a guy like Russell Wilson, who's such a perfect fit for DK and his talents. MJP says we have 6 picks next year, 2 second, a third, 2 fourths, 5th, and a 7th. We traded our 6th for Sidney Jones, which was a good trade in retrospect. A Jets 4th is like a third. What is the best we can get at 2? Well, I've been doing these breakdowns recently of 2 guys. 2 guys that stand out to me, MJ, and of course the place that I put the highest onus is on the offensive line this offseason. Kind of regardless of whatever you do with Carroll, whatever you do with Wilson, invest in the offensive line. Analytics are telling you to do this. I'm telling you to do this. Experts tell you to do this. Former players tell you to do this. Coaches tell you to do this. Invest in your offensive line. And when I look at that second round pick, there's 2 guys that are both slotted to be right there where we'd be picking at the top end of the second round. And I'm just getting done doing my breakdown on Abraham Lucas. But the guy that I did a breakdown on 2 weeks ago, and I'd have you go check out that video if you get a chance after the stream, MJ, is Daniel Fa'alele out of the University of Minnesota. So I did a nice little breakdown on him. He's a big, gigantic 6'9" right tackle who's actually from Australia, rugby, basketball background. He moves way better than anybody that you've ever seen 6'9" on a football field move on the offensive line. Not that you've seen a lot of 6'9" guys on the offensive line. But he's absolutely got a huge amount of upside. I think he'd be great. Abraham Lucas, another guy that's pretty big, 6'7", gigantic guy, kind of a little bit of a different skill set to a degree from Daniel. Both of them are different players. Both of them have different upsides, different floors. But both of them, I think, would be tremendous picks in that second round. That would be very good value and a step in the right direction to building up a dominant offensive line. Brian Smith says, Urban Meyer fired. Yep, we had somebody post in on that. Not surprising, is it, Brian? I think we could kind of see this one coming with Mr. Meyer here. I mean, he seemed like he was out halfway into the year, frankly. It was funny. Did you guys see his post game last week too, when he's coming across and he's gotten beat by the Titans, and Vrabel, who served on his coaching staff at Ohio State's coming across to him to handshake him, and he gives Vrabel this like very curt handshake. And you're going, man, that's one of your former coaches. I mean, I know you're up in your feelings, but dude, come on. Somebody had a great meme of like when I get beat by a 6-year-old in Fortnite, like that, when he's coming to do the shake. It made me laugh. But not surprising. He's earned his way, man. If any coach, I said this with Mora. Mora earned his way to be fired after 1 year in Seattle with his kind of behavior, his antics, the way the team played on the football field. Meyer did all of that and more in his time there with Jacksonville. And head-scratching moves outside of everything outside really the Trevor Lawrence pick was like, what? Huh? Why? What? Huh? Not a good hire by them. I know maybe Jacksonville's not the primest of spots for coaches to land, and he was a name, and that got them excited. But uninspired hire, unimaginative, and you pay the price for that. Consumer 114 says at least Lockett benefits from the DK getting double teamed. He does. He does get the benefits of that. Consumer agreed. Yeah, that is one good upshot of that. Go Hawks Survive says Darrell Bevell, interim head coach. That interim head coach is that 2 years in a row. Oh, Bev. God bless Bevs, man. God bless Bevs. You know what I mean? God bless Bevs. Guy can't catch a break. He just can't catch a break. Or he is catching a break, maybe. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you look at it. MJP says, really, who replaces Urban Meyer? Well, it ain't going to be a big hire, right? It's going to be probably one of those, no one's going to be, I don't think, really chomping at the bit. Now, you have Lawrence there. That might serve as an attractive spot for somebody because of that. I would have seen the guy who actually went to that Notre Dame coach would have been a guy that I would have thought they would have maybe looked at. But now that he's gone to LSU, that's not going to happen, obviously. But I don't know. Maybe it makes sense now as I think about it. Hold on. I can't remember this guy's name. Doug Peterson. Peterson could come in there and say, look, I'm a quarterback whisperer, offensive-minded coach. You got Lawrence there. I'll help guide his game and grow his game. I'm a Super Bowl winner. That's a place that might make a lot of sense. Doug Peterson. Coax Live says, hire me. I'll get the Jags to do the dance. I'll get him to the dance. Nice. Kellen Moore. Kellen could make a lot of sense too. Gruden to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, go. That would be that'd be an interesting one, Brian. That'd be an interesting hire. Maybe Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy might be another guy that'd be interesting there. That'd be one. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Another one, Charles, man. You put 60, 70, 80, $100 every stream on the chat. Thank you so much, man. Bottom of my heart, thank you. It says, Brando, I trade DK for a first in a heartbeat. He and Russ's chemistry is off. He wants to be TO, and that's not Super Bowl winning football. Well, it's definitely been presented often here on the channel, Charles, by a multitude of people that he might just be that diva that you reference into. Certainly something seems to be off. You would think in their third year they would be growing in their connection, not seeing it sort of falling away from what it was when he sort of first walked in. And that's an interesting sign in development to see. And I think to your point on that, Charles, you've got to consider that into the future. Is there some chemistry issue between these two guys? Is everything okay? Is it just that he's getting doubled so much? I don't have a certain answer for that necessarily, but I do think, to your point again, it is something you have to think about and be in the discussions, because we've got to decide whether or not we're paying DK moving forward. I tend to lean away from the first round pick for me moving on from DK. He's just going to be heading into his prime. Though you're going to have to sign him to a new contract extension, really his cap hit's going to be somewhere around, $11 million into next year and not much higher than that the year after that. So yeah, the cost will be high on the average per year, but really the first couple of years aren't going to be that bad for him. It's hard to find game-changing talents, and we don't have a lot of talent on this roster right now, Charles, that we can rely on going forward. We got a whole lot of question marks, and I'm really reticent to create more question marks. I'd rather have them honestly try to find their chemistry back if Russell is to remain, than say it's broken and move on and end up, seeing your receiver core would get a lot more weakened. And then that becomes something that was maybe one of your strengths of your team becomes a weakness on top of a lot of other weaknesses on your team. That's maybe my worry with it a bit with that. And I like DK. So I'm kind of a guy I'm riding with DK. I don't hold him into that same form of believing he's a diva. I think he's been a little bit annoyed at times with them not targeting him. But there's times, Charles, where they'll go through 3/4 of a football game and not get him one target. I mean, does that make a guy TO when that happens? Does that make a guy a problem child when he's like, look, I'm your best, most dynamic receiving talent on the outside, and you're ignoring me for 3/4 of a football game? If I'm in his position and I have his talent and I'm nowhere near his size and nowhere near his talent, I might have a little bit of some diva tendencies, if that's what that is called in that moment. You should be featuring that player more than that at that point. So he's not a perfect player. And again, I think the diva stuff has a little bit of a leg to stand on, where, look, there's some times where he is, he definitely can give you those kind of feels. I get it. I do. It's valid. But I can't move off from him, Charles. I just can't. We got so much work to do on this team. We need to, this offseason, Charles, we need to find a left tackle, a center, a right tackle. We might need to find 2 tight ends. We might need to find a 3rd wide receiver because we can't count on Eskridge. We need to find a Sam linebacker. We're going to need to find more edge rushers. We might need to find 2 cornerbacks. We might need to find safety depth, not knowing what Jamal is going to be at, and also knowing that Marquise Blair is coming off his ligament injury. So many question marks in so many other places. It just feels like we got other work to do in other places. We don't want to lighten the load here. MJP says Harbaugh has slapped hands away after games. Rick Neuheisel said Harbaugh slapped his hand and said, "You like that, Ricky? Stay classy, Jim." Yeah. Jim's he's an SOB. He is. He's a good coach in SOB, but he's an SOB a bit. MJP, bingo, Doug Peterson. Yeah, as I was thinking about it, that's the one that in Jacksonville, Doug's looking for a good landing space. You come in on the heels of Urban Meyer, you look beautiful. All you got to do is not be a crap show, and he's going to look wonderful. So, and having a guy like Lawrence to build on the back of, and they're going to have some cap space. I mean, not the worst spot for Peterson to go. Hawks 5-8 says Pete Carroll would do great as the Jaguars head coach. There you go, Pete. The Jaguars. There you go. Head on over there. MJP says Gruden works Bieniemy Gruden works. Bieniemy is the no-brainer to win the locker room. Yeah, Bieniemy kind of does feel a little bit like Peterson makes the most sense. Bieniemy feels like the biggest PR / to your point, turn the locker room around type move. Get them all back into buying back in on the process. So as we're hearing, a lot of these guys have been out in that locker room. It seems like Urban weeks ago lost this team by some of the reporting coming out. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, 100%. Go Hawks 05 says, good night. I'm about to pass out. Go Hawks. Go Hawks 05. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you hanging on in there all 5 hours. Charles Riley says Frank Reich was the whisperer. He was. Frank was maybe the, I was listening to you get these YouTube rabbit holes, Charles, and I was listening to the show. It's the Shackelford, they get shipwrecked, and there's this epic tale of this guy Shackelford who was on this Arctic mission, and they get stuck, and they've got to do this crazy journey to get back, and he's like given all this credit for it, but meanwhile he's got like this guy named Wellesley who was really like his guy throughout, that's really guiding the whole thing and making this epic rescue of these shipwrecked soldiers, shipwrecked people, not soldiers, just shipwrecked guys. And it's a little bit like that, where Frank Clark was maybe his Wesley to Peterson's Shackelford. I'm getting deep on 5 hours in on the podcast. Charles, man, another $5 donation. My God, my man, you are very kind. It says, now, if he's truly getting serious double teams, that's another story, but he's got to be mature enough to not be a punk because of it. I agree. I don't think that the sideline antics, when we've seen it at times, is help matters for him. It's not going to get him where he's trying to get to go. It bothers me when they don't utilize him, and it does bother me at the same point when he's showing that stuff out there. And I haven't watched all the All-22 on this. I'm going to need to check this out probably into the offseason a little bit, Charles, to make more of a determination on this, to see how much he is truly getting doubled. But it seems to be a little, just my gut instinct is that's factoring in here quite a bit on that. Double teams, and Russ is seeing so many double teams pre-snap, he's just starting to anticipate it, even when the double teams aren't there, and now DK is breaking open, but Russ is just looking other places because he's already made it a foregone conclusion that DK is going to be doubled. Again, I'm making guesses here on this. I'm speaking completely out of school on this, but there's got to be some explanation for why they're not utilizing him more often. And again, all cards have got to be on the table, as I say, to your initial point on being open to trading him. I don't think that there are any sacred cows this offseason on this football team. I think if you've got to make a move to improve you in the future and get this thing rebuilt right, that's the move you got to make. If it's the right move, it's the right move. I don't lean towards wanting to see it happen, but I think we've got to put all potential possibilities on the table here for how to fix this football team going forward. Daniel W. says Pete should go to the Jags. Wow. I love it, honestly. Hey, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't think it would happen, but I mean, why don't you just go, just go on down just head out on east. Come on, you got Lawrence. Lawrence, Pete. Use Lawrence. Build a running game around Lawrence on his rookie contract. Oh, goodness. MJP, Urban Meyer to soft college landing spot in Florida, Pac-12. Chip Kelly goes to Oregon. Urban Meyer goes to UCLA. How about that? No, I don't think Urban Meyer's going back to college. I don't think he's going back to college. Number one, all the good college spots that he might have gone to, USC, LSU, Notre Dame, they're all off the board at this point. You're going to some low. I mean, do you really want to go that far backtracking in your career at this point? I don't think he does. Probably, maybe goes back to the analyst thing, though. I mean, man, his reputation's been pretty sullied on the heels of this. I don't know what really future there is at that point for Urban. WSU. Well, hey, that'd be an exciting hire for WSU, wouldn't it? Be a great hire for them. But boy, have the mighty fallen at that point, right? I mean, I love WSU. I'm out in this neck of the woods, don't get me wrong. But if Urban's turning into a Coug, it's going from a Jag to a Coug. Daniel W. Jaguar should hire Deion Sanders. Well, how about Deion landed the number one recruit for his Jackson State team he's coaching today? I mean, I'm not saying they must have paid, but they probably paid. It's not just the allure of prime time bringing him to Jackson State. You know what I mean? That's the neon Deion money bringing that guy out there. MJP says, born again, go to a Liberty, mea culpa. Yeah, it could work. It could work. I can maybe see it. He has had some like heart injury stuff in the past, right? Heart attack scares and stuff. I wonder if, I don't know. I think it's just more of this opens the door to him moving on. Daniel W. says Barstool paid $1.5 million to the kid. These kids coming out of high school, man, they're making some money now with these new rules, aren't they? It's kind of cool to see, honestly. I like that they're getting paid. The NCAA and those colleges got fat off those kids for years. You know, good for them. So this is a free market economy. Let's let it be so. Northwest Fugitive, hey there, I'm starting to believe in this 9-8 playoff team. You should believe in this 9-8 playoff team, Northwest Fugitive. You keep that faith. I love it, man. Hawks have done weirder things. Hey, Hawks have done weirder things. We've gotten in the playoffs at 7-9. And not only did we get in the playoffs at 7-9, we beat the previous Super Bowl champion. We caused an earthquake in the stadium that day. Okay? That's an odder thing to have happen. So you better believe weirder things have happened. You better believe there might be, you never know what could go on. Never know what could go on. We just got to go on our run. We got to handle our business. I've maintained, I know a lot of stuff has to happen beyond our control, Northwest Fugitive. But if we maintain, we finish out, we win out, 9-8, I think we get in the playoffs. I think the rest of the stuff takes care of itself if we handle our business. So let's go out there and handle the business this week against the Rams. Let's take care of business against the the Los Angeles Rams. Daniel W. said, would the Jaguars trade us for Pete Carroll? Can we swindle a first out of them? Laughing out loud. That wouldn't be bad, would it, Daniel? Get the number one overall pick and move on from Carroll at the same time while keeping Russ. That wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad at all. How about a three-way trade, Daniel? We trade Pete to the Jacksonville. Jacksonville trades a first-round pick to the Saints. The Saints trade us, Sean Payton. Would you take that? How about that for a weird, never-before-seen deal in NFL history? MJP says, going to go to the calculator on playoffs. Got to figure this out. I know, man. You got to, dude. We got to figure out how this is going to roll. We got to prepare ourselves. We got to get this right. All right, well, we are 5 hours, 13 minutes in. We've got through into the end of the chat here. Get the last bit of the comments and stuff on in here as I am getting a little bit hungry here. The stomach is definitely starting to grumble and growl. Hey, Charles, Charles, Nolan R. Vance, Randall McDaniel, all of you guys did multiple chats here. Megan, of course, too. Not for sale. You guys are awesome again for all of your support on this channel. You're here every single show. You guys are supporting every single show. Man, it is awesome for you guys to do this. It has been amazing. I'm a relatively small channel here on YouTube, but I've got a vibrant base of people that support this channel. I know you guys know I appreciate it, but I just want to say one more time of how much I really do appreciate all of you guys donating and putting so much in the channel as you do, supporting it in the way you do. We're eventually going to get up to that spot of me doing this full time and everything. It's going to be on the backs of your guys' donation and then now here. By that point, I'll be rolling and it'll be coming from all these other different places. But it's you guys initially now that are laying the bricks, laying the foundation that lets the rest of the building go up. I really do appreciate that. It does not go unnoticed. You guys will forever be legends in the Hawks Nest, and I hope you guys don't forget that. Let's get a couple last little comments in here. Just a few things. Would the Jaguars trade us Pete Carroll? Okay, Daniel, have a good night. Look forward to the game day show on Sunday. I will tune in after the game. Thanks for another amazing stream. Go Hawks, says Evan Tech World. Well, thank you, Evan. I do appreciate it. And yeah, I will be again. We're going to continue to do this going out through the course of the season, and I'm going to definitely do it next year all the way through. And that is what we'll be doing now, play-by-play of the Seahawks game throughout the course of the game, and there will still be the post-game show. It's all just in one now. We stream about 8 hours on Sunday here. I go strong on that day. I'm loving it. So please do come in if you're looking for a place to watch the Seahawks game. You can kind of position your DVR. It's about 12 to 14 seconds behind what you're watching live, my stream. So if you sync it up, you can kind of sync my play-by-play to what you're seeing on your screen. I think we're having a lot of great feedback with this. People have really been loving it, so I'm going to keep doing it. But please do come on Sunday if you're looking for a place to watch the game, chat about the game, talk about it. I really appreciate all those who have been jumping the channel, as well as thank you to all of the new subscribers. Just past 5,700 here on the channel. We continue to have just great growth, consistent great growth. I appreciate all of you new subscribers here on the channel. We're going to be getting more and more content coming out here as we go into the future, a little bit more of the videos, not just live stream stuff. I want to get a little bit more of a mix here back to the channel. So I've got some plans on that. Bear with me on that. As well as if you wanted to become a member of the channel, I do an article, bi-weekly, weekly article. So we have a new channel membership program kind of ongoing as well with that. Thank you one last time again to the Manscaped. They are sponsoring this show. They are an original sponsor on this show. I appreciate them very much. If you need any Manscaped needs here during Christmas, you got a significant other that you want to buy for, or you got a dad that you want to buy for, maybe he needs a nose hair trimmer. We all have those dads that got the nose hairs coming up out of their nose, right? Almost down to the top of their lip. And you're like, Dad, can you trim that, please? My God, man. Well, get him the nose hair trimmer. He goes, it's cleared. No more problems. No more looking at Dad's nose hairs and unable to look him in the eye. And you can go over there. You can use my code NEST, N-E-S-T. Save yourself 20% off and free shipping. And you support the show. Win, 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 win. And you help out your dad's nose hair. That's an extra win right there. Thank you to all of you guys. MJP says, look at the New York Times playoff calculator. It's amazing. I will, man. I will take a look at that for sure. Parab says, thanks, Brando. Just have had this podcast on while working on my finals project. We'll tune into the next one for sure. Well, you know, Parath, I love it when people are working in the background and just listening to me in the back. There's just something that tickles me when I hear that folks are kind of consuming the podcast in that way. That's the ideal, man. That's how you do it. So I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. All of you guys, have yourself a great night. And hey, look, we're going against our toughest challenge of the season so far. The chips are down. Things are looking dark. Playoff calculator odds got us at 4%. Nobody says we got a chance. Tiebreakers aren't working in our favor. But I don't want that to shake your faith. We need your confidence. We need that chest out. I need you screaming, "Go Hawks" this Sunday, and I want you to say it from the bottom of your soul. Don't you forget, not this week against this tough opponent, not in this down year, not when there is still hope. Don't you ever forget.